Привет, привет, любимые лужники, привет!
Hello everyone, hello my favorite Luzhniki.
Привет,
Hello my favorite Moscow. Hello my favorite Russia. And look, instantly, I welcome all of the world. Because yesterday we were watched by the whole world, and today we'll be watched by the whole world as well, because this is the biggest cyber festival in Russia, and Russia is among top countries in terms of cybersecurity and in terms of IT in the world. And this is the second day of Positive Hack Days 2025. We welcome all of you from our main science popular stage. So that's a whole stage. So we are waiting for what awaits us on the second day. My name is Dmitry. I'm a big fan of IT, cybersecurity, and everything else. And we spent a lot of time all together, and I hope that we will go on like that for many happy years to come. And as far as the session is called Popular Science, we are speaking plain language about the technologies that are working inside your smartphones, and this is something that we cannot live without. And that's great that in that sense we have gathered, and I see a lot of school children. School children, hello, hello. And exactly for you, we have arranged a lot of interesting things, just like yesterday. You will become really cybersecurity engineers. You will learn what tracks actually we'll tell you about, and we have invited the best speakers and top experts for that. We're going to speak about urban digitalization of the urban environment, and Moscow is among the leaders in the world. Everyone arrives and shares and says that this is totally unprecedented. And so we are in top 3 cities in that sense. And at the end of the day, which is very pleasant for everyone, for the people of any generation, we will see the legend of IT technologies Wheels.com. Have you noticed that our stage is called Kulibin? Kulibin, that's a legend, an icon of the Russian history, in the history of the Russian technologies and science. That's a person from peasants, from petit bourgeois, who was called an Archimedes from Nizhny Novgorod. And he lived in the 18th century, and he designed a lot of interesting projects. For instance, an arc-shaped bridge in St. Petersburg. He was member of the Emperor's Academy of Science. And he invented the clock and some wheel-driven vehicles and other things. And this is what's called a hacker-style approach to technologies. He hacked the technologies in the 18th century, as you know, amid the Industrial Revolution. Technology, this is what now we call IT. This is today's artificial intelligence. This is what technologies were about. In the 18th century, he hacked the reality. He was an art guy. And saying that we pay tribute to him, we have commemorated him in our programs, in our stage, in our clouds. Ivan Kulibin, what can you tell us today?
Kulibin, первый русский хакер.
Kulibin is the very first Russian hacker. My name is Ivan Kulibin, and many call me a hacker of the 18th century. I've invented a lot of novelty mechanisms, starting from the moonwalking vehicle to others. And in the 21st century, I'm making a smart chip. And I've not slept any single minute today. Where is my coffee? Where is my coffee? I like very much how our guys adapted that for the modern times. So this is the modern Kulibin. And such people come to us, and yesterday one of them told us how they do reverse engineering. So these are Kulibins like that. So they hack something, so they change the firmware, and they do testing in order to be a cool blue team member. You have to be a cool red team member. And you will learn more about that. And if you know that, then you will delve into that more profoundly. And once again,
будем жить только лучше.
we will live only better.
У нас еще один
And look, we have one more character, and we met him last year, at least I met him last year. That's an employee of Positive Technologies company, the main organizer of our festival, Positive Hack Days, Jan Hachaturov. Jan Hachaturov. He is our special correspondent, and this is the most respected profession. So he is our special correspondent who will tell us from the big screen what is going on around. And as you know, we have a generally accessible area which is for free for everyone. I like free things. I like such entertainment and infotainment. But we have a professional program where you have to pay for tickets, but all the money that we get from that would be spent on charity, as you know. So if you are a participant of the professional program, you have to know that your money would be spent on the very right things. Jan Hachaturov is with us. What can you hear from the PhD rooms? Hello, everyone. Positive Hack Days, the second day of that, and we find ourselves at the Cyber Arena, and we're hosting a panel discussion, which is moderated by a very well-known TV anchor and Russian reporter, Vladimir Pozner. The very topic of that session is quite burning. Humanless technologies to get rid of the routines, or this is the way to digital slavery. So Cyber Arena hosts a lot of very timely dialogues, and there will be many of them. So there would be a report by one of the leading Russian experts on cybersecurity, Alexei Lukatsky. He will speak about the shadow economy of data, what has changed over a year in terms of the cyber crimes. So there would be another panel discussion dedicated to cyber fraud. Let's pull our efforts together to protect the society. There would be a large-scale dialogue about antiviral programs and many other things to come. So if you have a ticket to that area, most welcome, and you see the view is remarkable. Also, yesterday, end of the day, we said that the festival was attended by 40,000 people. By night, that figure changed to grow to 53,000. This is a historical high, and I hope that we will only increase that figure, and there are a lot of interesting things awaiting us, and Wilscom will speak end of the day at Kulipin stage, and I do not say goodbye. Well, such nice days and such nice faces of PhD and Jan Hachaturov will be with us today and tomorrow. So we have not bought the tickets, but we have seen how the main stage is looking, and we see that it is decorated very well. And we have another very serious dialogue, but it is more democratic, so to say. And certainly I send my best regards to Pozner, who is very much respected. We love him very much, and he is the moderator of that session over there. Let us not forget that at the end of the day, we have summer. So the summer arrived on the very first day of PhD. So that's Jan, who was with us on the screen, and he is coming from the big screen. So friends, you have to drink water. Don't forget that. We are biological bodies, and we are drinking water, and don't forget to take a gulp of water every now and then. Our partner of water, of our water balance. There are 2 points with the potable water on the territory of the festival, and you can have water every now and then. There are fountains, and every fountain certainly is equipped with filters by Barrier Company that we love very much. So have that water. Don't forget to take water. And let us open ceremonially the second day of the Popular Science session of Positive Hack Days 2025. And I'm very glad that the very first people we see on the stage would be representatives of the youth. You all are representatives of the young people, and since this year, the young people are the ones under 45 years. So all of us are young people, but these are the most promising young people. Who are they? These are participants in the unique all-Russian project, the Choir of the First, that brings together 1,500 people from 85 regions of the Russian Federation, of our beloved motherland. And I do think that this is the biggest choir. All Russian choir of the first. The main team from the time of the first movement, with more than 100 permanent members from different regions. Age from 12 to 18, that's a very big range, and so they are behind the sets, and you will see them all. They all are cherry-picked, and they take part on a regular basis in different federal programs for time of the first movement. And the young people are opening the second day of the popular science track PhD 2025, and they are developing that movement. These are them, the choir of the first.
Время перемен, здесь важен каждый, и ученый, и спортсмен готовы этот мир к лучшему менять. Хотим быть первыми, другого не желаем знать. Мы наследники достойные великих дел, верим в мечту и наша сила в доброте. Время быть первым, все в наших руках. Время быть вместе, забыть, что значит страх. Время поверить, что доступны любые цели. Время открыть все двери, те, что не успели. Время двигаться вперед, должен двигаться вперед, должен быть первым в нашей истории. Рассказ не должен быть прерван, и миллионы огней зажгутся так же, как наши сердца. И набирая высоту, будь себе верным, лови свою мечту, это путь верный. Это движение первых и наши с тобой голоса. Мы будем первыми на небе, слыши, и в воде. Успеху невозможно спрятаться от нас нигде. Сила в единстве, мы друг за друга до конца. Покажем всем, как мы взрослеем на глазах. Наше время пришло, все в нашей власти. Полетим высоко, не боясь упасть. Время пришло, время летать. Время поверить, что доступны любые цели. Время открыть все двери, те, что не успели. Время двигаться вперед, время быть первым. Время пришло, движение первых. Ты должен двигаться вперед, должен быть первым в нашей истории. Рассказ не должен быть прерван, и миллионы огней зажгутся так же, как наши сердца. И набирая высоту, будь себе верным, лови свою мечту, это путь верный. Это движение первых и наши с тобой голоса. Ты должен двигаться вперед, должен быть первым в нашей истории. Рассказ не должен быть прерван, и миллионы огней зажгутся так же, как наши сердца. И набирая высоту, будь себе верным, лови свою мечту, это путь верный. Это движение первых и наши с тобой голоса.
Хор первых и артист платформы «Звучи, Алиса».
That was the choir, the first. And Alisa Buslova, the soloist.
Солнце светит, теплый луч, все вокруг я знаю наизусть. Даже трава родная, новые друзья, а все вместе это моя семья. Помню детство, все с юных лет, сколько вместе прожили счастья и бед, сколько людей взрастила, исполнила мечт. Свобода мечту, я только здесь. И что бы не было родного, все здесь это Россия. Не знаю счастья я другого, судьбу с тобой делить, милая. Россия, ты часть моя история, ты жизнь моя. Россия,
первых, ребята, которые...
It was the choir the first.
Хоровое сообщество.
The young people who are developing the choir community in Russia, thank you so much. And remember, they are aged 12 through 18. 85 regions of Russia. Lisa is the head of that choir. Lisa, thank you so much. And smiling faces, light people. And right now, we are announcing the selection for that choir until the June 15. You can join that movement on the website. The way to
Церемония награждения.
the first, and now we are hosting the award ceremony of ambassadors of traffic rules safety. A huge amount of applied knowledge, and the pedestrians have to respect the drivers have to respect the pedestrians. So, for instance, a person fainted in the street and helped him. And we can risk only what we are not afraid of losing. How do we spend the money? How to earn your first million? So the man will try to answer that question. So healthy lifestyle, this is about the regime. And where did you learn those skills? My father would arrive from the competitions, would tell me what to do. And skateboarding, this is physics in practice. And you're an art guy. Sit next to me. We have, there is no one-size-fits-all in education. And remember, when I look at all those things, you see, I'm quiet, I'm peaceful, I'm confident about our future, so everything is great and in essence. So we have a Young People's Day today, and I invite you to that stage, and certainly I will surrender that stage and will take some water. I will concede that stage to my colleagues who are more seasoned. They will award and host the award-giving ceremony to the ambassadors of the traffic rules safety. Please welcome the anchors Mariana Kekman and Igor Knyazyev. Hello, members of the movement of the first. Are we prepared for that? Okay. You're so numerous. But to begin with, raise your hands those who watched our marathon at least once. Those who have not done that, join us. We have a lot of footage, and you can learn more about any series of the safety. And we will award the members of the movement of the first. The movement of the first, for more than 2 years, unites the initiatives of the children and adults in terms of the traffic rules safety. And last September, we launched a large-scale reach-out campaign, the first skills for life, where we give hands-on advice on safety. Since then, we got 56 episodes of our marathon. It was watched by more than 25 million children and adults. Can you imagine how big figure it is? And it clearly shows how important for people the comprehensive security and safety is about, something that is promoted by our ambassadors. So let us welcome our ambassadors. The first Skills for Life program was attended by more than 25 million children and adults. Many of them had a chance to use those skills in practice. Among those who shared the skills and excellence are the people from different regions of Russia. They helped others in different spheres of life. We continue our marathon, the first Skills for Life and for Safety. Grigory Arzamasov from Lipetsk, along with his friends, created several very useful applications. Let me present to you my Telegram bot Mark II. And for instance, that's about cyberbullying and how to fight against that. Traffic rule safety. Yana from Moscow initiated the safe routes to school so that for school children it would be easier to get to school, avoiding some dangerous crossroads. Anna Chivachanova from Kursk organized the all-Russian community that propagates the financial literacy skills. We are scaling up that program. The safety of our everyday life. Margaret from Tver region popularizes the life-saving skills among the young children. I want my second graders never be afraid of anything. Financial literacy. Artyom Gradsky from Krasnodar, save his sister and his grandmother from the fraudsters. Don't tell anyone the passwords, the very first skills. That's about the safety, but smart safety. And now, after we introduce them, we're ready to send them on the stage. So please welcome Grigory Razamazov, 16 years old, from Lipetsk region. Let's put our hands together for him. Anna Chevchelova, 16 years old, from Kursk region. Let's welcome our ambassadors, Margarita Minushia from Tver region. And the youngest ambassador of traffic rules safety, Matvey Vinogradsky from Krasnodar, 11 years old. Guys, how are you feeling today? Great, everything is great, so let us begin. Gregory, you have made a range of vertical bolts in order to address the problem of financial threats. You're an ambassador of safety movement of the first. What is your main achievement? My main achievement is the fact that I managed to overcome the fear of stage and fear of criticism, because before it prevented me from presenting my ideas, but now I have no that fear, and therefore criticism turns into the new source of ideas. And the stage phobia actually is another phobia that I've overcome. Thank you so much. And you have created the financial literacy project, and we spoke about that within our festival on financial literacy. You presented the ABC of financial literacy last June, which was developed following the initiative of the guys from the movement of the first. How our movement helped you to disclose your potential. I'm very grateful to the movement of the first movement for that, because we had internship from Height Accelerator, and also we got an award from the same fund, and we started cooperating with the big companies such as Dom.rf. We got a methodological support and also the mass media support. Our project reached out to more than 15,000 people across Russia, and we are grateful to you for that. Well, you're an art girl, and certainly we have to put our hands together for that, and certainly join the financial culture project. Rita saved a woman from the waters of a river, and she's ambassador of the movement of the first. In March, you took part in the Hero of the First marathon, speaking about your joint activity with the school children, how they perceive your piece of advice regarding the safety. Sadly, they are listening to me, and we are exchanging, we're sharing something. Quite recently, I learned that most of my kids have smart houses, and they don't have to look for a smartphone in order to call for rescue. They just have to invoke the voice aid. Thank you so much. Because enlightenment of the young generation, this is what we're doing within our community, so that everyone lives in safety. And the youngest ambassador of safety, Matthew, last December, along with his classmates, watched the very first Skills for Life episode, and the same day, using this knowledge, he managed to defend his grandmother and sister from fraudsters. So let us put our hands together for that. Can you imagine the fraudsters nowadays? That's a very serious threat. Matthew, you are a very utter boy. We help to fight against different threats in that big world of internet. Matthew, tell us, who joined your initiative after you launched that? My classmates did that when we watched the marathon episode. Some of my classmates, once they arrived to their grandparents, said that they should not pick up the phone once there is an unknown phone call, and also they installed the double identification on the social media and smartphones. That's great. We always have to explain to our parents and to our grandparents how important it is to protect ourselves, to protect our social media and our bank applications. Because in such hard times, when we see a lot of fraudsters around us, we, the younger generation, have to help the seniors. Thank you so much, our very first members. Thank you for your experience. You are great. You managed to put your ideas into life. And now we want to award you with the memorial gifts on behalf of the movement of the first. And meanwhile, let me tell you that we invite everyone to take part in the marathon, the First Skills for Life, so that you could share your knowledge with your friends and family members. Quite recently, we opened the media house within Russia exhibition, and now our safety projects would be held there. So you're most welcome to the National Center, Russia. Guys already have their gifts, and let's put our hands together to our ambassadors. So again, guys. We kindly ask you to stay with us. Stay tuned, because after our ceremony, you will hear the public talk. It is never too early, and how to start your movement, your moment in the life. And now, if we turn back, actually after the public talk, all together we'll go to improve our skills in terms of safe steering, bicycle and other individual mobility devices. So invite your friends and keep on moving. Guys, we'll see you again, and see you again, and bye. The first skills of life. Let's learn to live safely.
Молодцы, класс. Дайте 5.
Great, great. Give me high five.
Смотрятся ребята. Давайте еще раз поаплодируем.
So they look very nice on the stage. So that's the movement of the first. And did that so quickly, so I didn't even have enough time in order to get some water and to stay with you over there. So we awarded everyone, and today that's a really young people's day, and that's great that the school children once again contribute so greatly to the development of cyber. And it's called cyber literacy. Cyber literacy not only among themselves, but among the adults. Because the adults, and let's say we, the adults, we are not so skillful in feeling that cyber and IT industry, but you are great in doing that. And spoke about that project yesterday. She was mentioned in our discussion. Certainly I wanted to see her. She's just beautiful. So these are such coincidences. Our next discussion would be also dedicated to you. Don't leave, stay with us, because we're going to speak about you. How to start your journey in cybersecurity, age of 13. I see that many of you are age of 13. Stay with us. And now we will invite the representatives of Positive Technologies. That's the main organizer of PhD 2025. They will tell you how to embark on cybersecurity and how to become an expert. And I invite to that stage the head of the Department for University Engagement, Oleg Ignatov. Hello, hello. And his young friends. Certainly young friends. We all are young people. Timofey Shev, Maxim Shevchenko and Grigory Razamazov. Please welcome them. Come on, keep smiling. So they are wearing T-shirts. And let's speak about how to start our journey in cybersecurity and how to become specialists. Hello, everyone. Hello, Olympiski Luzhniki, because today we are in Luzhniki. So let's put our hands together to our today's guests, because it's, well, not easy to come to the stage to look into your eyes. You are too far away from us, so it would be easy a little bit. So, hi, everyone. First of all, I'm glad to see you personally, because before that, we met only online, seeing each other on the screens, and that's a great thing about cybersecurity. You can know people, similarly you can know people for quite a while, but you will see them live only once. So thank you so much for arriving. Our session is called, if I'm not mistaken, It is Never Too Early. How to start your journey in cybersecurity. You are not age 13. tell us more how happens that you are here on that stage, and when you embarked on that, when you started doing that, why age 13? Probably you started doing that even before. And let's start, I do not know who we start with. Any volunteers to be the first? Well, let's start with you. Over to you. Okay, let's start with me. I started doing cybersecurity age of 15, 16. Quite recently had an experience of working in the red team, but this has nothing to do with the topic at hand. And the beginning was quite easy, so I saw several videos on YouTube which was accessible from Russia. I got interested in that and delved into that. I decided to do some forensics, and first I tried specially dedicated sites, and then I got an invitation to some group and worked there. Sounds great.
Кибершпион. Да, я начал там разведку, какие-то ресурсы, надеюсь, трансляцию.
And it seems like,
Если, собственно, я Олег, у меня, к сожалению, имени не сокращается.
by the way, my name is Oleg, and I believe you don't mind if I call you just first name and short pet name, nickname. So, Max, now over to you. Well, in IT, I started in IT, not in cybersecurity. I started when I was 7 years old, where I got to my cyber security, or rather robotics courses in a local school. Then I was invited to improve my Python skills in a different group, and my fellow groupmates were 15 and I was 9 at the time. So I was able to graduate from that course, and as I ranked 8 of 14 people, and it was actually quite good considering the age difference. This is how cybersecurity came into my life. I was about 12, 13, and I actually watched a lot of YouTube videos. I watched a lot of videos on viruses, on information security, how to protect yourself in the internet, and this is how I got into the cybersecurity and IT. That's actually a very interesting way you got into security. You started IT and then you migrated to cybersecurity. Grisha, now your turn. My story is a little bit simpler. I would say that I started in point A and I got to point B. I started with financial literacy projects. I studied them. I wanted to improve. And then I got to information security topics. I started to delve deeper. I created projects for schools and for myself. And then I reached the cybersecurity area. I've created a number of bots, and Mark II was the most successful one. And this is which promotes me in the cybersecurity space, and I try to improve and bolster its efficiency and what kind of educational effect you can get from it. And Mark II is exactly the same what I was talking about before. Guys, we've started talking about 13 years. Grisha, how old are you? I'm 16. I'll be 17 this year. I'm also 16, and I will be 17 in a month. And I'm 17. So it seems like this area. Actually, have you been around this place? Did you see what do we have here? Yes, obviously, we've been around here before the festival. Well, what I mean, a few days ago, the day before yesterday. Yes, and I was going around today. You say that you've been here the day before yesterday. What do you mean? Well, I mean that I came to Moscow from Lipetsk, so I wanted to take a tour around Moscow, go around Luzhniki, how they prepare for the festival, and it seemed that everything was ready, so I had to go around to the cable road and go and see the Vorobyovy Gory, one of the land sites in Moscow. And I was lucky actually to see it. I think I was quite lucky. I got into the cab and it was raining, and I got from point A to point B during the rain, and when I got outside, the rain stopped. So I was quite lucky for using this cable car road. Max, and what about you? Well, I'm a Muscovite. We live together and we study together with Timofey. Well, we live nearby. We came here in the morning. We went around quite a lot of interesting booths from our partners, and yep, that's how it goes. Tim, you said that you are from Moscow, but maybe you can say anything else. Maybe you want to add anything else. No, actually, the guys already mentioned everything I wanted to say. There are quite a few interesting booths and interesting universities. Well, you say there are some interesting universities. You might also imply that there are some non-interesting universities, but let's not go deeper into this topic. Well, you say that you had different ways to get into cybersecurity from IT, from information security. What do you think the difference here is? Cybersecurity, cyber information, info security. Do you think there is a difference between those different phrases? Cybersecurity is within information security. Information security is how to store your information, both physical and on the internet, on the different devices. But it's also protection from different threats, including the internet threats, but also maybe a fire which can be set by a criminal who wants to get something from you physically. I have another question. For common people, what's the difference? You say physical protection or maybe non-physical protection. How can you say the difference? How can you say the difference between cybersecurity? Cybersecurity is when people want to hack your database, but physical security is when people want to kidnap your IT department personnel and actually get the password out of him by kicking it out of him. What do you think, Max? I agree with Timofey, and I think that information security is within cybersecurity is within information security because it's all about information protection. And I completely agree with Timofey. There is a lot of synergy here, and I can see that you study together. Just to sum it up, information security is a group of all different securities: financial security, information security, and all of them together provide you with information security. But obviously, if we are very pedantic, there are some peculiarities, some attributes which you studied. There are some differences between them. Still, the question, if we are talking about the importance, what do you think, Grigory? What's the difference and what's the importance? We're not talking about the theory, we're not talking the academics, we're not talking papers, but just for a common person who came to the festival, who watches us online, what is more important, cybersecurity or information security? Or you cannot ask this question. Maybe it's not relevant, maybe it's not a correct question to ask it like this. I think, yes, this is not the correct way to ask this question. Different people have different needs, and I think everyone needs information security because it involves all the areas, financial security, internet. But if someone uses software, obviously they would need to work with cybersecurity more because they use the cyberspace, they use the internet, and therefore they need cybersecurity. Max, what about you? I think this is not an exactly correct way to put this question because cybersecurity is a part of information security, so we cannot say that one is more important than the other. I would say both are equally important. And true, like Tim said, you can protect the database, but not necessarily you can protect the person who can be kidnapped and forcefully asked to give up the question. Yes, just like the guy said, this is not the correct way to put the question. Cybersecurity is a specific area of information security. You cannot say that one area is more important than the other. I understand. I think maybe the question, I agree, maybe this is the way, this is not the correct way to put it. But if we take a look at the common life, people who work in cybersecurity, they are a little bit twisted in a professional way, maybe a little bit paranoid, I would say. Do you have this kind of experience? Maybe you will have this kind of experience. So the question is, for a common person, when we are talking about an average citizen, maybe an average school boy or schoolgirl, do they need cybersecurity or information security? Truth be told, an average school children would face information security, not exactly cybersecurity, but also depends on the school children. Because when we are talking about children from factory in Chelyabinsk, probably they will face not cybersecurity threats, but information security threats. Max, over to you. I believe that for school children, it will be more about cybersecurity, because now, at least in Moscow, there is a lot of digitalization going into the education system. We have e-boards, we have e-diaries. Yesterday, there was a webinar for mathematics, and we were able to play with simulators for Moscow school. And I think for an average school children from Moscow, cybersecurity is more important. But obviously, you should not forget about information security. Yes, I agree that for an average school boy or school girl, cybersecurity is more important because this is their environment. Obviously, you should not forget about normal information security because they can be contacted by phones, cameras, ask for the contacts of their parents and maybe try and hack them and try to do something physically. So they should not forget about information security, but obviously they are in this cyberspace, so that's why cybersecurity is more important. Yes, so we have a script, we have a script that I'm more interested in talking to you. When we're talking about the school, maybe you have a story, unless you can share this. Grisha, did you have some stories when somebody wanted to hack something, or maybe something was hacked? Something interesting that happened to you. Well, you mean inside the actual facility? No, this did not happen. Or did you mean like the school as an environment? We had 2 calls from one of the school officials. They named the number of our school and they said that they wanted our passport credentials and they wanted to update them. I have no idea why they wanted passport credentials from school children, and I had no idea why they needed this. So I shared my data, but my friend decided to ask even more questions, and after he asked several follow-up questions, they actually gave up and didn't care about his data. I never heard about those phone calls to teenagers when somebody asks you about your personal data. I never knew this actually happened, so I had no idea somebody cares about teenager personal data. I support Grisha. I had similar problems with phones, cameras, and it's actually very simple. You just talk to them until they give up, and you do not use any links then they share. You can actually learn a lot from this conversation about yourself, about your family, where do you study, where do you work. And speaking about schools, we have e-boards, and that's quite a recent improvement. In the beginning, I actually ran Windows and we played video games on these e-boards, and we actually hacked them a little bit. There are quite a lot of different scams around the school environment, especially on the internet. My friends got in some troubles. One of my friends actually had to pay 10,000 rubles. He lost 10,000 rubles. He wanted to sell one of his digital assets, and the link was stopped, and he used a different link, and then he lost the money. What exactly is a digital asset, if it's not a secret? I would say it is a secret, and if I talk about this online, he might take offense. My biggest sin in the school when I saw the password for the sysadmin in school. I think somebody could have actually done something more important in terms of hacking there, because I didn't do anything that had anything to do with cybersecurity in school. When people are talking about cybersecurity, it's more about billions and millions. But when we go to to municipality level, to school level. For me, it's not really about money, but I had no idea that so many scammers are permeating this environment at this level. It's not at the top level, more like at the bottom level in terms of money. And Grisha, you said that when you started going into IT and cybersecurity when you were 7, you've used a video service. Well, obviously, I do not want to say YouTube, so we're saying video service. And you used one of the video services and you had very interesting information. So what exactly did you watch on YouTube that pushed you towards the IT or maybe cybersecurity? Maybe you have a story to share. I actually do not really remember. I think it was some kind of in-detail professional video, and I learned, oh, actually, you can do this. And I got interested in this and started digging. And I had good Googling skills. So that's basically what I did. What was the video about? Was it about hackers? Was it about something else? There are stories that hackers are really idealized, and they say that if you want to be a hacker, you basically a spy, and there is a certain level of idealization. Do you remember what you watched there? Well, people idealize a lot of crime. Maybe you are a single person going against the government and you seem like a tough guy, but I don't think that's a good idea. I honestly don't remember what I watched.
Max,
Max, what do you think? I will talk about criminals a little bit later, but I would like to talk about the videos I watched. I saw some virus videos. What I mean by virus videos are videos that people talked about different viruses and how you can protect yourself, how you can protect your friends, your relatives from negative effects of viruses. And this is how I got to cybersecurity, information security. And speaking about idealization, I think it's kind of strange or maybe weird that bad, quote-unquote, people are considered ideal or good. I don't really get it. I do not like gangster movies. I do not like this romantic part of life. Yep, we have quite a number of gangster movies. Speaking about idealization of hacker attacks and so on, one must remember that we have 3 types of hackers: white, black, and gray. Obviously, this is what I wanted to say too. Black hackers are very different from white hackers, and white hackers are basically ethical hackers. They hack into the networks and they do it for the good. Black hackers do it for the personal gains, and gray hackers are kind of in between. They might do it for financial gain, or they might do it for some moral reasons. I have no idea why somebody would idealize criminals and what do they do. I do understand why this happens, because many people would like to change, maybe would like to lie, so to say, to themselves, so that they would not realize that they are actually committing a crime, and that's why they idealize it, that's why they have this additional philosophical questions. The original question was not actually about idealization. The question was, what did you see? What did you watch in those videos that helped you went this way? I think I didn't really see anything. I went to cybersecurity from info security. I watched the videos just to get something from those videos so that I could use them in my bots. Then I could improve my bots on financial literacy. And then you use them again and again, and maybe you watch YouTube again and again, tons of videos during the day, during the night. And this is what usually happens to me. I watched a lot of videos on cybersecurity, on information security, on financial literacy, and I decided, well, maybe I should go into this cybersecurity area. It's kind of interesting because all of you are talking about hackers,
Хакер равно преступник. Ну, на самом
where hacker means a criminal. And I absolutely agree.
Кроме там white, black и grey.
But besides white, black, and gray, there are yellow hackers, green hackers, there are a lot of hackers. But you are correct in saying that there are more than one type of hackers. When we're talking about white hackers, the ethical hackers, you said,
В принципе, первый шаг был что-то связано с
in general, the first step was
что-то про вирусы, что-то там
more about videos talking about different viruses and how to protect yourself from their negative effects. I think that's a very interesting story on how you got into information security. In order to know how to protect yourself, you have to know how they may attack you. And this is how it happens in boxing. If you are a boxer, it doesn't mean that you are a criminal.
техниками, как, ну,
But you have the technique. You have the striking technique. The question is how and when you use it. The same applies to hackers.
как ты это начал делать. А расскажи
Grisha,
про свой
maybe you can share
проект.
your experience
Ты сейчас можешь...
with your project
Есть у тебя такой проект?
you are really proud of. Do you have this kind of project? Well, that's exactly Mark II. Mark II is exactly the project I'm really proud of.
Кратко, давай так,
Ну
чтобы
ладно.
было прям супер понятно и интересно.
Хорошо. Ну, во-первых,
Okay, in detail, so that,
сути своей, это вторая
yes, Mark II is
просто
version 2 of Mark, but it's more successful one. The first version was the financial literacy bot, and Mark II is more about cyber security and cyber literacy, and now it remains as it is.
Я пошел по пути наименьшего сопротивления его создания.
I started with the least resistance path. To create it, I've used third-party
Блоками выстраиваешь алгоритм.
websites where you can use the code constructor. You basically think a little bit and you put all of them together. Later, I realized that I would not have the flexibility of changing the code to my goals and aims. That's why I started to learn a few programming languages and dynamic libraries. And then
Ручно через
I had the whole script of that bot.
виртуальную машину, чтобы он круглосуточно.
And then I used JavaScript using a virtual machine.
Изначально, когда я
And
подключил
I had to learn how to write in JavaScript, and then I had to learn how to use the virtual machine. I tried to get access from different ways. I tried using remote consoles, keys, and it didn't actually work.
проснулся, поспал,
In 2 days,
осенило. А что?
I had no idea what to do, and then I realized maybe it was not about the code.
Почитал пару статей.
Then I got to this virtual machine website, I read a few articles, and then I subscribed to a
Всем запросам.
non-working
Долбил
virtual machine, so it don't just reply.
машину, и всё заработало
It,
прям с первого.
it simply did not work, so I took a different virtual machine, and it actually worked and ran without any problems.
Также продолжил участвовать с этим ботом, как и раньше.
Then I continued to work on this bot. I improved and enhanced my code.
Немножечко
Originally,
написан.
it was not exactly streamlined. All the texts were in the simple txt file or in the simple file. And when you want to find this, you would have to go line by line, maybe 150 lines below, just to check,
Чтобы все-таки это было и
edit a single letter. And then I decided to split them into different files so that it would be easier to manage the code for myself and for other people who might work on this code too. And this is how I improved my
Расскажи про идею.
my skills.
Интересно не только
Maybe you can talk about
почему ты вообще
the actual idea why you wanted to do this and who's the target audience.
когда я это начинал делать, у нас
The point is that when I started, we only saw the inception for the IT specialty, especially in my local city.
какие-то программы для
We had some programs for IT classes in schools,
классы, которые нацелены на все.
like dedicated IT classes
Достаточно
for IT people. And I thought there are younger generations and we have older generations who are not very good at cybersecurity, at information security, how to use the internet in a secure and safe way. And I thought maybe I could create a resource, a way to bring about the information about basic internet hygiene, which would be suitable for any ages. And when I started to work on it, I realized that there is no silver bullet, because different people prefer different ways to acquire new information. And that's why I changed my idea. In my bot, I had 3 different scripts for 3 different types of users: for children and teenagers, for adults, and for elderly people. On the first one, we have different comic strips and images so that it would not be too difficult for children to take in. For adults, it's more about articles so that they can delve deeper. And for elderly people, I use videos and audiobooks so that it will be easier for them to listen to the information, because many people have problems with their eyesight when they have to go through very long articles. And I think that's a very good approach. You started learning different languages. I learned how to work with virtual machines, and it started with my bot. It seemed simple. What happened with you, Max? I had 2 interesting projects, and they are connected. The first one happened in 2022. One was the Muscovite helper, Muscovite assistant.
Нет, в смысле? Я хотел вопрос задать.
What do you mean?
Это там, где ты фоткаешь тачки.
Muscovite assistant, where you take photos of cars so that people would be fined if they park on the wrong spot. No, it was a different bot. You can use the QR code from different location, and you can ask a question, you can set up an interview, maybe you can report a problem. If there was no way to contact a local municipality, then it was moved to a higher authority. And usually the problems would be solved in 2 or 3 days, and it was a good implementation. And for me, it was a breakthrough in order to create these bots. Simple bots are not complex, but that was a new level, because I had to synchronize all that with Google Tables so that all the questions, all the reports would go there, and then they would go through the bot to the people. I think that's a very interesting one, using Google Tables in 2022. But later we'll ask Tim about this. The question is, why did you decide to do this? Did you have a problem you could not solve yourself? Why did you decide to do this? The reason is that we actually had a problem, and I wanted to contact my local authorities, and I couldn't do this. You had to go through so much red tape, and it was impossible. You had to phone somebody, you had to prepare and do it in advance, maybe 2 weeks, maybe 4 weeks. And I realized that why we cannot streamline the process and make it so much faster for myself and for other people. So I thought I had this kind of opportunity, and we worked with my partner on this project together. Yes, I contacted the political party, and they agreed to create this project, and we implemented this project together. The second project was with the university. Thanks to the Muscovite assistant, I was noticed by Ran Hicks, and they had a new program for Russian governmentship. And they wanted to make it digital so that people would not just go to all the lectures. They wanted to have all the lectures, all the exams, to have additional surveys after them. You use a QR code, and then you file your work, file your essay maybe, and it was done. And I think this was my best project. Even after I severed the ties with the university, they stole my idea and they still use it. So I think that was a really good project. These are 2 my biggest projects. And with Ran Hicks, I had this real problem, and I had a few mistakes in the code, And when we had a lot of users, it did not register the answers in the correct way. So there was a mismatch between checking the correctness and incorrectness of different answers, and we had to work extra hours to solve the problems. Well, I hope the RANIPA students were grateful to you for this kind of little mishap. I would say that bot did not work because so many people wanted to use it. I used it a few times. I got feedback. I would say it was 60% positive and 40% negative on what I could improve and what to do. It was more about buying a better hosting, because the bot could not just operate, because sometimes a few hundred students could use it at the same time, and it just was not strong enough. And this happened a few times. Sometimes they had to move the lectures, but in the end, it was the happy ending, and all the students passed the exam, so that's good. All good, that ends good. I think that's a very interesting story. That's a common thing, that when people want to do something well and it doesn't really work because there are some mistakes in the process. I think this happens, but you have to change. You have to adjust in the process. There may be negative consequences, but I was able to adjust. I was flexible enough to adjust on the go, and in the end, it was pretty good. Tim, and finally you. I do not really have specific projects due to my work. By information security specialist, I do not code. I'm looking for mistakes and errors in other people's codes, but I can talk about maybe peculiarities working from red team and pen testing. Yes, whatever you can share.
В таком случае немножко поподробнее на эту тему.
Well, in that case, let me elaborate on that topic. Pin test. That's, roughly speaking, is, well, this is not a simulation of an attack or hacking. Can I give an example so that we could understand that better? Pin test, roughly speaking, is when you get a list of IP or MAC addresses. And also you get the method of an attack.
Оповещена она вам.
And the cyber authorities are informed about that. And actually, you check with this or that address. So if you can hack it, okay. If you cannot hack it, it is even better. The red team is closer to the simulation of a real attack. And the customer usually is not knowledgeable about that. Only the director or cybersecurity chief officer would be informed about that. You have no limitations in terms of the list, no limitations in terms of the methods, except for some illegal ones. And you keep on working as a hacker group. You collect the data about vulnerabilities. You try to hack that. And the security system would try to reject that attack. And it knows nothing about you. You are criminals for them. And it shows how well protected this or that website is, what this or that program, depending on what you are checking. Well, it sounds great. And if you have time, get to the booth of the booth, and you will see what is going on in terms of red teaming. So it means that pin test, this is when, in plain language, and correct me if I'm wrong, when, for instance, you have some website, and we as ordinary people see that it says .ru, but in essence it has some IP address, and you are told that, for instance, that's a website, that's a login and password, and can you actually somehow sniffer password or write some symbols unless it collapses? Well, this is over a simplistic way, but this is how it works. But red teaming is when you are instructed to get a full authorization. But how you do that, we are not interested in that. Well, not necessarily actually the full authorization, but for instance, you are told that's a website and do something about that. I think that you have to have stories that you will not disclose, but stories about such a failure when something goes wrong, probably with a happy end. Have you ever had anything like that? Well,
Как бы так сказать? У меня другая специальность. У меня не существует.
I have a different specialties, so I don't have any failures. I have delays. For instance, if there are no some specific vulnerabilities, we'll be looking for other vulnerabilities. But there are no websites which have no vulnerabilities at all. So, never been a case that you are given an instruction and you entered a wrong door. Actually, we can fail only on the timeline, but not on the main objective. Gregory, what about you? What was the main failure? Why I'm not asking Maxim, because he told us about Ranepa bot. Have you had any such a failure when, for instance, you say, okay, I quit, I don't want that anymore? No, I cannot remember any such disastrous failure. The worst case scenario which I had in cybersecurity career, that's inability to get connected to the virtual machines, when for 2 days actually would be sitting and thinking what to do next. Because actually I had to make sure that my bot works 24/7, and I failed to do that, and only then a crazy idea helped me to fix that. So I didn't have disastrous failures or epic failures, but that delay once actually nearly knocked me down. So there is a question that among the most favorite among the psychologists, for instance, if you could get back to the past, would you do anything differently? No, I'm satisfied with everything because this is my life rule. If actually, but it had not happened to me, I won't be here. So I never complain of any problems, any actions anyway. All the problems could be solved, and they harden our posture and nature, and there is nothing bad about that. So even if I had a chance to get back to the past, I would say, go on, and you will get everything eventually. Well, that's a very good maxima. What about you, Maxim? Well, I would tell myself that we have to listen to the adults, because when I was younger, very often I would ignore the advice of my senior colleagues, and sometimes I faced situations with looming dire consequences. I could avoid that, but I tried to correct the problem before I had some negative ramifications. But if I could listen to my teachers, to my senior colleagues, this would never happen to me. So I would tell myself, please be attentive and listen to what other people tell you and be more adequate in assessing your forces. Okay. Tim, what about you? What I can do differently? So we are sniffing different methods. This is my job. So, and if you could get back to the past, you would say, okay, let me try something else. I cannot think of anything like that. Well, this is a job, right? Can I call it a job? Your job is very unusual. For many people, this is very much unusual, and I'm sure that this is so true for many of you. And most likely you would be called a hacker. Hacker Timothy. Well, first of all, I did not tell anyone what my profession is about. But we have live streaming. But no, I'm not a hacker. In essence, I'm an intelligence officer. I do not hack it myself. I collect information and pass it over to the people who can do that. I've only collected the data. I collected the data from the open sources. I've rendered that to necessary people, and that's it. So if I understand what a center is about, that's a person who is responsible for collecting the data from open sources. Yes, open source intelligence. Open source, this means what it means, and if you're familiar with English, and intelligence means intelligence. So that's it. So it happens so. And correct me if I'm wrong. It is a very boring word. Means that you have a set of methods and you are repeating them all the time. So how avoid burnout? So the world now lives much faster. What do you do in order to enjoy that? This is not monotonous. This is not boring. I'm involved not only in a but also involved in the human intelligence into human beings, including social engineering.
Теоретически это не применялось,
This includes in theory.
в том числе и всякие подписи.
I've never applied that in practice, but for instance, this is about bribing or threats. Yes, certainly we speak only about legal things. So, but everyone was warned about the methods.
Это получается достаточно разнообразной работой, потому
So this is a very diverse work because, again,
что каждый раз новый
sometimes you have data, you are short of data, and every new method would bring about new results, and this is not a boring
Пока что условно, что тебе
job.
прям это скучно, тебе прям нравится.
So this is not boring, and you enjoy whatever you're doing. Well, bearing in mind the number of my hobbies, there is no time to burn out. So you have certain hobbies, yes. Will you tell us about at least one? For instance, MMA.
Разведку
Well, that's great.
когда Human Intelligence и рукопашка.
You said that actually human intelligence and MMA. Okay, so these are things matching. My hobby at the moment is about swimming. And although I'm not going to the sports school, but I try to combine professional swimming and IT, and thanks to the pandemic, I failed to do that. It spoiled everything, and now swimming is my main hobby, apart from IT. And it helps you not to burn out. Yes, it does help. Because for some time, for me, swimming is just about being alone with my ideas. So while I'm swimming, I can think about whatever you want. And the time lapses differently. You can understand everything, contemplate on that, and come up with the conclusions. And this is a totally different atmosphere. And it helps me to avoid burnout. Well, great. How to avoid the burnout? Well, with a grain of humor, just tell your family members that you're a programmist or software developer. And it will never be boring because when you say that you're an IT guy, then every time, every month, I hear a phrase, Gregory, you're an IT guy. And will be some task that I will have to solve. Well, it may have something to do with my profession, but
Посмотри на холодочек.
for instance, put the fork into the socket or something like that. So I know the school password from our school notebook, and every time when the video is off or sound is off, they are calling me for rescue. And actually, not only my class does that, but other classes do the same. So you can collect more hobbies where, for instance, you can follow my funny piece of advice. For instance, I want to help, and this way I will learn more things, or I will upgrade my skills, and that would help you not to burn out. And in essence, once you're writing a code, when you do programming, a problem may pop up that something doesn't work. Anyway, you have to overcome that, to fix that problem. And after it starts working again, you will be happy, so much happy, that, for instance, it will occur to you why I've not done before. And that very moment helps me to avoid the burnout. We don't have much time as far as we're speaking about. That's something that occurs to you, and the world will become more beautiful. So, and there are many more people who are watching our streaming, and there are people who are sitting on the pillows. Share just one piece of advice. How to embark on IT or cybersecurity. Once we're speaking about cybersecurity, just share one piece of advice. One tip to the future generations. Let me start. Don't be afraid of making mistakes. Those who never make mistakes, they are not doing anything. Well, great tip. Timothy, don't stop. Stagnation doesn't exist. There is either development or degrading. If you do not develop, you lag behind. Work on. Okay, excellent. And Gregory, you are the last one. So anyway, give it a try to something new. Don't be afraid of trying something new. Anyway, you can always say, I can do that. And then actually you will see whether you really can do that or not. If you can do that, well, that's great. If not, that would be an experience. My dear colleagues, those who watched us, I love very much when we welcome such speakers as Gregory, Timothy, and Maxim. They do all the work instead of you. They give you smart advice. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you so much for staying tuned, and see you again. And guys, thank you so much for coming. That is very valuable. See you at the festival. Let me announce these people, because all the time I was smiling, some MMA fighter and swimming. So I'm specializing in crawl style. And the rider of virtual machines. So 3 sports athletes and to age of 16, being smart like that. And you are sharing very philosophical ideas. And you're quoting from Winston Churchill, who saved and rescued the whole England. Never quit, never quit. The winner is not the most talented, is not the strongest, is not the most cunning one, but the one who never quit. And Grigory said, I'm just happy. If I could do something differently, I would not be staying on that stage. And you love being with us, and I'm age of 40, and I feel, well, I like it being here. So why am I so anxious? You said that swimming, along with IT, was spoiled by the pandemic, and I'm writing to my customers from IT industry that I apologize. Amid the pandemic, I had a project, but I failed to complete that because of the pandemic, and you said the same. But I say, okay, I love it being here. Oleg Ignatov, head of the department for young people's engagement, and Timothy Shane, Maxim Shevchenko, and Gregory Razamazov. That was cool. Thank you so much. What nice people, what smart guys we welcomed. So I wish you to have great summer. Move on. That was our second day. Kulibian stage, popular science, the main popular science stage, PhD 2025, our favorite festival, the biggest, the most large-scale cyber festival in the country. And by the way, thanks to the guys, I realized that really I actually did not differentiate between cybersecurity, information security. Information security is much broader. And I'm working with information all my life, but I didn't understand what cyber is about. But one is part of the other, much broader thing. And now let us proceed with the next stage. So we are all young people, and now we have gathered from many countries, all the participants, and yesterday we had a historical high in terms of the visitors, more than 53,000 people who arrived offline. But also we had a record in terms of those who were watching us. And the average time spent on watching the video, 30 minutes. And I will tell you the figures later. So for those of you who are watching us, whatever country you are from, probably you have noticed that from time to time on the screen, there is such a running line saying something. This is not just about information noise, and nothing is by accident. That's the real statistics of attacks. Cyber battles between different booths. That's a cyber test ground. And this is not just about Luzhniki, the center of sports in Moscow. The whole terminology is full of combat terms. Test ground, on the defensive, on the offensive. So that's all about safety and security. So that's a cyber battle between the red team and the blue team right now. 45 teams are on the offensive and on the defensive from 15 countries of the world. And Irina Khmelyova, head of designing of test grounds, said yesterday there are already 18 countries that are fighting against each other here at the cyber test ground. They are fighting for the main prize in order to conquer F virtual state. It's called F because it is called standoff for double F. And they're competing for the prize of $50,000. Can you imagine that? Just young boys and girls, and they're competing for such impressive prizes. That tool would be drawn
завтра здесь
on the days of our festival, and tomorrow we will award them and distribute
фонд.
that prize among them.
Киберполигон.
How they are doing there at Standoff Cyber Test Ground? I wonder.
Хороший вопрос. Давай попробую поделиться.
Well, that was a good question. Let me share that and let me elaborate on that. So we have collected the data following the results of yesterday, and we thought, well, why?
Тяжело. Начали разбираться.
The infrastructure is struggling, and it happened
Игровой.
that yesterday the teams
Как за прошлую битву всю вместе взятую.
identified more vulnerabilities than in the previous battle taken together, and we immediately realized that we have to increase the resources, did some changes, and actually in the morning the hardware burned and it generated more problems, but this is the backstage information. But nevertheless, that was very high quality. I like it very much because this time we even got some skepticism, and I thought that probably the teams are not so strong because there was a communication and asked some technical questions, and I got very poor feedback, and I thought probably they're not knowledgeable. But then we saw the results, and on the first day
Объем.
it was something totally unrealistic in terms of the number
Давай, это будет
and values and figures. That would be an excellent question.
два таких важных момента.
I have two
Рассказать.
important things to tell you about.
Не верю.
Every time I sincerely believe that the Dream Team will not be number one. It doesn't work. Whatever we do, I won't think about a new rule, just like in other contests. If you are the winner, then you will not be entitled to compete for 3 years. So the rules are equal. So that's the end of the first day, and the team from Kazakhstan has outperformed them, so it's number one. And I thought, okay, so the age is over. But now the end of the second day, so they are still number one with a big margin, and I do not know what other teams are going to do.
Они у нас
And back to the team from Kazakhstan, they participated already at some selection process, and they
нарушение правил.
got to the finals, and we fined them for breaking the rules. And I thought that probably that's the team which just trying to find some leeways
Сейчас буквально они
to cut the corners. But now they are sitting in the room, and from time to time I come to them, I talk to people who I know, finding out what is going on, collecting some feedback. I approached them, and just once they asked me,
все. Я
what about that problem? And I answered them, and that's it. And I see that they are playing very well. So second place, being for the first time at such a competition, that's cool. I was member of Truas. We scored the second, and certainly it's very difficult to defeat Kutbyte. That's Dream Team. No, that's Dream Team. Apologize. That's Dream Team. So the team split
образовалось.
and took different ways. So there are now two teams, and they both are competing. And it was very interesting to me to see which one is cooler, and my expectations are not justified. I thought it would be the other way around.
Все, что мы видим
Following the results of 2 days, whatever we see now,
отрасли по
these are the most popular branches in terms of
и
hacking. That's oil and gas and banking.
и там нет
One note, so one of the sectors is logistics, and no vulnerabilities were identified. And it happens so that there is a
в команде защиты.
team which is an old-timer, which is on the defensive. And they just do not let anyone in, and probably will ask them to loosen the tension. Otherwise, no one would do anything there.
В целом не обошлось с утра, конечно, без технических.
Well, all in all, certainly in the morning we had some technical problems, but we were prepared for that. We just had some coffee and that's it, but we are in the process of work.
Было, наверное, не совсем комфортно, но у нас было 6 очков.
Well, psychologically, we did not feel very much at ease. But we realized that in the morning we would be number one.
Пока члены команды, поэтому я думаю,
So the team members are studying the documents, and tomorrow we'll
там очень попасть.
make everyone happy, and
Думаю, что попозже тоже все будет.
I think that a bit later we will show good results.
Крутые ребята, да? Вообще битва.
These were very cool guys. That's a battle among the booth. And me and my daughter, we visited Grand Macquarie in St. Petersburg. If you have not done that, that's a must. It looks very much like that, but this is a cyber battle. The red team is on the offensive of the blue team, and vice versa. And
Компании присмотрелся бы, кто и сам.
putting myself in the shoes of big logistics teams, I would actually pay close attention to that blue team that didn't let any hack, any attack. These are the guys who can protect you. And in logistics, that's certainly very important, just like anywhere else. Until 12:30, we will have a break. See you soon. And just several minutes are left. Let me get some tea and see you soon.
нужно было говорить про слово перерыв. 4 минутки прошло, и вот мы снова с вами на Кулибине, Науч-поп, наша с вами сцена.
And we continue our Kulibin Science, Popular Science stage, and we will be talking about security and how happy it is for us to live here in this big mega city, Moscow, of high-level technologies, how IT technologies helps us with our health and life. By the way, our next speaker, one of the people who help the city with digital development, and thanks to that development, we live a better life. The head of text analytics of the Innovation Center, Safe Transportation, for the Center of the Organization of Public Transportation of Moscow government, Vladislav Merkulov. Vladislav, please welcome to the stage. Welcome to the stage, Kulibin. Artificial intelligence and how it helps work with big data and why. Vladislav, you have the floor.
Как текстовая аналитика
How text analytics helps improve transportation infrastructure of the city. Today, I would like to speak about maybe a little bit obscure but very interesting areas of our studies that helps us take into account opinions of Muscovites, visitors of Moscow, and not always you can take into account everyone's opinion in very dry reports, but obviously it's very interesting for us to learn about those opinions.
Опа. Супер. Да.
Here we go.
Меня зовут Влад.
So once again, my name is Vlad. I work at the Innovation Center of Safe and Secure Transportation. Probably you've heard about the classical terms such as
Продуктовый анализ, есть BI.
business product analysis, BI analytics, which help
сложных данных простым
data
языком. Но
interest
я бы все-таки сегодня хотел
from
немного
it.
сказать о не самом, наверное, очевидном, но интересном
It's not exactly
аналитики.
very obvious area of this study, text analytics, but it can help us and what benefit can it give us, and especially what kind of outcome can our customers have.
В начале пару-тройку слайдов спасибо. Пару-тройку слайдов о том, чем
Just a few words about our organization.
Мы инновационный центр безопасный транспорт
We are a
хранилищем ключевым
innovative center, safe and secure transportation. We
источником данных транспортного комплекса.
we store the key metrics for the Moscow transportation system. Since 2017, we've been creating products based on number of big data, which are aimed to improve the transportation infrastructure of Moscow.
Для начала, кто-нибудь из вас, хочу задать вопрос, получал уведомление на телефон о том, что где-то...
Have you ever received a notification that
я не знаю,
somewhere you cannot use SMS messages, or maybe somewhere something happens and you should go around this area? So this is what we do too. We store, we analyze
что более интересно, на основе этих данных
transportation data of Moscow, but we also create unique services and products, just like a real startup.
Вообще у нас в ИЦ довольно много интересных.
In our information and innovation center, there are different areas. You can start as a consultant, as an analyst.
Полноценные собственные команды.
We also have our own in-house teams, a big data team. And just recently, we had transportation modeling or transportation simulation team, and it's really hard to find experts in this area. So I must say that all of us and all of our areas where we work are part of a bigger infrastructure, a bigger environment, and we help Moscow take better decisions, and we improve Moscow transportation system. Now a few words about the text analytics. This is what we do. As you can see from the title, we work with texts and text analytics. when you need to take an array of hundreds and thousands of messages to a few hundreds and see different messages or news to go from one place to another, to collect, to parse information from Telegram channels, to collect reviews from Yandex Maps. Then you create maybe a word cloud to visualize the most used, most popular words. And these are all the parts of text analytics. Inside, we separate the work into three areas. First is product development, when we create ready-made digital projects or key solutions. For example, these could be interactive dashboards to monitor data, news, or open source news. These could be different research activities. For example, a research to analyze the transportation in some certain location and maybe analyze the changes of behavior and changes of interest in that particular area of the city. But in general, listen to the opinions of Muscovites. And we have pretty good fundamentals. We improve our methodology and how we operate. We started, and when we started, we had to do things manually, read through and track them manually. But now we have a set of really good algorithms, which makes our work so much easier. For example, we have 500,000 array of publications. You've collected this, you upload it to the server, but in the morning, next day, you've read just a few dozen, maybe a few hundred stories, and you can understand the main area, the main topic of that array, of this very massive array. Now let's move to a different topic. Look into the future a little bit in terms of information torrents going around us. At the intersection of Web 2 and Web 3, there are so many threats generated around us, information threats, and many of those are basically garbage. Months ago, people realized that the age of brain rot has come. And by the way, question two, are you in for crocodile bombardillo or tra-la-la-la-la-la-la? Yes, so this is one of the popular memes in Russia at the time. Ballerina cappuccino is also a very good example. Yes, this is like an in-between version. Our analysts are working on this topic, and maybe I will be able to give you a really good presentation on what's better. Every second, there are millions of small notes on the internet. Somebody said that there was a tree falling down because of the wind. Somebody noticed that buses are going a different route now. It's not that comfortable anymore. Somebody saw a different publication, or maybe a random application got to the top due to the combination of different algorithms. And the point is that all of that happens very, very fast. Just imagine when you publish something and it gets to access, open access, and takes a minute, maybe 2 minutes, and so many people will see it. But when we consider it traditional media, people go and talk to journalists, but it will take a few days for this report before it is published, because it takes several days, maybe several weeks, depending on the importance of the piece, for it to be published. And this is very slow compared to what we have now on the internet. It takes a very long time for it to become published. So text analytics is supposed to improve the speed of that work, because you have to be on the edge in order to be competitive.
Данные из открытых источников — это такая живая кровь.
Open source data is fresh and warm blood. First of all, as I said, this data is fresh. In our very fast-paced time, people who get this data first have an advantage. Second, this data represents a real opinion of the majority of people. If we are talking about classical reports and questionnaires, you don't really understand the importance of maybe you don't really understand all the metadata of those people. And finally, this analytics is more or less objective because you can see the picture in general. You can have a comprehensive view of what happened, and you do not get a very limited perspective on an event. So suppose we have a request to collect information, to analyze it, and the first thing we have to do is to collect the array of data, like very, very big data, hundreds and thousands of publications, depending on the angle of attack and the depth we want to go in. We have to add localization, to add some words that will be excluded to reduce the noise. We have a number of sources. We cover about 2-3 billions of publications in RUNET per month, so we have things to choose from. We also have transportation sources, which we use for our big data arrays, so we have things to choose from. We have to work with this media field around us, and we have to manage the field so that we get good yield after we treat it well. After we collect the array of data, we have to pre-filter the information. The array must be as clean as possible. We remove this information noise, and then we start working with the data array. We have hundreds and thousands of publications, and here's the point. Basically, each publication, open source publication, can be split into two components. One is the information component and natural reaction. Information wave or information component is a controlled way for this information to propagate from similar sources. So different social technologies are used, software, all that are part of this component. So for example, here we can see similar publications with similar authors, and they were published during the similar time. And it is obvious that this was an information wave, and that's not necessarily bad. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. I believe that many of you came here and listened to this online because you've heard about PH Days 2025, and you are here thanks to the information wave. The second component is the natural reaction. Usually they are emotional and they depend on life circumstances. For example, if we want to learn about people's reaction, we remove the information wave from what we analyze. But if we want to look at how people reacted and responded to whatever event happened, then we don't really care about the information wave and we can remove that component. But if you want to have a nice and thorough study, you usually use both components. Now we go to the most interesting part of our publication, our presentation. So we've received all these publications, we've separated into different ways and components and reactions. Obviously, we can do this manually, but it would take years probably to read through all the arrays. And here we use a bunch of algorithms which were developed by our Innovation Center, Safe and Secure Transportation. And it allows us to turn these wild jungles into a very nice and neat greenhouse, so to say, so that we can actually know where each plant is and how to get there. First, we are talking about clusterization and classification of messages. We separate them into different topics, divide and conquer. Even the Romans knew this. Next, singling out key words and phrases and their relations. For example, in theory, this month we've collected an array of data that have Skype in them. Then the first semantic group will be
Тем самым такой алгоритм тоже
We have Skype in it.
упростить процесс обработки
And
данных.
by using these algorithms, it is possible to make it easier for us to work on this later. We do not go inside the topic, but we understand their relations. Next point is creating linguistic models. That's actually very interesting because you can actually delve very deep into this topic. We take into account jargon, local peculiarities, maybe language preferences. Sometimes it is quite difficult to understand. For example, library named after Lenin. And in Russia, it is called also Leninka. But Leninka is a jargon word for the national library named after Lenin, and we have to take into account how different things are named in jargon. Suppose you have 1,000 of different Telegram channels. You've collected the information, and it seems that the majority of the posts in Telegram does not have any headings. You will not read all those posts, right? But we have an LLM machine which will read all those posts instead of you. It will give you a header. Well, it will give you a heading, a title for this Telegram channel, and you know what it will be talking about. And finally, this is assessment level. Our artificial intelligence assigns weight from 0 to 1. If we can see that the piece of news is related to Moscow, this is what we care about, and we put 1 there instead of 0. We are also working on, obviously, we're safe and secure transportation, so we don't really care about celebrities and what happened to them, so we put them in the trash bin. And finally, each message can have certain sentiment, positive, negative, or neutral. Depending on this reaction, you can have different output data. We have a number of algorithms which we use, and I was just talking about the most interesting ones. So once we've done all of that, we give the array to our experts. Sure, even the text array, even if it's clean enough, this is not what our customers want. And here's the thing. Text analytics might tell you that you have a lot of guys with thick lenses working in Excel when customers need specific solutions. FDR said, tell me what you want and I will answer you why it is not possible. So this is more or less what we are talking about. Besides recommendations, we also add visualization, so that it will be easier to understand what we are talking about when we are covering a specific topic. Since we're talking about urban development, we also took up geocoding. Suppose you have a massive an array of hundreds and thousands of publications. You start working, you give it to work during the night, and you come back in the morning, and then you get this geodata, addresses, coordinates. All of that is taken as input data to our machine, and then at the end we have a heat map. We have a heat map with all this information. So basically, you can click around different places when people are talking about this. And for urban development, people, you do realize how important this is. And we just took this information, we analyzed this, and we made the visualization for this. And that's one of the benefits of text analytics. So there are a few examples. Sometimes quite rare, not exactly very popular publications provide a lot of useful information. And here are a few projects. So this is one of our transportation dashboard, which provides a lot of real-time data. from more than 2,500 transportation sources. It takes about 60 seconds, maybe 120 seconds for information to reach this dashboard. But what's more interesting is that each notification, each comment is checked for being relevant to Moscow. If it's not relevant to Moscow, it doesn't get there. If it's relevant to transportation, it gets there. If it's not relevant to transportation, it does not get there. Our AI reads this piece of news and provides a title for it. And finally, algorithm checks and sees if today we already had similar news. And suppose there was a cycling race and hundreds and thousands of different sources write about exactly the same event. And if we do not if we just see that we have hundreds and thousands of news that are exactly the same. So if you can understand that different sources are talking about the same event, you can make the process so much faster and so much easier if you can eliminate those redundant sources. We also have specific sentries. People on the street who are watching them 24/7, and they try their best to make our roads safe and secure. And monitoring open source media is part of their work, and they did it manually, which took a lot of their time. But we've created dashboards for them so that they could track open source media for different accidents, or maybe traffic jams, and they will be able to know what to do, and their work became so much easier. What usually happens to news? You get a notification inbox, you click on the mail, and it checks that you read this, and then you have to wait for the next email to arrive. So this is what usually happens with dashboards, and it saves them so much time. Now a little bit about research activities. In Moscow, we have the festival called Moscow 2030. Probably you attended this. It happened here at Luzhniki too. And our colleagues asked us if we could further improve its promotion so that more people learned about Moscow 2030 Festival, so that it would bring its value. We've analyzed the array from hundreds, a few dozen thousand publications from different sources, and we're able to learn about the festival from different points of view. Not all of them were obvious, and that was very fruitful work. We've recently started working with ad hocs. Previously, we had very deep analysis, which took a lot of time. But now we've learned for some customers to significantly make the analysis faster. We have express analysis for major cities. Here we analyzed 400,000 publications in only 2 working days, and this is very, very fast. As a final outcome, we have recommendations and visualization for our customer, and this would not have been possible without text analytics. Geocoding is very important in our work. We've started using it last year. Since we are in the transportation, then detailing and localization of the transportation using geodata is very, very important. It takes a few hours of work for servers to take this input data and put it on a heat map. Or it could be just a physical map. Or you can draw a polygon. It could be a circle, it could be a rectangle, different shapes. And those could be polygons depending on the time. So for example, when you go from point A to point B, you use the routing, and instead of a circle, you get certain lines which goes around different streets. Then this information can be used for SMS messages. Like there is a traffic jam and you have to go around this block. To sum it up, we can say that text analytics help you get new point of view at the classical analytics, which is not present on the dry reports, which is not covered by major mass media. And we can take this into account, and we don't have to go anywhere asking for data because the data is all around us. That's the value of text analytics for urban development specialists, and especially it allows to take a look, take a fresh perspective on our problem. And this is how we use text analytics to make Moscow safer, faster, and more secure. If you care learning about our innovative center, you can use the QR code. You can also subscribe to Alexander Afanasyev, our mentor, and you can join our internships. Vlad and his contribution, thank you very much. We have 4 minutes for questions and for just normal conversation. And this is what I really love about IT people, real communication. I've listened to your presentation. It sounds so great, so nice. But I, as a person who worked with data analytics, with information analytics, journalism, especially news, I understand when we're talking about massive arrays of data, when you have to write leads for news. And now artificial intelligence can do this. It takes that array of data and it can write you, and that was my dream. You just take so much data and you get the digest, you get the essence of that data, and you provide this at the governmental level because you work with the government, you work with the biggest, largest city in our country. But I would like to ask you a different question. What's next? Do you have pain points? Do you have bottlenecks? Because we're talking about pain points. Maybe you had some problems. Maybe you had some accidents. Yes, that is true. The studies which we have, probably we can make it faster. It was fast, but probably we can do it even faster. There is so much data. There is so much manual application. We need experts to read. We need experts to analyze it. So even this funnel, even the output, you still have to read it. Maybe you need another AI which will read it. So we have top-level AI, then we have middle-level AI, and we have bottom-level AI. And then AI will read it and take decisions. That's a great future. Obviously, this is exactly what we do.
Ну да, не, понятно. Хотя мне очень понравилась фраза.
I do agree and I understand, and this is what I have in my personal dictionary. One of the phrases, one of the quotations from you. Vlad said, you said,
некоторое количество сложных, непонятных слов, чтобы вы поняли,
I will use complex words so that you understand that we are experts. Yes, this is a very good way to show that you're an expert. You use a lot of professional jargon. So one of the main points is speed, and another is to use and to have as few experts as possible. Yes, I agree. So we really want to make it even faster. I think this can happen together. We have better hardware, we have better calculations. For example, those arrays will be analyzed within a night. But if you can do this in an hour, in 30 minutes, then you can do it within a day.
Работаем над этим, да, я знаю.
Yes, we are working towards this goal, and we are building this to get better calculations.
Шутили тут соды, в общем, была церемония награждения, выходили как раз якутяне и говорят...
Yes, this is what happened in Yakutsk. And people have great sense of humor there. And they built data centers in Yakutia because it's very cold there. So it's natural to build something which produces a lot of heat and needs a lot of cooling. Thank you very much for the presentation.
Пусть вам хватает железа.
Good luck, improve your speed and improve your hardware because you have great ideas. Thank you.
Что может быть лучше?
Very good presentation. What can be better
Мы
for you to take decisions? Now we move on. I recommend to visit one of the most interesting, one of the most popular booth on information analytics, data analytics, T-Bank booth. That's our partner, and I really like this feature. I never saw it before. You have real roulette, you have scam roulette. You can actually talk to those scammers in the fraud roulette, and that's just a funny experience. There are other challenges for IT specialists, an IT quest, and you can get merchandise first, and we know that it's top-level merchandise. Next, we will have the presentation by professor, by
Защита информации.
the information protection from Moscow Technical University, named after Bauman, Alexei Svirin.
Алексей, привет.
Alexei, welcome.
В условиях
The role of engineer
технологий
in times of very fast developed world, from AI to quantum development and decentralized structures.
Я только что придумал.
Да?
Придется рассказывать.
Блин,
I've just invented that myself, so you have to tell me yourself. Are there any slides? We'll ask Vlad, and he is getting connected to that. Okay. If it can work faster, then
Спасибо. Встретим.
okay. That's Bauman University.
да, всем привет.
Okay.
Спасибо.
Okay, hello everyone. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you for watching.
Ладно, что. Меня зовут Северин Алексей.
My name is Severin Alexei.
Защита информации
I'm
Баумана. Вот.
from
Представляю доклад на тему инженер.
Bauman University and will speak about the engineer of the safe and secure future. As the security department, we try to move
Информация не только,
along the way of protecting our data,
ну, в общем,
not just in one realm, but in several realms and several tracks and in several directions. Therefore,
сегодня какую-нибудь.
saying that, I would like to tell you some story.
Я сейчас ее придумаю.
Let me come up with that story.
С вами что-нибудь перенесемся в недалекое будущее, какой-нибудь.
Let's.
Сейчас у нас какой? 25-й. Ну, давайте.
So we are living in the year 2025. So friends, so let's move to 2040, for instance. And I,
Я.
no, not me,
Ну, просто какой-то рандомный инженер
just some random engineer called A
просыпается.
wakes up,
И
ему
уведомление на телефон приходит, и он
and he gets
там, что
a message on his phone. So he's told that, for instance, yesterday, your name was used in order to take 30 mortgages and a car loan, and you are divorced, and therefore you have to pay alimony to all the Muscovites.
он такой: о боже мой, что происходит, что происходит.
And he says, okay, what is going on? How could it all happen? And he checks his notebook because the phone is being hacked. And he checks his notebook, and in the notebook he sees some
И все.
actually
Он не может зайти.
decoder, and he says pay ransom, and he cannot get to the multifunctional center. Then he goes to the
Пытается там зайти.
internet club and tries to enter Sberbank, or
Можно.
and can we make some advertisement? I hope that we can do that.
Но не
And he checks the Gosuslugi
что сайт госуслуг.
site, but it turns out that the Gosuslugi site has been subjected to DDoS attack, and he cannot do anything. And he goes physically to Gosuslugi and to the multifunctional center, and he gets into his new electric vehicle driven by AI, starts the engine, not easily,
Интеллектом ведет его
and AI-driven navigator moves him not to the multifunctional center, but to some wood or forest, and he gets a phone call, a video phone call. He picks up the phone, and actually he talks to himself because his face was simulated by deepfake, and he's told, "Okay, you do not exist, and I will be instead of you, but I'm not going to pay anything." What was it? It was our future. And you may ask, okay, what will happen? So it happened like he turned out to be a victim of our digital world. So let us get back to our present and try to prevent all those awful things that may happen to that engineer A. So first and foremost, how we can solve all those problems? Well, probably. Let's fix what? Yep. So development of the quantum computation, and that's the very right thing to do. So the modern situation with TLS or something like that. Now, the modern standardized algorithms are subjected to quantum attacks. And you all know what quantum attacks are about. I will not elaborate on that. Okay.
Поэтому существуют такие вещи, как...
So there are such things as quantum distribution of keys, which rests on some smart things, for instance, and...
Вы не переживайте, я чуть-чуть переживаю, как будто бы. Нет такого?
Well, I'm a little bit anxious. Are you anxious?
Все, спасибо большое.
Is it okay? Okay.
Так и вот, к чему это я? Что у нас есть, значит, квантовая атака.
What I'm driving it to, so for instance, we have quantum attacks, and we have to get rescued from that. Because this is no good. So standardized coding mechanisms could be hacked, and that's it.
Я застрял. Нет, ладно.
I got stuck now.
Для того, чтобы это все происходило,
in order to make sure that it all happens like that,
квантовое распределение ключей, которое нам...
we need some quantum distribution of keys and some cryptography.
Как бы нам поможет, потому что все-таки есть...
And something that would help us as well, because those encryption keys are being distributed, and you know that there are photons, and the basis would be the same or not the same, so you got it. So I don't have to explain that.
Мы на кафедре защиты информации, то есть...
So at the data security department, we are doing that all the time. So, and hopefully, eventually, you will be able to sleep peacefully. So this is what concerns that. So let me get over with that. What else we have? For instance, let us assume that we have trained our student, the student of our university, and he knows all those quantum features, but okay, he implemented all those quantum encryption things, and looks like it all works, but nothing works, because we have a problem of large-scale cyber attacks against critical infrastructure. So it seems to work, but nevertheless, the website doesn't work.
Что такое? Я надеюсь, вы все знаете, а вы все знаете.
I hope that you all know that, and I'm sure that you all know that what the critical infrastructure objects are about. That's why.
Как решается проблема, да?
How we can address that problem of large-scale cyber attacks?
Как? Значит,
how we do that?
Как у нас это делается, допустим, да? У нас есть, представляете, в МГТ.
So, for instance, in the Bauman University and at our department, we have our own software center.
и живет.
that develops and lives very well and feels very well.
Про него, кстати, можно узнать у нас.
And you can find more details at our booth number 37.
О, блин.
Okay.
Спасибо, что вы пришли.
Thank you for coming.
Да.
Yes.
Стандартные какие-то вещи, то есть если вам выдаваться в подробности, что вообще входит в состав сок-центра,
And
ну, давайте.
the soft center is about the following. So let me come up with some basic things, some CM system. Do we need that? Yes, certainly we need that. Do we need any firewalls? Yes, we do. Do we need some DLP systems? Yes, we do.
Ну и всякое остальное.
And other things as well.
Вот. Вот, ну, собственно говоря, в общем, есть там первая, вторая, третья линия сока. Вот вы все прекрасно
So there are different SOC levels, and you know that there is the first, the third, and the fourth line. And everyone actually is working
Ну, в общем, допустим, мы обучили
hardly and hardworking. And for instance, we have trained our engineer to do certain things related to soft center,
контролированием и защитой.
related to protection against the cyber
Дальше смотрим.
threats, etc. So let's have a look at their actually attacks through vulnerabilities in the software. So that's great that I now have that side.
Ну,
Using vulnerabilities for attacks, for hacking, that's very important. Because,
давайте
well, we all
прятать наши глаза и скажем, что все мы там когда-нибудь
we all know that eventually
себе и забирали. Вот. А
we
кто его проверять-то будет?
would download some open source data, but who's going to check that? Certainly, you have to connect some technologies of analyzing the software,
Если
checking that for vulnerabilities, for instance.
нужно, а это нужно.
If we need that, and we need that.
Что мы, то есть мы, как кафедра защиты информации, говорим людям про уязвимости в программном обеспечении. Во-первых, что они есть. Во-вторых,
So first we tell people that actually there are some vulnerabilities and we have to get rid of them. But what we're doing in terms of the software,
мы делаем, что мы делаем?
so what we're doing,
Такие вещи, как статический анализ,
we have such things as statistical analysis, dynamic analysis,
ну и прочие разные анализы. То есть
and many other types of analysis.
крутая,
And then
я чуть,
we'll have a very good picture,
наверное, если мне разрешат.
and I will elaborate on that if I'm allowed to do that.
Проводить контроль
I mean that we have to control all the time the software that you're developing at all the stages of the development of your software. So it means,
вот эта структура, как
well, you know that structure
сначала вы там что-то
as to how it goes on to the production.
делаете, оно куда-то там еще идет, и потом еще третье, и все,
And then
продакшн пошло.
there would be another stage, and that goes to the production. And at all those stages,
Делаем.
we have to look, do, analyze,
Вот, все
and that looks tremendous. So everyone is great. Now vulnerabilities are there.
как бы все ваши люди, которые это все анализировали, могут
And all those people who analyze that may,
по лаборатории.
for instance, get accredited within Stack
Вот. Нет,
and other things.
естественно. Ну вот, допустим, да, мы
Okay.
обучили нашего инженера,
And for instance, we have trained our engineer with technologies and their magic,
что на самом деле очень хорошо. Вот.
mathematical statistics and mathematical analysis, and what's next. So we have almost reached some protection, level of protection.
Компрометация биометрических данных, да, то есть то, что я в конце говорил,
Compromising the biometric data. So as I said,
это ты, а
he called himself and saying that you are me and I'm you, and we all together, etc. So that's very important. Those deep fakes and other things.
на самом деле компрометация биометрических данных, во-первых,
And
сами какие-то биометрические системы,
first of all, we have to look at certain biometric systems.
ну, короче, стойка, да, вот тут просто ваша стойка, вот там вы смотрите,
So, for instance, this is your
там внутри
actually booth. You look inside the camera, and it reads you, scans you, and inside of those biometric
датчиков,
scanner, there are 1 million different cameras and meters, liveness technology, and other things. So you know that better than I do. So this is one of the stories. The second story is about how to deal with
Нормативно-правовые базу в области
the biometric data and the federal laws concerning that.
передавать все-таки биометрические данные, поэтому у нас есть единый...
So it's very important to render confidential biometric data safe and secure way. And therefore there is a single operator of biometric data. So the problem is how to render that a safe way. That's a very good question, by the way.
Кстати, шифрование на самом деле, потому что...
And that's about encryption, because you'd rather move that along TLS. And now, I'm not sure whether I can spell it out, so I can do that. We, as a lab, now,
как нам один биометрический терминал, в общем, через него передать
we study how
чтобы там...
we can use this one biometric booth in order to render the information to the biometric operator. And probably we can do that somehow.
Этому мы тоже учим, потому что это
and we
нашему любимому инженеру
are training our students to do that because this is very much needed for our secure future engineers. What is next?
Слайд общий.
So that's the general slide. Who will protect the digital world? We have to understand that cybersecurity. This is not one technology, but rather this is a whole ecosystem, right? We'll have to study that. And you will have to learn how to react to the attacks. And whatever I told you is been rendered here, how the attacks are structured. This is what. That's about the key object, then development of the cryptography, encryption. You have to study the
использовать квантовое распределение ключей, чтобы не...
encryption key distribution, because nevertheless,
есть две атаки, которые одна...
There might be two attacks. One is against the asymmetric encryption, the other one is against the symmetric encryption. So these things are important and much needed, something you have to monitor and fight against that. Okay.
Это еще не все, это была...
And I'm not done with my presentation. It was
чтобы дать мне
the technical break in order to let me hold my breath.
Спасибо.
Well,
в общем,
thank you.
Вот этот слайд, представляете, с нашей некой...
This is the slide.
То есть мы как...
With some information about us, we
в МГТУ зачем-то.
Are the biggest department there.
Очень много кодов специальностей вы можете...
And we have different codes of specialties, specializations, and in essence,
которые мы...
we have lots of
Тут есть.
things and problems that we are about to solve.
У нас еще много лицензий и аттестата аккредитации.
And for instance, we are doing certification and accreditation. Well, that's it.
А главное, что есть разработка сертификата.
And most importantly, we develop the cryptographic protection. So in that case, actually, this is also quite needed. I can actually tell you more about that. For instance, we have some hands-on things, but I will not elaborate on that because only 12 minutes are left and I want to talk to the person who brought me to that stage. And this is not it.
И у меня тут кусочек моей кожи.
These are our contact data, and this is a part of my cat, which asks whether you have any questions. But you have any questions, then somewhere there, there is a zone of Q&A, and you can ask the questions, and we'll try to answer them. Thank you so much for your attention. It was Alexei Severin, a lecturer, and at the same time, she is also a researcher. I always dreamt of becoming a rector. Okay, certainly you'll become a rector. So such a nice presentation. It has never been like that.
Это был стендап, если честно.
No, it was a kind of a stand-up.
У нас есть вообще тема?
And we have moved to the
Вот он только что был.
topical stand-up.
Знаете, какая штука?
Alexei Severin, and you know,
Еще пообщались. Следующий наш.
we talked to Alexander, who is our next speaker, and we still have 9 minutes. So, for instance, I'm Severianian, so I lived in the north, so I'm also a person from the north, and you are Severin. Alexander is going to speak about the destination of the Northern Sea route. Can you imagine that? So we all are speaking about the north.
Возьмись вообще.
And once you started speaking, it started raining, and I was brought up being actually in rain, and I'm a witch. Okay, what's the name of your cat? That's Bulka. And my cat is called just a cat. Okay.
Типа ИБ.
И да, оно самое.
That's about information security. Okay, not cat, but code. Okay.
Заметь,
What else I can tell you? As a philologist, I noticed.
ты сегодня сгенерил...
So have you generated that picture? Because the shirt is the same. Okay, but it is not in holes.
Значит, доклад, она переходит, да?
Да.
Докладная.
So it may move from one report to another report, from one presentation to another presentation.
Это важное слово. У нас там киберполигон стендов. И...
So that's the cyber polygon of
Оно тоже с F называется. А потом...
attacks. It's called with that as well. So, and there is also a PH name.
А это
Is there
была игра.
anything about that? Well, actually, it was supposed to be.
На самом деле это просто для людей,
It was supposed to be a pun.
или не были внимательны. Заметили?
A play on words, just to identify whether people were listening to me attentively or not. We actually very meticulously thought it out, every your such thing. Oh, okay.
И вы такие...
Although, okay. And you may say, okay, this is just like a wake surf.
Этой штуки могу скатиться.
Can I, for instance, use that vehicle to get down?
Ну, мы возьмем, кстати, в следующем году мы zipline.
Next time.
Да? То есть мне нужно, чтобы я
Zipline would be among our partners.
вот сюда. И
Well, I need
взрывы.
that device in order to move from here to there and vice versa. Okay.
В преподавании на самом деле...
That's a new word in education. And in essence, I'm a teacher myself. I do not know how to train them.
Да. Но я уже
And,
много лет как закончил.
Ну, я имею в виду,
well, I actually graduated from the university many years ago.
кому ты преподаешь, надо, конечно, по-человечески
Ну да,
игриво.
на самом деле, что-то дети вот пришли ближе к середине и такие, нам это
Well,
интересно, ушли. А вот
In essence, I see that
молодцы.
some young boys left saying that this is not interesting, and two ladies stayed. And why it was PH, not PhD? Well, okay.
Прекраснейшую подачу.
That was a great presentation. Besides,
Избыточная, как бы вот нагрузка филологическая, но это...
still, this is an excessive philological load to me, and I certainly smiled a lot.
Уязвимость, через которую заходят сложные...
This is a vulnerability through which some difficult topics could be covered. You're not afraid of that, and this is what we're doing at Kulibin.
Вот сейчас сотня здесь.
We inform everyone,
Тысячи нас
and there are thousands of them, so there are thousands of them watching us, watching the stream,
таких прямо on the edge, да, cutting on the edge.
and these are the things cutting on the edge.
Так, вот здесь...
We are speaking the plain language about the most difficult things. Okay, so that's the cyber security department, and you told us how it all is structured. Yes, and what we try to teach our students, and not only the students and those who come to our extracurriculum courses, etc. Yesterday, we all had an opportunity yesterday to talk to Makar, who already works at EdTech in Positive Technologies.
Это такой человек,
And he developed a whole of simulation. And he is 22 years old, and he has always played for the red team.
подход классических учебных заведений. Он говорит, только практика, практика, практика.
And he said that hands-on is the only thing we need. So we have installed this simulation. I do not want to deep dive into the theory. I need more practice. Why they attacking us? How we can get protected? Well, in essence, this is what we're doing. Yes, this is what we're doing.
Центр построен в новом кампусе.
Look, we have a whole soft center in a new building.
Вот. Плюс у нас там на нашем...
In addition to that,
вот этом сером здании нашем...
Вот здесь, Бауманка.
Да.
There,
очень много всего.
in this our building, we have a lot of different other things, a lot of practices. And there is even a biometric center. There are gates that would open and close.
Ну, можно по форме ноздря.
Once you press your face against that, or your nostrils shape. Okay, maybe like that.
Наверное, да. Ну, то есть, на самом деле, там...
Maybe yes.
Биометрические технологии, наверное.
That's about the biometry.
Класс. Вот так еще никто никогда Бауманку
Okay.
рекламировал. Это вообще первый такой.
No one has ever advertised the Bauman University like that. Are you the most popular professor there? Well, probably. So let me shake your hand. So that was just great. It was a stage like full of drama. Yep. That gray tent. Come there. Are you there? Yes, I can be there. I just have too much work to do, so you're very busy. Okay.
Спасибо.
Who are all those people?
Ректор.
Alexei Severin, rector,
Новая волна.
a real professor. That's the new wave. Okay, thank you so much. And my best regards to your cat. And now we are proceeding with, you know what violet flag is about.
Дайте, пожалуйста, мне, знаете, наверное...
Give me... No, not that.
Стенд университета ИТМО. Вот мы поговорили про Бауманку.
That's ITMO booth. That's another university, ITMO. Everyone knows what ITMO is about. Everyone who wants to learn something about programming. ITMO trains the champions of the world. That's a kind of an incubator. In terms of programming, artificial intelligence zone from ITMO University. We provide guidance for professional growth. Add more colors to St. Petersburg, and you will get the gifts. Cyber Summer in the city. And we now are going to announce a contest. You have to share your photos and pictures. Let us see them on the screen. That's our QR code.
Ваши фотографии.
Please send your photos.
Вот по этому QR-коду переходите, проваливаетесь и присылаете ваши фотографии.
And send to us any your pictures. Let it be just any ladybug or a cup of coffee, whatever you want. And the best pictures would be selected by our colleagues. And you'll be awarded a super merch.
Мы на сцену приглашаем.
And now we invite.
Фестиваль фотографий. Все.
This is called the Festival of Pictures. The chief director from Green Atom, Alexander Lubinsky. He will tell us about IT project on creating digital services for the Northern Sea route is arranged. So over to you. Please welcome Alexander Lubinsky.
Всегда надеюсь, что меня слышно.
Hello. I hope that you can hear me well.
Здесь 10 минут назад было меньше народу. Это очень приятно.
10 minutes ago there were less people, and that's great that we have all gathered. And I will be happy to speak because it's quite warm there, but the place where what I'm going to tell you about is usually very cold.
Я буду рассказывать не о безопасности.
And I'm not going to tell you about the security,
безопасности с помощью цифровизации для людей, которые работают в этом сложном регионе.
I will speak about the IT security in that region. It is quite hard for natural conditions because it is quite windy. It is not so sunny and quite frosty. And I tried to show that on some of my slides, and sadly,
сосредоточие
Still, it is beautiful, it is rich with natural resources.
Недр. Поэтому
it is full of subsoil minerals, so we can say that it is just very rich. But at the same time, it's quite quick and rapid, and you all probably know that the Northern Sea route, that's the fastest, the shortest way to go by sea from the east to the west and from the west to the east. So it saves about 30% time. This is a lot for the maritime navigation. That's a very busy slide, and we'll try to make it easier and simpler. What is so difficult about that in that region? To make sure that we have vehicles and we have vessels there. So the sea is covered with ice. The ships cannot go on ice. We need icebreakers, and an icebreaker, this is probably the most expensive vessel out of the civil ones.
And since icebreakers are very expensive, especially for civil vessels, now we have to imagine a way for the civil fleet to work as efficiently as possible. And we had tens and thousands of vessels, but only tens of icebreakers. So there is a big difference in the order of the number of how many ships are available. So we will get back to this original slide again and again, because what can we talk about when we're talking about the Arctic region? Obviously, it's all about ice. We have to go through the harsh conditions, through the harsh environmental conditions, and even the most the best icebreakers cannot go through these areas. Even the best one, which will be built in 2030, cannot break all the ice, so you have to avoid it. Another point is that the communication is rather poor in the Arctic region because the cellular communication does not reach the high latitudes. And what can we do? Well, obviously, we have to go to the conference and speak at the conference, but we need to have systems which receive outside data. But since we work with big data, and I will talk about the data later, we need a very good communication channel. So, for this data to receive in time on the vessel, which takes the main decision on which route to take, it is important for the interface to be as simple as possible. Obviously, it will be complex, but you still need as simple as possible, because if there is a delay in receiving the images, obviously it will be too late to move left or right. Many countries which use the Northern Sea route have zero experience navigating through those areas, and you need helping them. You need to assist with the information. The captain has to be provided with information where to navigate, what are the checkpoints. And it's important to make so that there is no much responsibility on the captain, so that people who know how to navigate in these harsh conditions, you need to take this experience and then scale this experience to other vessels. But it's also very difficult to do. So the harder the problem, and the more difficult it is to scale up the work. We tried to do that, but we also want to alleviate their job as much as possible while streamlining business processes. Next point. When we're talking about digitalization of any business process, we have to have some foundations, data foundations, whatever we want to use to teach AI. If we're talking about accounting, we need a lot of accounting documents. When I'm talking about HR department, you need a lot of CVs, so different documents which are used in the HR departments. But there's just not enough data on the Arctic region, including the satellite images. So for you to have a little bit fun, I would like to say that we do not have too many satellites which would go around the Arctic region. So we do not know too much about that region. And obviously, I'm talking about the civil part of those satellites, not the military one. What exactly do we militarize? What exactly do we digitalize, not militarize? What do we digitalize? We are working with icebreakers so that they receive important satellite images, and the captain would see the ice conditions where they will be in 2 days. And obviously they use our system in order to receive those images. What else can we automate? Routing from point A to point B. That's basically a GPS navigator. You put the point and you get the route, considering all the potential problems and accidents that usually happens in the Arctic region, including the problematic ice, very harsh storms in the Arctic region. You might think it's very, very safe there, but it's actually very harsh. Maybe some military games, and all this are taken into account when routing from point A to point B. Next is the streamlining of business processes, because the government has to use the Northern Sea route, but also at the same time to navigate minerals. As I said, the Arctic region is rich with hydrocarbons, and that's the majority of the cargo transported there. That's LNG, oil, rare earth, mostly ore, and any ready-made products which are put into a container. And as I said, it's 30% faster compared to other routes. And since it's faster, but it will be cheaper. Not exactly up to 30%, but it will be up to 30%. It doesn't have to be 30%, but if a navigation costs 50,000%, it will cost up to 30% less. And obviously there is less piracy in the Arctic region. There are many business processes in that region, and it's good. So when we're talking about the system, our system, it has to digitalize all those port services, logistics services to get the certification to be able to navigate in the Northern Sea route, and many, many more. So working with documents, security and safety, I would say.
Здесь есть лазерная указка. Смотрите, я показываю. Вот там логотип Росатом.
Take a look at this. This has the Rosatom logo. So why Rosatom? Rosatom is responsible for the Northern Sea route, and it is an integrating governmental operator for all the processes that happen up there in the north. And exactly in Rosatom, where we develop this digital platform. And the main task set by the government for Rosatom is to provide safe and secure annual navigation in the Northern Sea route. So this is the main task, what we do. I want you to hear that what we do so that it will be safe and secure to navigate using vessels in that area. So how do we do this? I will tell about it later. Whatever we use in the Arctic region has to be repaired, has to be maintained because of the harsh conditions. You spend more resources, you spend more time, not because it is bad hardware, but because, as I said, because of the harsh conditions. And all of that is the responsibility of Rosatom. So a few words about ourselves and what do we do. We have internal customers and we have external customers. So internal customer is the state corporation Rosatom, Open Fleet, which builds and owns icebreakers, and a hydrographic organization that provides maps and navigation charts which we obviously need to use, and charts are very important for us. And obviously there are external customers. Those are mostly resource companies of Russia and other countries too. Those are companies that work in different ports. Not too many, unfortunately. Hope will be more, especially when we're talking about the Arctic region, and ecological companies, educational organizations, penitentiary system. Penitentiary systems are also included there, with whatever they have to do there. And mass media. Those are the customers we create our system for. This is our website, artica.rosatom.ru, which is designed to provide security, safety and security for the navigation in the Northern Sea route. We have to increase the capacity from 30 million tons to 100 million tons, and this is a lot. Mainly it's hydrocarbons and different containers, because the navigation in that area from the west, rather from the east to the west, is rather large. And even though there are many polar bears and icebergs and many other potential problems, still it is so much safer than to go through the Somali pirates. And this is another problem. This is exacerbated by another problem which are now growing in the Middle East, especially Yemen and other countries. Next, we provide information for navigators, we provide information, weather charts, and port services, and iceberg services. So you can request the assistance of an icebreaker, and it will accompany you along the way. We are working with the transportation systems. We have to take into account the cargo which are being transported. So we had to reinvent logistics specifically for the Arctic region. And we had to reinvent it because all the processes are accompanied by extra but critical components and critical circumstances. So, for example, fueling of a tanker will become basically an adventure, heroic feat in the north, because you cannot reach the port. So first you have to request the assistance of an iceberg, then you will... Basically, it's a very complex situation. You cannot just reach the port. You have to use the assistance of the icebreaker, and obviously pay for the work done by the icebreaker. And we need to automate all those business processes. Ice Navigator is the basic function of our digital platform. This makes it possible to have different functions, but the main one is to avoid all the problems when you go through the sea route. You put point A and point B, and the system always knows your vessel, your capabilities and technical capacities, how fast can it go, how sturdy is this vessel, and you will have the route for your specific vessel, just like Yandex Maps. So how can we do this? That's the main point. That's the main problem, which I will cover later. I would even not say it's not exactly a problem, it's the scope of our work. So this is what we need to do. We have to navigate the route without knowing everything in details. And obviously it is much harder to get precise information on what happens in the Arctic compared to what happens on the streets of Moscow. And we also do not have as much information as we have here in Moscow. we have no data sources. We cannot have research stations or observation stations. Maybe we'll be able to have satellites which will go around and above Arctic region. Currently, we do not have this. Maybe it will happen in the future, but we have to deal with what we have right now. We were able to locate about 70 sources, and currently we have more than 100 sources for data. And those sources are the biggest problem. 4 years ago, when we started the process, we had connections with the European Space Agency. And after 2022, we've lost those ties. We had communication with NASA, with lots of space satellites, and we also had to say goodbye to them. So we had to work with what we have in our access. So what does it mean? It means that we had to rework all the mechanisms, all the systems during the last few years. And we create those unique forecasts. Probably everybody uses weather forecasts. I'm sure you even watch it on TV, or at least you check it for today, for tomorrow, using your iOS devices or Android devices. Companies which calculate those forecasts are just two companies in the world, and both of them are not available for us. There is a Russian company, Russian Hydro Center, and it also tries to calculate, but it's not as good as those two. The reason is that you want to calculate the speed of wind, humidity. You need a lot of data. And if you want to calculate the data in a certain region, you need data from the weather in the next region. And if we go cluster by cluster, we have to know weather across the globe in order to know the weather on the Northern Sea route. That's the best case scenario, and this is what's done. That's the model of global weather forecast. And there are places on our planet.
Нет? Ладно. О, спасибо. Тут картинка красивая просто. Я без нее не...
That's a beautiful picture. That's a really beautiful picture.
Места на планете, которые являются
There are places on our planet that are sources
метеорологического явления, драйверы.
For different meteorological events. They are weather events. There are places where the frost is born, where wind is born, where tornadoes are born, and so on. So obviously, many of them are born, so to say, are born in the Arctic region. There is a lot of cold which is generated, for example, above Greenland. But at the same time, we can use open source data on temperature and wind. We also need to have forecasts on the water, because that's the media which we use for our vessels. I will not go into details, and obviously we have this, we use AI, we have a lot of calculation capabilities, absolutely enormously expensive. So if you learn how much it costs, please do not be surprised. I think it's about, if you just learn about how expensive it is, there is a reason, there is a good reason. We need to forecast additional levels, especially the sea level. We need to know the sea level, and we need to know the changes at the sea level, how it changes and how fast it changes. Then we create our own unique forecasts. It's not from Russian Hydro Meteor Center, it's not from NASA. We create our own, and we analyze ice. We see where it moves and how fast it moves.
Именно такое. Значит,
and here's the point. Compression of ice and its type. We have to forecast at what place and the strength of compression for ice, and do this for 7,000 kilometers. And the resolution will be only 3 kilometers. We have to forecast the level of ice compression. So maybe this is the exercise for us to do. Obviously, this is a very, very difficult thing to do.
Отдельным видом интересных IT-событий в нашей системе стали уникальные продукты.
Another point for unique IT events is the distance, is the remote
В мире делается в первый раз. И делается вот внутри Росатома.
imaging.
Как оказалось, просто...
And it turns out that it's not enough to show what happens around the globe right now. Even though we do not have enough satellites, still we can have a rough picture. We've learned how to forecast with high precision, with high accuracy, and I believe you understand the difference between accuracy and precision.
Радиолокационной съемки. Сейчас тоже
So we have
это такая микроволновка, которая летает на орбите, светит.
We have a certain satellite which goes around the globe and shoots a beam at a certain angle. We have multiple beams. One of them are vertical, one of them are skewed a little bit. And it does it for a reason, so that this wave would be reflected and goes back to the satellite. And then these data are taken and sent to the base station. This microwave, which sends the beam vertically, is vertical polarization, and the one which sends it horizontal is horizontal polarization. And that's just a set of data. Each pixel contains 64-bit, 60,000, about 60,000 pieces of value from a single point. The problem is that those objects look exactly the same from the point of view of the satellite. Be it a hair, be it a Luzhniki stadium, it looks exactly the same for the satellite. So what do? We've taken the AI and we taught it how to use those images. So those microwaves going around our globe, they do not shoot their beams exactly at the right angle. There is a certain skewed angle. So we taught them how to reduce the noise from those images. You can see the difference between those images, one with the noise and the other without the noise. Those were the pieces of those images. Then we separate them into different components. Each pixel contains about 60,000 pieces of value which we can use, but not all of them are valuable. So a few thousands of them, even 300 to 400 of those pieces of information are useful. But to calculate them, we had to work with a number of different AI systems. Then we apply textures so that we can make a difference between rubber surface and asphalt, for example. Then we present it to our ice experts. And how many ice experts do you think we have here on the planet? Well, obviously, just a few, I would say. Not so many, not enough, obviously. Probably we had more ice experts before, but they did not have access to modern technology. So those experts use these images and then they separate water from ice, and they do this manually. So first you have to find the experts, you have to provide them with the images, and then they have to separate water from ice manually, and obviously they have to receive the money for the work they do. Next, we compare the results of their work, and we say, so this is what ice looks like, and this is what water looks like. Based on their reports, these are the diagrams we have. Next, we use three main techniques.
Градиентный бустинговый
One of them is gradient boosting,
Затем
vector,
это методы обучения. Вот эти умные слова.
vector mapping, and we use different ways to
Здесь должно быть интересно не только лишь всем, да.
we use different ways to
Этими данными
teach AI,
с помощью вот этих двух прекрасных.
and we provide this data for convolutional neural network.
Интересно, я сейчас за минуту это расскажу. Интересно? Нет?
And if you care, I can talk about deep learning a little bit.
Премьер-министр Канады, его спросили, что такое квантовый компьютер.
It was just like the Canadian Prime Minister was asked what the quantum computer was, and they started to laugh at his response. So my point is that the first technique is that uses different vectors. There are many multiple points, and you have to write a single line that will be as close as possible to all the points. So this is the technique of quadratic deviations. And just imagine you have different points in 3D environment, and you have to draw a line which will be as close as possible to all the points. And the next is the gradient boosting. This is a technique. Everybody knows about the decision trees, where you have a single branch and it goes left and right, and this is the kind of trees we have. So gradient boosting is a simple sequence of those trees where the next tree corrects the results of the previous tree. And it happens for millions and millions of times. So this is the gradient boosting. Between those two techniques, between those two incidents, there is a gradient. And gradient is the knowledge of how much of an error was allowed during the work of the previous tree compared to the next tree. And because of this knowledge, it is possible to significantly improve the forecast capabilities. And finally, convolutional neural network, and they're different from AI, is that they look at the cat not as a cat, but they look at an eye, they look at the paw, and then they understand that as a whole, that's a cat. Usually AI does it in a different way. Well, neural networks doing it in a different way. Here we understand where we have water and where we have ice. We've got the image, and based on this trained model, we've got the automatic result. And that's actually the most important part of the project. Next. We calculate ice forecasts. As I said, we don't have enough data from the satellites. And here's the problem. It's oftentimes very so we cannot use optical images because of the weather. It's overcast, and half of the year it's dark there. For an icebreaker to reach any type of ice, an icebreaker is a great vessel, but ice doesn't like water. And the reason is that it does not have any ways to stabilize itself. What they can do is go a little bit deeper. And icebreakers really do not like water. They can go through ice, no problems, but really hate water. Icebreaker cannot go from the north to the south because the temperature beyond the board cannot exceed 15 degrees Celsius. I'm talking about atomic icebreakers. So the ice is very different, and we can diagnose it in different ways. We can discern different types of ice, because thick ice is very dangerous, and thin ice is not dangerous. So we have heat maps. We have different color gradients, and you've seen them before in the presentation. Meso-scale polar cyclones. Obviously, there's a very high winds and storms and hurricanes, but they appear very fast and they pass very fast. But the temperature, the speed, is considered dangerous from 30 kilometers per hour, and the waves from 6 meters If it's not 30 kilometers per hour, if it's not 6-meter waves, then it's not dangerous, at least in the Arctic region. Here's the animation and the result of our work. This is what we spent hundreds of millions of rubles to forecast the speed and to forecast the height of waves. And you can see the speed of wind and the height of wave. That is why we have the unified digital platform for the services. And we have more than 70 cross integrations, which we use for different information sources. And just a little, the last thing. 1 minute, just 1 minute. The Arctic region is a very, 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 very fragile region. Any changes in the ecosystem of that region will significantly affect all the other systems and subsystems in that region. You don't have to believe this, just trust me, or you can check it for yourself if you want. If in our system we automated the processes of ecological monitoring, you cannot go there, you cannot litter there, and without any fines, without any punishment, we will be able to find you, we will find you, and we will punish you, so to say. And we're collecting the database knowledge because we are working at the research institute, and we were able to do and provide all the necessary information. That's an absolutely honest screenshot of our system for the ecology department. We are following the plankton, we're following the panthers, different mammals, different birds. We do not use any devices, but we know them from other sources. We are looking through hydrology, and I mean 300 parameters for acidity, for the content of salt, and so on. We are talking about the waste management. Obviously, this is something we have to manage. When there is a vessel going on, there are exhausts, and we calculate how much it exhausts, and we see how well it does. Then we calculate all the potential problems with CO2.
Also, we have split our system into subsystems, and we show special environmental zones where the vessels are prohibited to enter. And we render that data so that that information is conveyed to the pilot of the ship, and it is penalized if it does so. So we made that for Rosatom. And that's about the security and predictability of navigation. One-stop shop access to the data that you will need for navigation in the Arctic region, and one-stop shop approach to rendering information and data within the Northern Sea route. Whatever you need from the Northern Sea route, please approach us, and thank you so much for your attention. So if you wanted to somehow pilot a caravan along the Northern Sea route, so come to Alexander. And thank you so much to our next speaker, because he's several minutes late, and let's stand in the middle of the stage. So first of all, people wonder for hot potato, and less for hot potato, so that competition is never over. And speaking about sovereignty, this is our sovereignty, right? China is also nearby, the main manufacturer of everything. And if we really can carry up to 100 million tons, we will be secured against anything, because we'll not be led either to the Black Sea, to the Bosphorus, or to the Baltic Sea. So what we do, we can use the Northern Sea route. And we have the longest shore, about 18 million kilometers, 11,000 kilometers, and I will not grudge money for that. Okay, and those microwaves that are flying on top, are they made in Samara? Yes, we have some of them, yes. Well, probably they're made in South Korea now. We checked with China, sadly. Sadly, we rendered so many information, so, and Indians also are flying, so we also granted them with some technologies, and now they are paying back. So it's kind of an exchange. So we launched them, and they did some extra development, and probably they will catch up with Roscosmos. Okay. And gradient boosting system. That was just great. Well, this is very, very interesting. And
изобрели слово погодушка. Вы же не используете.
What about the weather link? Actually, this is just a short version of weather. Okay.
Этим 4 прекрасным буквам ЕЦ.
And thanks to those 4 letters, ECPC. So remember those 4 letters. This is synonym of our sovereignty. If necessary, I will be staying there next to that flag. They will torture you to death. Okay. Minatom and Rosatom have a booth, and there's a game you can play, being a master of the icebreaker, how you pilot different ships along the northern sea route. And if you want to work with us, you may get an internship. Our Western partners also are very much afraid of our ice-breaking fleet because it is very cool. And this is 100% made in Russia. Icebreakers import substitution is very high, almost 99%. And in 2030, actually the most powerful icebreaker would be called Leader, not Lenin, but Leader. I didn't know that you can walk on the water, so okay, that's an absolutely new information for me. That's cool, that's cool. And really, without a systemic approach, you cannot navigate there. So first of all, let me show to you. Remember about the photos. Cyber Summer, take pictures of the festival, not just a ladybug, but probably a ladybug sitting on our logo. Once you take a picture, send it over to us. Can we show that once again? And we will give you books. May I have a book? Let me show to you the books. Such Polish books. Mind versus brain. And we have many more books provided by our partners. Okay. And in essence, this is provided by our partners, and certainly we are glad to have that. And we thank Peter, St. Petersburg, and it supports our
Mind versus Brain
festival, providing us with the books and inspires us to be step ahead in the world of cyber security and information security. You have to know how our mind works, our brains are working. Why the scammers can get us hooked just because of certain mistakes made by some optimists. So, for instance, the people who are thinking too much about themselves. So these are the things that we will grant to you for your pictures of our favorite festival. Send it to us and you will get a gift. Yesterday, there was a premiere of... There was a kind of a cinema that we arranged there, and we saw the very first series of a documentary, The Bank is Calling, from Premiere Cinema, and all those who are sitting here and who are going to be with us today and tomorrow. You may get a promo code to watch the Premiere Cinema for 45 days. Premiere, that's the online cinema that collects the best Russian movies and Soviet movies. And I do think that we are very good in terms of movies and in terms of the serials. So we grew dramatically. And for instance, the biggest library of original content, access to different international movies, cartoons, etc. And now, saying that, I'm inviting to that stage. For the 3rd year, we have him, the founder of entertainment platform Crazy, Andrei Bezryadnik, who will speak about AI agents to do tasks on your computer. over to you. For the third year in a row, we are having him.
Привет, катаны! Особенно те, которые жарятся на...
Hello, my friends, especially those who are lying in the sun. Positive Hack Days opens new windows of opportunity. So feel being wrapped meat. My name is Andrei Bezryadin. I'm doing a lot of creative things with the help of traditional, non-traditional things. I'm making visuals, videos, I'm making applications, etc. I'm telling people about that. I arrange different courses or provide some consultancy. And today I'm going to tell you about the artificial intelligence and how to use AI agents. Not foreign agents, but AI agents. So in the neural networks, there is an entity that can perform different roles.
У меня в чате, в канале много разных...
In my chat box, I have different people who also involve some creative things. That's about the production and other things, and they're sharing their experience, and I'm looking at that, and I'm getting impressed very much because the people would even come without technical skills, far away from technical education, and it means that they can use their voice in order to get what they want. So they make instruments for themselves, tailor it for themselves, and the more you do that, the more you're impressed. And besides, my best regards to the people who are watching that streaming. So we are looking at the neural networks, and what do we see? There are two viewpoints. There are people who say, oh, neural networks will replace me. I have to progress to study something new. And there are people just like me who say, when exactly I'm going to replace? When finally you take part of my job, because I wanted to shift part of my job to the neural networks.
Я говорю, что вот я делаю креатив, но есть как бы вторая.
And I said that I'm doing some creative thing, but there is another thing that I'm doing. I'm posting some
Каждый раз, когда я кладу руки на клавиатуру,
news, and every time I put my fingers on the keyboard, I feel being a machine, because in order to convert
у тебя занимает больше секунды.
the text from the website to the post actually takes some time. So we have to copy the text, to edit it, to adapt that for the audience, to make some input. Okay. But again, in that text, you are going to somehow disappear. But what if just automating that, and you can make your own posts, not diluted with someone else's ideas? That would be very much interesting. So this is one thing, and another thing is like that. I have an idea of applications for Telegram that I want to make. I have certain vision as to what button has to work, and now I have to write several thousands of lines of code to make sure that it works. And in order to make a shortcut from the idea to market, we're using automation and neural networks. The agents. Why we need the agents? So that they could take that and convey it over there as fast as possible in the most efficient way. There are different ways you can do that. There are cloud things and there are local ones. Agents, who are they? So before it all started with simple bots and scripts, for instance, in Telegram. But the problem about that is that, well, for instance, they have some specific knowledge, and they know that this has to be answered this way or this way. So when the person pushes this button, then this action has to be triggered. And you can answer to a bot something, and it will not respond. There are services that help you to merge several bots all together so that they do something all together. Take a letter from Gmail and do something with that. But again, it is very much restricted. Then we got neural networks, LLM models, or ChatGPT, Grok, GigaChat, Yandex, Alice, for instance. Don't we have Alice? Okay.
И, короче, проблема с ними в том, что они обладают катастрофическим...
And the problem is that they tend to forget everything.
У них контекст, то есть вот это вот
and the context,
она понимает твою задачу.
the space where it understands your task, but a limited way.
Она очень много они много галлюцинируют, то есть они выдают тебе то,
And they would
а это вообще опасно.
actually convey to you what actually they have invented themselves, and they portray that as facts. And that's a very dangerous thing. And since last year, agents started developing rapidly.
Для того, чтобы она
For instance, if we look
и нужно слишком
at the
что если пойти по-другому, взять
actually, if we take a different way, if we split that,
конкретную модель,
it might be
себя на мини-агент,
a model that
она
splits that into mini agents, where it may enter different modes. For instance, one would check the text, the other one would look at how to do that all together, and the other one actually would merge everything. So this is just like your mother who actually is checking your homework and is punishing you and is cooking the dinner and is talking on the phone. So that's about multitasking. So it means that we can blend many neural networks. One neural network would work as an expert in order to write a code. Another one would generate design. Another one would check whether the code is secure, would check that. And they would do that until they actually perform you.
И они, как я сказал, бывают либо облачные, либо
And these might be either cloud one or local one.
И же с ними локальные, чем хорошо.
And that might be ChatGPT and Glock that would interact with the cloud one. But as for the local ones, for instance, you may take some mathematical problem, or for instance, you may task it with writing verses in Russian. You cannot bring them together so that they can do something. And every such model would always be better than a big one, because it is trained using some big data and it doesn't know all those details. And the smaller ones, they are smaller, they work faster, and you can place them locally. And now there is an option to do that on the smartphone. Small models on the smartphone. Then, end of last year, MCPC servers emerged. This is a sub-agent neural network. It used to be like that. It was available from website, but it did not get out. So you want, for instance, to put some application from GitHub. We want to run some application, so I'm not a technical person. You just want a neural network to come to your computer and do all the settings. This can be done. And this is called MCPC servers. So it means that the neural network just would assist you, would put its digital fingers on your keyboard, would install the application. You can watch that real time. Then the people started using MCPC servers for generating music to generate 3D. So it started mushrooming starting from last year. And now we have numerous MCPC servers which are connected to almost everything. So it means that neural network can get access to almost the real physical world. So once they are installed inside robots and they have an access to the physical world, so once they can touch the grass, so to say, you'll be able to purge your pipes and tubes. Anthropic even made a step forward and made integrations. So before, it was limited by their free application so that you could do something on your computer, but now it has been removed, so they got more freedom. What is interesting, last year, Microsoft, it said that actually it's going to publish a feature in the Windows, that's another agent on your computer, but it makes screenshots. So whatever you're doing on the computer, every 5 to 10 minutes, they actually put that on Microsoft Cloud. So we trust them that this is confidential, but once Microsoft did that, everyone said, no, this is too bad. This is about privacy. They're going to leak our data. You cannot trust Microsoft. And MCP servers emerged last year, and that means that neural networks may do whatever you want on your computer, and they say, okay, do it. Just they get access to the one thing, to another thing, and one more thing. So in terms of security, we have to think that thoroughly. But unlike Microsoft MCP, this is an open source protocol, so it means we can do that quicker and smarter, so people from all over the world would check the code. So it means that there is more trust. Okay. And here you go. Since last year, that
Google, Anthropic,
Google, and Microsoft, they all started implementing that topic, starting from granting the AI agents the possibility to do some search. So, for instance, you say, find something which would cost 1,000 rubles, and it would do that and keep doing that until they provide a result.
Вместе с MCP и со всем остальным
Along with MCP and other things, neural networks now got thinking. And there is a thinking budget, so it means until what time that neural network may ponder. Otherwise, it can do that forever. For instance, 6 o'clock in the evening, you're sitting in the office and you approached and said, you have to do this and this. And you say, no, I've run out of my budget.
Все, как трансформер. И получается, сейчас у нас нейронки.
And now the neural networks.
Агентов, точнее, вот эти компании, они активно внедряют агентов.
Those companies, they are implementing agents into ACP. OpenAI made a code that can just move your code base from one version of the code or from one language to another language, and you don't have to do anything. And it really works in many pilots. Deep research, I used it myself. There was a moment when a news was published that Midjourney, or at least the Chinese court, was on the side of a man who generated a picture, and he has the copyright for that. There was no link to the original news, and I do not know the Chinese language, so I asked the Perplexity, and it finally provided me with the court's ruling in Chinese. So it means that you instructed it to see what it thinks, what it does. And at the end of the day, actually, it provides you the answer.
Microsoft,
quite recently, they had a conference, and they said that there would be a direct protection support of MCP. So it means that you can connect MCP to the voice assistant. And for instance, you can use the voice assistant to download music, or you can download the neural network, and it would be adapted for your hardware, for the CPU, for the video card, and other things that I implemented since last year in the notebooks. So at the moment it doesn't work because it has not been adopted yet, but let us see what will be in future. And Google decided to just introduce neural networks everywhere in search, and the search would provide you with a detailed report. I do not know how people are making reports and study and other things. You just instruct the machine and you get the ready-made answer. Well, when I was a student, I had to read a book, but now the students are not doing that.
Причем Google еще сделал Firebase. Это
And Google made a Firebase. It means that you can just enter and ask a neural network with the words, make such an application. You just say that. Or actually, you can actually make a screenshot saying that, let you make me a clone of Spotify, and it would do the same. That is very much impressive. Browsers I looked at Firefox and Brave and others. They all now have their own neural network. And probably you do not see that, but it doesn't matter. It is there. And you can select a model that is going to answer to you. And you can opt for the local model. And that's great. And it leaves the gamers' fields because it is not interesting for them, but they were replaced by other guys who made Apple chips. Qualcomm arrived with their own software. And it would just great to see some new stakeholders in that market, for instance, within the distributed solutions. As far as all those things, the neural networks are simplifying the access to people, or access to creating some applications. Some platforms were created where, without changing the code, you can use your voice or just use nodes, make some nodes and show that, for instance, I want that neural network to work with that neural network, etc., so that they take the data from that database, and here is the vector database, and these are the services they have to get connected. This is just like Lego. So if you played Lego in childhood, this is the same Lego but for the adults. And to end, this is a very interesting open source code. And if you want to make something with a visual interface that you can touch and use in the production, so the subscription costs just $20. Confined API, you can generate the pictures or videos or text. This is like an assembler, but actually if you use interface for that, that would be another excellent option. And for instance, you can use that editor in order to make something like your girlfriend and AI girlfriend and talk to it. And for instance, you set some limits when probably that AI girlfriend wants to use your credit card. Wipe coding, that's a buzzword. So it means that you just can use your voice to talk just like in Telegram. You are putting your voice over the messages. And you will see actually how actually the application is being built like a Lego. But we have to remember that wipe coding, that's good. But you have to understand at least a little bit what you are doing. Either ask the neural network what is about that. Ideally, you ask a neural network, do this or that, and explain to me what it is inside. And eventually you will start understanding what it is. And you will say, do this or that to me. Where you will ask, how do you do it yourself? Because you will feel that you are growing. Otherwise, actually, it will just write your code from scratch, and there would be just 2,000 lines of code, and you'll wait for hours before it answers. Well, in essence, for the office routines, those agents are excellent, so they're familiar with your Gmail exchange and communication. They know how to respond to your colleagues, so that she knows that, and your colleague would use another agent in order to read that correspondence and to answer. So the dead internet is closer to us. As I said, the search and investigation is something that we can use. And for instance, the system would do that instead if you can use that for investigation, just some scientific survey. And for instance, news was published that some proteins were obtained for cooling the servers in order to save up some money. So you can automate the content. For instance, a child would download their picture, and he wants to look like a Spider-Man. Here you are. You just do that, and one neural network won't understand that actually the picture would be rotated 360 degrees, and another neural network would put his face into Spider-Man's face, and it takes just seconds. Okay, not seconds, but probably very soon it would take some seconds.
Системы, то есть можно проектировать какие-то сложные.
You can design some sophisticated applications. As I said, one neural network is about cybersecurity, the other one is about writing code on Python, and the fourth one would be the product manager that is just looking at that. And what I'm doing, I take the pictures of the people who send their photos to me, and I make videos. And just sometimes people want to become some characters, where they want their children to talk to their favorite characters. Happy birthday, for instance, messages, and children like that very much. What do we have to remember about that? The more you give data to that neural network in the cloud, the better, because the more data you have, they keep, but you undermine your privacy. So the greater the people move more to the local models that become better and better, and open source prevents you from working with the closed models, and that's great. And comfort zone. At the moment, neural networks have very stringent limits in terms of the context, and they can find themselves in a dead end. But you have to bear in mind that doing some programming or creating content, you can get stuck, and you have to know that beforehand. You have to deep dive into the model you're working with. But actually, it would be enough to ask Grok or ChatGPT, because they understand your questions very well. And you have to set the limits very much.
Заставил приложение искать за тебя какую-то информацию.
So that you make the application to work instead of you, and you wake up in the morning, but you see that actually the system is still running because you have not set the limits.
Эти облачные решения, которые...
And step by step, those digital solutions that are charging you money, they somehow ruin your comfort zone. Laziness is a mass market for capitalism.
And
the task for these people is to see where laziness goes, so that they can drive it to the correct way and to get money from this. So for us, it's very important to stay fit, especially first and foremost, fit in mind. Once neural networks and AI engines will do work instead of you, you automate your processes, you made it faster, but we will get there sooner or later. We have to understand that managements do not push the buttons. If you are afraid that you'll be replaced by AI, managers are looking for people who do work. They don't do the work themselves. They want someone else to do the work. And somebody came to me, there was a customer, I gave him everything, and he didn't do the work because he doesn't want to do the work. He wants to give a request, to give an order, whatever. He doesn't want to do the work. He wants to have the results of the work. So that's the reason why people who can work with AI will be in demand. So you have to read a lot, you have to listen a lot, understand what kind of AI solutions are at the top and what works better specifically for your solutions. And you also have to improve your skills, to understand how to take a complex problem, separate it into a few smaller problems, and then give it to AI those smaller problems instead of giving one big complex problems. And when you once you do this step by step and then put all that together, it will be much easier to solve. So once we get to the future where AI can shoot nuclear warheads from one country to another, then it will be absolutely different situations. Maybe you will be the only person alive who really knows what will happen. Maybe you will have to be a sentry in a data center for them to work. And that's how I wanted to tell you. That's actually the most interesting part about AI, what I heard during the last few years. And I had no idea how to tell some customers. And now I understand. I have only single customer, so that they watch around my server data centers. But I want to. I had a thinking budget. I thought, what do we need to do? So how do I operate with those customers? And you finally tell me how to do that. For the third day, for the third time, third year, Andrei Bezryadin was one of the most interesting presentations here today. Thank you very much. It was about AI agent. So let us go away a little bit from those AI agents, robots, and dark future. I can feel this vibe coding. I vibe code, as Andrei just said. So to bring your attention for our location, we have Astro Entertainment. They have their own booth 3 times per day at 13, 15, and 17. They have Warface tournaments. Participants and winners will get prizes. At 6 p.m. they will have a lottery they have a game lottery. If you like, you should visit it. Next, we will have Alexander Wojciechowski, who will tell us about how can we manage the modern world in the age of deepfakes and generative AI. Alexander, you have the floor.
Так, проверка связи. Вроде слышно. Всем привет. Меня зовут Александр.
Hi everyone. My name is Alexander. I work
Я работаю
in a startup.
Мы занимаемся тем, что
Fame Flow. We license rights for people's appearance so that they can be used in commercials. And I've got some experience which I wanted to share with you. And it seems like we do not have enough conversation about deepfakes. And it seems like in our time, this is a very fast-paced technology. Basically every year, maybe every 2 or 3 months, sometimes even bi-weekly, we have a new breakthrough technology. And it decreases the level of security and safety of being on the internet for everyone who uses it. So we have to speak about this. And using my experience, I want to give you a digest on what happens, the situation. I want to tell you about just the concise information about deepfakes. Is it legal, is it not legal, and how does it work?
Ну вот, собственно, начнем с основных понятий.
Let us start at the beginning with the terms and terminology.
Что вообще такое право на образ? Это, в принципе...
What is likeness right? It's not an official term. This is an adaptation from an English term, which is exactly likeness right. These are the rights to use image, voice, video, footage, basically someone's image in general. When we're talking about IP, intellectual property, it's quite easy to understand. If somebody created and invented something, this is their property. But likeness rights are more general. Anything that cues to that specific person, maybe someone's presence at an event, will be a part of likeness rights. Maybe they will affect someone, some kind of event, just by participating there without actively doing anything. We apply this to digital twins, to different models, basically to any content where a person's image can be used As I said, it can be voice, video, appearance, and so on. There are good trends in these developments, and there is some progress in the legislature of different countries. For example, obligatory marking of AI content so that people would know it was generated or not. 3 years ago, it was not relevant because everybody could see that this content was generated. If you can see the third hand or 6 fingers, AI struggled. But currently, it has improved tremendously, and especially when I'm talking about famous people who have a lot of high-quality footage so that AI can be trained on this video footage, and you have to use AI markings to say that it was AI generated. Despite some local progress in this area, global legislature significantly lags behind, simply because the legislature, when we are talking about new rights, new laws, is very, very slow in any country, and it takes a lot of time. And unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, technology is so much faster. So, let's consider how different countries manage these problems. And we will consider European Union because it's more relevant in that region simply because they have more celebrities and more cases. In the United States, it's a part of the publicity right. It's a decentralized law, which is a part of the jurisdiction of different states. It's not the federal jurisdiction, it's a state jurisdiction. And depending on the state, they have a pretty solid protection for people whose image might be used. Like in Indiana, California, New York, it doesn't mean that somebody can violate this usage, but if you see that your image, your voice, your appearance, or something that can be considered of your likeness for benefit for commercial gain, you might go to court and actually win the case. It does not mean you will always win the case, but there is a high chance. But it does not work on all the states and all the works. Sometimes there is a parody, sometimes there is satire, and there is a First Amendment for the right of usage and information. But the European Union is a little bit different because there are privacy laws, the protection of personal life from interference. And if a person, a celebrity, has any problems with this, so for example, you need approval, written approval from that person so that they agree for you to use their image in a commercial or maybe to use their voice in some of your commercial projects. And the people in the EU are trying their best to do as fast as possible, but still it's lagging behind technology. There are similar things in Germany, but they work more about photos, not exactly deepfake videos. That's not exactly what we want. So this was the preamble, just a little bit about the problem, why we should talk about this. And it seems like this problem, maybe I'd encountered it before, maybe never heard about it before. Somebody maybe got scammed, somebody had their image used and abused against them. But deepfakes, this is the term which we have been using for years, but during the last year now, there is a complete generation. So you do not just change parts of someone's features, of someone's face or someone's voice, but you can generate completely new image. Usually it is used for scams. Usually sometimes it's used in movies when the actor died, like this happened in Fast and Furious with Paul Walker, and even after he died. But at the same time, so we got like positive examples and we got negative examples. There is technical capability to do both. But it doesn't work like it was before. So we cannot say, oh, you can edit a photo, but you cannot edit a video. And I'm sure that this is true. So that's no longer legitimate. Nothing is real proof anymore. Video do not count, photos do not count, even voice doesn't count. And this is the world we've created ourselves. 3 to 4 years ago, we've had deepfakes, but the first models which just replaced someone's face to a different face or some facial features. But they were very, very expensive in use. It took a lot of computational power to process graphical cards, and it was not available to anyone at home. You had to have specific hardware and sometimes very complex software. But now we have faster and faster new ways to do it in a better way and spend significantly fewer computational power. So previously, if you wanted to replace someone's face in a commercial, it would take the work of a small-scale studio, a lot of equipment, a lot of experts. But now you can do this in a single application. You just put a single photo, you take a video, and it will replace it all across the video. And if you want to do it in a different way, or maybe you have some anonymous reasons, maybe you have negative reasons, you can do it on your PC, on your laptop. It doesn't have to be anything expensive. It can be just a personal computer you buy for university reasons. And when anyone can do this, there is an increased risk that somebody will do it. This can be a joke, a practical joke. This can be some slander about your classmates, about celebrities. But with the development of technologies, it gets so faster and easier to do. And the easiness of development has been noticed during the last 15, 20 years. Since we do not have strict regulation at the legislature level, specific rights for images, for likeness, we do have IP for certain events, for certain images, but there is no right about deepfakes. It does not exist. That's why, still, we do not have this for forgery, for proof, or there are no attempts to try and put the blame of the crime on some other person. And until we had these problems, it's not exactly pursued by the police or by the law officials. Yes, this is a joke, this is a practical joke, you don't really get it. This is maybe it's a little bit of dark joke, but it was a joke, it was not criminal. Everybody understands that it's not right, but we do not have the necessary legal foundation to do anything about it. And finally, real photos are synthetic content. They adapt to the complexity of real content, to the number of people involved. For example, they can be a judge, they could be a lawyer, and those people need to realize, need to understand that these can be done by a single person with a single PC, and that's a completely different scale. They are not ready, they are not flexible enough, they are more inert in their practice.
Раз мы поговорили, соответственно, о текущей ситуации, об истории...
Since we are talking about the state of the art for this situation, now we can go back a little bit. The likeness rights problems has reached its acute peak a little bit, but people started to talk about 20 years ago with Shutterstock, with deposit photo, when you need to find a person who smiles against the yellow backdrop dressed in a black t-shirt with a specific hand gesture. And many people use this because it was a very useful tool. But here's a catch. Those contracts that were signed during the age of stock photos, and especially those that were taken years ago, now show a specific problem, meaning the legal foundation with the photographer, between the photographer and photo stock. And I had no idea before I started working in my company on this topic, because that's a really, really scary point. Those models, the contract models, and maybe somebody liked someone a photographer took a photo and decided to sell photo of this person on photo stock, and it was the age of the dark 2000s. Basically, that contract means that the person agrees to completely sell the rights for his or her likeness, and then the photographer sells this image to photo stock. The problem is it's irrevocable. You cannot call it back. In some contracts, there are different conditions, but when we're talking about older platforms, you cannot limit the access to those images. And sometimes even after the model died, you still cannot revoke the rights and you cannot get it back. Well, first of all, you have to find the end user agreement, and you will not get the full version because you have to become the model, and then you'll be able to read the full version. And it says that in case of death, his or her family has to notify the stock resource, but they will not revoke the license. It will be just a line in their database. They will still have the rights for a person who already passed away. And it's just so sad. Maybe you are a student in a local town in Germany, you have nothing to eat, and and you see an ad that people are looking for someone else to take a photo with interesting appearance. They took photo shoots. Maybe then they were parts of ads, like in casinos or something they did not want to promote. And especially this is more about the photos of ladies. And in many cases, that resulted in so many problems and reputational damage. And even a single image can completely ruin your life, and you cannot remedy it at all. And just think about it for a second. There are so many memes and jokes connected to stock images. You take someone else's. We know those people because these are funny. But do they benefit from this? They cannot do anything about those memes, which they become part of. And that's their life. The same happens. We have AI avatars, or that create business mugshots. So we have AI avatars, and it will tell you what to do, and you have a better photo shoot. But you practically have the same contract conditions. You do not know how and why their images are used, and you cannot limit that usage. So there is some progress in this area in terms of photo stock, because there are new stocks, for example, smarter pics. And the point here is that they do not use the images of real people, so that they do not violate real. They do not violate any rights. But you can buy this image, it was generated from scratch, and we can do whatever you want according to your request. And many companies do this. I think ethically this is correct. If we look at the photo stock market, I probably would just go with generation instead. But here's the question. Can we really completely go away from using real people so that we avoid any problems that would violate likeness rights? Now let us consider the alternatives. We should analyze the challenges that are connected with illegitimate usage of digital images or digital deepfakes. So we have celebrities. Those could be rich people, public figures, actors, actresses, TV personalities, bloggers. Their images, their words instills trust. And if they listen to their friends, they might doubt them. But if Elon Musk or another personality, another celebrity tells about this online on their stream, I will believe them. And I will believe them more than a random person. If somebody uses a deep fake selling that they will double my Ethereum coins, I might believe them more compared to a random person. There was a person who impersonated Brad Pitt, who suffered from cancer, and he persuaded a lady to send him 80,000 USD to get money, and he provided her with several photos that he was on the beach, he was here in the hospital, and obviously that was the scam, but it's also very sad. That's the problem for people who are getting scammed, and that's the problem for people whose image are used, and we do know that that's a criminal activity. You had nothing to do with this, but they still used your image, so that's also reputational risks. Next. Legislature cannot keep up with technology, and there are multiple reasons why these deep fakes are really hard to limit or even stop. Transboundary are very important. What I mean is that the cooperation of different legislatures, and in different countries they have imperfect laws, and even those laws and rights that they have do not match. So for example, there's a criminal from from any Asian country, whatever, and they take a photo from a European celebrity, that will be a problem, because legally they had to do this in Europe, but the criminal is in an Asian country. How you can match this, it's not clear. You can also do this maintaining your anonymity through VPN hostings and whatever. International courts are very, very complex topics to tackle. So the lack of legislature, I've said it so many times during this presentation, it's really hard to prove. The lack of direct limitations, and there are no laws for likeness AI, for likeness rights. Next, when we're talking about scalability, so for example, those could be Elon Musk fake streams, or maybe it's a Joe Rogan short video, because Joe Rogan likes to talk about different supplements, and he likes to talk about different supplements, and they can have a lip sync, they can generate his voice and promote a completely different supplement. But because it's an image of a Joe Rogan, so many people will believe it and buy it. And it's really hard to tackle. You cannot just stop it. It's not centralized. It's not a single team. It's not a single criminal group, hackers who do this. No, anyone can do this, and many people do. Deep fakes of celebrities and commercials are really, really troublesome. And sometimes you clearly see that this is wrong, that's commercial use, you get money from this, and it should be legal. But even in these cases, it's really, really hard to pursue legally. For example, hypothetically, which obviously we can see on the screenshot, that suppose we have a Leonardo DiCaprio or maybe Brad Pitt, and we have a brand of wines from Russia, and they want to have a commercial with Leonardo DiCaprio. It does not mean that Leonardo DiCaprio would agree or disagree, but there are some problems between the countries during the last few years. It's not like this wine brand would suffer from using Leonardo DiCaprio image. because they have no embassy here. And you can always say that, well, that was a parody. That's just a person who looks like Leonardo DiCaprio. How can we prove that it was generated? It was a real person. And that's why we have this TikTok commercials that was cloned by his official Russian actor who dubs his movies into Russian, and he presents it like he was the president of the Russian Federation congratulating people on the new year. And you cannot legally pursue people, even if Leonardo DiCaprio or his team saw this commercial. It's nothing they can actually do. Many big companies do not do this, especially companies that are present on this festival. These are big risks, and people understand this. You should not add this to your portfolio. But many small and middle enterprises actually do these loopholes and use these loopholes in order to get some financial benefits. And finally, the ethical aspects on the protection of likeness rights in time of mass usage of generative AI. We can have a single pager on the internet. That's the biggest hosting of models, open source models. Anyone can download and you can use those images. Almost every celebrity are there. All the people you saw on TV, they are there. You can generate any images with them. You can... Well, it depends on your fantasy. It depends on the fantasy what you want to generate. And this is the gray area. I could say, well, I'm a big fan. I want to generate the image of my favorite actress for my mother, because my mother really likes this actress and she really likes this. How do we separate those cases from other instances where we can generate different types of images with these actresses? And these are double standards, because sometimes you'll be able to find the quote-unquote correct usage of technology, and we can say, thank you, technology. But at the same time, we will be ignoring a lot of quote-unquote bad things that happen there. And aesthetically and ethically, it's not exactly respectful to the people whose images are used for generation. It's not just about celebrities. Celebrities are, maybe in a way, they are used to attention. Not on this level, but it's different. Stalkers are different compared to images that can be generated without your knowledge at all. And many people will believe that that was a real image. But even a common person, somebody from the audience, just imagine that your image, your name, your voice were used for some scam activity, for theft, for fraud, or for commercials of a product. You do not like it, you never heard about it, and they use your name to do this. So many stories that have common people, marketologists, they just look for a random photo, maybe they take a random photo on the street, and then they use this image in ads, and you cannot stop this, it's impossible to stop.
Скажем так, направлений, в котором двигается наш мир. Значит, что мы вообще, да, и еще вот про и аватары.
One more thing about avatars and digital slavery. Just like there was a digital slavery in stock models, and you could not terminate your license, and now it all repeats. And for instance, there is a number of excellent websites where we can generate some talking head, and that's a real person who recorded several hours of material with his voice, and he would say the things that you need. And the source of that countenance and of that voice will know nothing about that. There are certain platforms, there's some moderation, but I don't think that this person would agree with everything he says. And remuneration and compensation are not clear, royalties are not big if they do exist. I think that this is just one-off payment. And the same thing is true for stocks. So some recommendations, and sorry, it took me too long. We spoke about the legal framework, why this doesn't work in its nowadays view, but what can do about that? For instance, we have a uniformity of standards, some international standards to counter the generated content, and there's an international agreement on countering slavery, terrorism. No, I don't mean that these things are equal, but this is a new threat that our world ran into due to the technological development, and this is something that we're to work with. Expansion of the notion of an image, that means that voice models and digital twins have to be embraced, then voice marking, cases, precedents, and a post-mortal protection of image is also quite good to be introduced. So these are the measures. I would recommend, I don't think that there are a lot of things that I've already mentioned, but within our startup, for instance, we address that problem by providing some temporary limited licenses for the image, either by actually the number of views or time. As we said, that this is the only solution that really is capable of creating useful precedent and meets the interests of all the parties. So the brands know that they are using that legally, they have necessary documents that would confirm that, and the models know what is said on their behalf, why it's been said, and they subscribe that probably they would have said that themselves. And probably I'm done with my piece of presentation. That was Alexander Wojciechowski. Thank you, thank you. I think it was great. There would be some solution, there would be some...
Все твои, ну вот если ты дал согласие, получил за это роялти, неважно, ты стоковая модель с тебя срисовали, да?
Well, if you're a stock model, then you will have your face replicated or you're a superstar. Once there is some job that you're doing and some AI would be monitoring whether it's been done. I just thumbs-suck that. Well, such technology certainly could improve that, but it would require validation. We don't need a global database. But, for instance, there is some well-known person who has a whole database of the content, and if something happens with his face, then immediately it would be banned.
Филологическая голова-то тоже варит. Решения-то принимаются.
Well, the solutions have been taken by human beings. That was Alexander Wojciechowski. I will be next to the Queen the banner if you're interested in anything I'm about to say, so I will be glad to help you. Thank you so much. Alexander, should we give away our voice or not? Well, let's use my voice to speak. And let me announce our next speaker. A brilliant person who probably we could meet in one of the countries. Maxim Shmelev from Kaspersky Lab, a manager on training employees. Cybersecurity. Maxim, come to us. And let's continue speaking about deepfakes. How to protect ourselves against deepfake. And these are the people who are top leaders on that aspect. Yes. Good afternoon, dear friends, and I'm glad to see all of you. And finally, we have a very good weather. I just think this is something that we'll all celebrate. And now, I'm going to tell you about one interesting technology that can tell lies, but at the same time, it does it so smart way that we all believe in that. This is a story about deepfakes with their dark content. My name is Maxim. I'm developing training aspects for Kaspersky Lab. And in 2024, we cannot trust our own eyes, and now I'm going to tell you why. So let's start with the very first thing. So that's about the replica with the face of truth, with the mask of truth. So as you can see, there are some familiar faces, Jason Statham and Keanu Reeves, who are starring in a Russian series. How it may happen, and the actors themselves. do not even suspect that they are taking part in some of the Russian series, and these are not real actors. That's a fake. And to be more precise, that's a deep fake. Such videos could be found on the internet very easily and at first glance. This is just funny. But what started originally as something funny, end of the day, turns into something scary, into some cool. So what deepfake is about? Deepfake, that's about a fake that is made by neural networks. It imitates the mimics and the voice, and it does it that sometimes you cannot tell that from the truth. And most importantly, all these things are done automatically. So it means that you don't need either the decorators, just a couple of minutes of some video and some right video, and you can make a video with Tom Cruise, for instance. You can do that with a couple of minutes. And very often the people, when they hear deepfake, and when you start telling them about that, they would say, oh, okay, it looks like another Photoshop, so what? Does it make any sense to say anything about that? But the key difference between editing and deepfake is just like between 3D printer. So editing is done by a person who would just copy and paste something or cut something, but deepfake is made by neural network. It imitates the face, it learns to imitate the voice, the movement, and it does it mass scale. So it means that one person can put several videos one-on-one and disseminate that on the internet, and they can do that without even the owners of that face. Let's turn to the technical part. How it all works. In a simple way, that's a competition between two different neural networks. It means that we have the first neural network, which is a generator. It takes the face of one person and learns to put that on top of another person. And the second one, that's the discriminator, which has to capture that fake. And the creator tries to cheat the discriminator, and the discriminator says no, and doesn't look like an original, and it would generate that as long as the discriminator would say, okay, we can do that because it looks like a true story, and for instance, the mimics are the same, the turn of the head is the same. So the shades, shadows, etc., this is all called GENT. Generative Adversarial Network. These are two AI that are training each other. One is telling lies, the other one tries to identify the lie. And deepfake is becoming better and better. And we very rarely can understand what is what. And once we have generated all those videos, here we see that someone are smiling, others are crying, although it has never been the case like that. So let us move forward. What we have at the moment. So we have a very powerful tool, and now the main question is what to do about that. As usual, you can build or you can destroy, you can shoot a video or you can cheat people. And here are some examples when deepfake is really good. So the latest movie about Indiana Jones. I don't remember when it was shot. It was shot quite recently. Harrison Ford at that moment was 80 years old. As you can notice from the picture, he doesn't look like 80 years old, and he was rejuvenated thanks to deepfake. On the second picture, that's Robert De Niro in the movie called An Irishman. That's a movie about a person. His story from age of 30 to age of 80, that's the same actor, that's the same role. And by the way, he is also 80 years old on that picture. And before, it would cost some awful amount of money. You would need some CJ group, different post-production. Now, just a couple of hours of video, a trained model, and that's it. And you can shoot your video. Example, which is closer to our heart, Pavel Maikov, who we know because of Brigade series, and On that example, we also have such a deepfake where he looks just 25, 30 years younger. And this is very much widespread in the West, and in Russia this is also quite spread. We also spoke that it is very posh, very great, but now we have to speak why this is actually so bad, because you don't have to be a skilled engineer. There are dozens of servers. For instance, you upload the application and a person would speak with your voice, and as a result, the deepfakes become a tool for swindlers or fraudsters. What are the most frequent scenarios? For instance, the calls from your family members. Can you imagine that your family member is calling you and says, "Oh, something happened to me," for instance, would suggest to confirm some parcel, saying that I by accident actually put your name and tell me that code. So that's the same voice that you hear, and you do not even suspect that something can go wrong, and you give that short message to them, and then just a couple of hours you check with Gosuslugi and you see that some micro loans have been executed. CO fraud, when a video message would be sent, like send money to that supplier, so these are the whereabouts, and it was a deepfake, and the money was channeled to a fraudster. Then disinformation, which is quite frequent, when there might be just some fake videos with different experts, and people start discussing them. Then it would turn out that this person never said anything like that. And this is not a theory. This really happens among us. Some more specific cases that really used to be. So this is not an assumption, that really already happened. Let's start with some everyday life. So quite mundane situation, for instance. In early 2024, a lady picks up the phone and alleged that's the son calling her, saying, "Mother, give me some money, 1,000 rubles for a gift to my friend." And funny enough, her son was sitting next to her. Next case, I probably think you heard about that. A 53-year-old French woman, and allegedly Brad Pitt was writing letters to her, started writing some love letters to her, and eventually he said, "Okay, I have that and that situation, and I need money in order to get some treatment. Send me this money." And she sent that money to her. Not only she gave him this money, but also she divorces with her husband, because there is a Brad Pitt, and that's great, that's excellent. And the third thing, the third case, this is when the fraudsters cloned the voice of a rap singer and on his behalf started selling the album. And so people see that there is their favorite singer who is selling another album, and then it turns out that it was not an original, it was deepfake with the voice. And this is how that Brad Pitt looked like, who was writing to 53-year-old French woman. All the pictures were taken from hospital. This is a neural network that did such a fake in order to bring about trust and to get money from the victim. So allegedly the picture is taken in the hospital. The environment looks very somehow reliable. And once you got hooked, then you stop thinking reasonably. This is just like purposeful hacking of trust through the faces of famous people. So this is certainly very scary. And we realize that deepfake, this is not just like a toy But how we tell the truth from fake?
Небольшая подсказка есть, каким образом можно...
Let me give some tips how we can identify that fake. Self-deepfake in general can be very convincing, but usually it would be somehow identified by some details. There might be some shades on the skin. You may see that it looks like actually.
То есть нейросети, конечно, уже много чего достигли.
It looks like plastic, so the neural networks achieved a lot, but at the moment they cannot make an ideal color of the skin second. So that's about detailing. Some parts of the face are blurred, especially it could be seen on the cheeks, on the hair, and on the ears, where the neural network doesn't understand the essence of what is being portrayed there. And for instance, lip sync, so a person on the video may say something joyful, but at the same time, judging by the mimics, you cannot say that he celebrates that. And when you get that feeling, you have to double check whether this is a real video or not, or a picture. Also, there are some tools that can help you to identify the neural network. For instance, if you want to do that smarter and easier. For instance, if it is a deepware scanner, this is a free application. You don't even have to download that. Everything is very simple, for instance. And you get the very first link, and you may either upload the video or attach a link to the video, and then it would give its own verdict as to whether this is a deepfake or not. That's a very easy solution, and I recommend to use that. Sensitive AI. That's a tool for professionals, and very often it's being used by corporations, by the media or different analytical centers. You can monitor, for instance, huge amounts of fake news, and there is content credentials, which has been spread by Adobe. It is not free, but the very essence of that is that it propagates that video, that it gives just like a passport of that video, so it may give the whole information about the content, when it was created, etc. So all those things help you to tell the original from the fake, but they're not so sophisticated, so it means anyone can do that. And some examples as how this all works. This is how that scanner works. For instance, it was a deepfake with Elon Musk. And for instance, the deepfake was detected, so she identified that this is a synthetic face, and it looks like the original, but judging by those key features that we are going to speak about later, by the mimics and the brows and lip sync, she detected that this is a deepfake. And another example regarding sensitive AI. So that's a little bit different tool which is being used by mass media, by corporations, by the banks and different platforms. It helps to automatically check a big deal of images and give your own verdict. So that's an example. For instance, we download different pictures and it detects that it's been generated by StyleGen AI. So it means it can even identify the model of a generator and even would show some visual threats. That tool is also quite good, especially once you want to detect certain videos as to whether there are any fakes. So we have seen that deepfakes could be checked, and that's great. But the truth is that those technologies that we spoke about, they are not miraculous. That means that algorithms can be wrong. And those technologies will not provide 100% guarantee that these are fakes and not the original, because Well, actually, the deepfakes become better and better, but nevertheless, we have to admit that the technologies are not designed for everyone. Not everyone knows what could be checked through that technology, and sometimes people start putting all the videos into that deep scanner without understanding what is going on. And still, the main your main weapon is about doubt, especially once in the video or on in a message. You are required to immediately ask, very rapidly ask. You have to doubt that. And the final part is what to do, end of the day, who to trust. You remember how the deepfakes work? We know how to detect them, what tools are there, what limitations they have, and the most important question is how to protect yourself against that. And the first line of that, this is not about deepware, not algorithms, not neural networks. This is about our own understanding. What is going on there? Not everything that looks like a video is true. And for instance, even your relatives may call you and would require some rapid actions, and this is really true as well. And not everything that looks very realistic would have anything to do with the reality, deepfakes, sadly. This is not magic, this is an algorithm. And if we know how it works, then we understand immediately where that fake is, where editing is. And the more we understand, that the harder it is to somehow cheat us, because knowledge is our tool. Then a very easy principle: before trusting someone, you have to check, for instance, where this or that video emerged for the first time on the news website, or for instance, on the Telegram or in the comments. Then I suggest that you compare that news with other pieces of news. If it is true, then most likely it would be written by a big deal of sources. And if you want to be 100% sure, then you have to check that against the tools that we spoke about, for instance, the deepware. And the final rule is don't make any reposts before you make sure that this is true, because we can become sources of deepfake and fake information that someone has launched, and we have reposted that, and we put that on the conference, and it becomes viral. And that means that we are becoming the sources of fake ourselves. Double check, this is not a skill, so that's a skill, but not a paranoia. And the conclusions are the following: deepfake still, this is not just about technology. This is a challenge to our perception. And to tell the reality from the fake. We have necessary tools, and the most important tool is right there, inside our head, that's our brain. You have to ask question, whether this is true what I see. Is it true that really this is my boss who is calling me, or my relatives are calling me? You have to check that, or even double-check that. That's it, and I hope that you liked that, and I hope that it was quite interesting to you. Should you have any questions, on the right-hand side you have a flag, and I will be staying there to take your questions. I even have gifts from Kaspersky Lab. Thank you so much. It was Maxim Shmelov from Kaspersky Lab. He really teaches the employees the cybersecurity. So the main firewall against everything. I don't trust anyone since 1990, so this is what I said, but not everyone is so lucky. Not everyone was kicked and beaten so fiercely in 1990s. Well, top cybersecurity. There are no true things that could be said. So let us mistrust everyone. This is the way we would just save. Stay safe.
На нашем языке. Так.
Okay. Right now, if you just got connected, and this year we have a historical high number of people connected to us, and in terms of offline visitors as well, let me tell you.
Кулибин, мы ровно на экваторе,
So,
серединке нашего любимого фестиваля.
That's Kulibin, Popular Science, and we're in the middle of PhD 2025. And we're speaking about digital technologies from A to Z, using
Мне очень важно, например, и вам тоже должно быть важно. Тут
common
рекомендации, тут не просто
words, and we share practical recommendations and hands-on tips. So this is not just about certain gradients, etc., but
красные синие, это все очень интересно, но тут
well, blue teams, red teams are quite interesting, but we share some practical tips, life hacks for everyone. And once again, as far as we are called Kulibin, with us is Ivan Kulibin, a legend and icon of the Russian technologies. And he is still being called historically Nizhny Novgorod Archimedes. And Ivan, how are you doing?
Kulibin, первый русский хакер.
Kulibin is the very first Russian hacker. If you're a hacker, then even taking meals becomes a technological hardcore. My name is Kulibin, and I'm not afraid of hacking the reality in the name of progress. It has become much more tasty, much more tasty, much more tasty.
слышу, как человек, который все-таки
I still can hear, as a person who
слышу, что это
is always on the stage, I can hear that it's been recorded by live people, but
сетка вот
Sunas, and for instance, there is another
Informer от
neural network called Symphoner from one Porsche green label have achieved great results. And it means that we have to be right on time. If you are making music, you have to manage to sell your music before the generative AI replaces us all. So let's have a look at the QR code for our Cyber Summer Contest. You're invited to send your pictures, your photos from the festival, about the festival. And the best pictures would be awarded with the books. From St. Petersburg publishing house, which is called Peter. We thank it because it says everything about cybersecurity and everything else that we have to know as smart.
And this year, St. Petersburg supports our festival, PhDs 2025. Books support our way to enlightenment, to cybersecurity. And please share your photos on social media, on PhDs. And what is your mood? Do you like it here? I think it's great. I think it's great. And even though we have clouds around, and it was promised it would be a hit today, but now it's getting a little bit more breezy, so the weather is still good, even though we might have some rainy weather just a little bit. We will get this great merchandise for your best photos you share on social media. Next, it will not be about rest because it's all about very, very interesting presentations and it's breaking records all over the place. And we have free, but we also have paid professional platforms where the experts from the industry get there. But all the money we get from the tickets, we pay for.
Positive technologies.
We give the money to people who actually need this. It's not for commercial use. And finally, we have Jan Hachaturov. Jan, over to you. What's your location at the moment? Right now, we are at the entrance to Luzhniki Stadium in Moscow. So what happens? You come here, you take the Mjolnir hammer of Thor, and you beat the out of technologies. And this is what you should do with technologies. You should cleanse your soul. Yeah, that looks great. and it feels great. So why the reason why are we here? This is the part near the Luzhniki Stadium, and it's called Kapishe, which is a field for. It's a special location for cyber quest. There are a lot of old machinery here. You can come here and learn more about the lore, about history, about mythology, what would happen in the cyber city. You have to register in the chat. You'll be given a map going around locations, collect keys, and win great merchandise and other prizes. 1,500 people took part in this cyber quest yesterday, and I wholeheartedly recommend you do so today and tomorrow. And please come and join us, our festivities. See you around. Jan, thank you very much. Positive technology representatives. This kind of direct broadcast we had. And last year he was just so crazy and very interesting presentations, but so crazy. And this year he became more mature. I love him nonetheless. Now we would like to invite another person from Positive Technologies, an architect of strategic projects for information security at Positive Technologies, Alexei Yegorov. Alexei, welcome to the stage. Just look at the people who we have at Positive Technologies. So handsome, absolutely amazing. And what we can say, our expert will tell how you should take the next step on the career stairs and not lose both in online and offline, so that you can have a mix of social and career lives. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Who's glad that we finally have summer here in Moscow, that finally it is hot? Because in April we had this demo version of summer, and then we had snow during the April and May months. So my name is Alexei. I'm architect of strategic projects for information security at Positive Technologies. But I'm not going to be talking about Positive Technologies, information security. I'll be talking about soft skills. I've been working in IT and information security, all that soup of words. I've been here for about 8 years. I'm not sure if that's a lot or not, but I've been able to learn more about different people. I've created a number of interesting contacts. And this presentation is the synergy, is the point of all that experience. I talked to different guys and girls, asked them different questions on what helps them to grow as an expert in terms of soft skills. Today we have an absolutely amazing athletic arena, sports arena, Luzhniki, and besides being very suitable for technical events like our festival, I've seen and heard absolutely amazing athletic events. In 2008, there was a battle between English Premier League teams for the final of Champions League. In 2018, Russia versus Spain, the Akinfeev's leg, where he deflected the penalty right at the end of the game, and it was absolutely amazing feat for the Russian sports, where Russian team finally got to the quarterfinal for the first time. And I decided to have this analogy with football. I love football, I play football, I watch football, and I would like to talk about football. So who might find this presentation interesting? People who only start their life in IT technology, IT industry, people who are starting to delve into our industry. And this presentation will give you some basic understanding on what kind of soft skills you need and what kind of roadmap you might have in order to grow as an expert. For more like adults, maybe elderly people already, people who still have fire inside of them, you might learn and maybe reprioritize some skills you already have. And finally for leaders, for team leads, for managers, so that you could have a list of requirements for your candidates and build specific educational process so that the team functions so much better. In our club called the Planet Earth, we have so many different top clubs, football clubs. There are international grants, there are top FC clubs in different countries. Two of them will have a battle on the 31st of May. It will be the Cup of Russia game. But still we have even more football club at the amateur level. In total, football is played by more than 250 million people. Have you ever asked what helps football player to develop both as an athlete in terms of skills and technique and dribbling and passing and shooting and running, but what helps them develop as a personality and not to lose motivation over the years, maybe to go through the years for 10 years, for 20 years. Footballer's life is not just playing on the pitch. It's medical examinations, it's lots of training, some events. Some footballers maybe turned 18 and they still live at the football camp. Some people have families, some people have friends. How do coaches, how do teams, how do football clubs can manage all those problems, all those diverse people from different backgrounds, and how can they put together them as a team and get real substantial results? In IT, we have so many companies. We have top-level companies. We have international grants. We have companies that are valued at the internal domestic market, at the international market. In general, we have about 1 million IT specialists in Russia. And just like in football club, there are top-level companies, there are middle-level companies, and there are quite a lot of companies where there is an IT department, and depending on the quality of work of that IT department, depends the work of the whole company. The skills I will be talking about will be required for an expert of any level. And if you have them, you will be able to transfer to a higher level company. So if you basic terminology, what are soft skills and what are hard skills? We have different human skills, and one of them are hard skills. Hard skills are easy to say, easy to check. So, for example, do you know a programming language or not? If you know, you have this hard skill. Maybe you've learned Cisco, maybe you've learned Python, maybe you work at networks at the beginner level. But soft skills are tricky. Soft skills are useful skills that more about your personality, more about your character. And it's really hard to test them. And sometimes it's even impossible to see if somebody goes through an experiment or test. Soft skills are what helps in any profession, whatever you do. There are at least 4 areas of soft skills: communication, self-organization, creativity, and stress, and ability to work under stress. So how do footballers, how do IT experts get to their respective industries? How do they get into football? How do they get to IT? Obviously, we have scouts. There are IT recruiters, and many thanks to them. But football scouts have an advantage compared to HR departments and HR recruiters, because football scouts can watch the games of other teams. Usually they are tasked by the coach or the coach team, go and look for younger talents. They go to different matches to analyze statistics. They read mass media reports. And based on this information, they select younger boys and girls to their clubs. Obviously, IT recruiters cannot do this. They cannot just go to a different company and watch how their IT department works. So IT recruiter can only see a CV from a person. And in order to have a better view of a candidate so that the candidate can actually explain what they do. HR recruiters have to understand what they do for their department and what they do for the company as a whole. This makes it possible to position yourself, for your team, for your company at the market, and this is very important. Obviously, scouts and recruiters consider a player or a candidate not only based on their hard skills, skills they have right here, right now, but also for potential future skills. So we have to understand what is my final goal, where do I want to end up, what do I want to reach. That's why we have three main areas: experience, knowledge, money.
Во всех трех направлениях просто невозможно.
Still, in each of these areas, it is impossible to go in all of them at the same time because it's just impossible. If you need experience, then it will probably result that you will stagnate in the same position, getting the same money. If you care about knowledge, you will sacrifice experience and probably money. And if you care about money, you will not get practical experience. And that is why it is important to understand what's your personal goal right here, right now, and what's my goal in the immediate future. And sure, you need to have some strategic plan, maybe a year, 2, 5 years. It is not rocket science, it's quite normal. And many companies allow this to do. They help you create your own roadmap. And a great contribution is done through networking, where you can talk to other people, to communicate with other experts from your company, from your industry, maybe adjacent industry. You increase your people start to respect you more, you improve your reputation, you visit different events. And it is important to know the language of the industry so that you stay relevant. But here's the vicious circle. When you try to get money, experience, knowledge, at some point you might reach the point where you just do not believe in yourself, when you think that you can work for a rate way below market. And in different places, they want both a lot of experience and a lot of knowledge, but they will not pay you any money. And in other places, they will pay a lot of money, but you will not get any experience and you will not get anything else. So where to go, what to choose, and you have to understand that the basic, the norm is to study all the time, every day. Any company considers a candidate for potential future. There is usually an onboarding process for people to get used to this, and nobody asks experts, specialists, future experts to know all the Linux commands when they only start. When you ask questions, it's not being ignorant, it's actually wanting to become better. And there are different onboarding processes in companies so that they can actually ask those questions and they will not make a stupid mistakes. It's better to ask a stupid question rather than make a stupid mistake. And finally, new technologies do not replace human brains. Probably people are used to different AI assistants, co-pilots, where any question you can upload to AI, you get an immediate answer. But what's interesting, that answer is not necessarily correct. I've been trying to prepare to a different presentation, and I had to look for a football club that ranked in the top level, but they had negative scored versus conceded goals. And not a single AI gave me the correct answer. I had to go through tens of tables of the English Championship, of the UK Championship, before I was able to find the answer. And here's a personal story. When I got to IT, my previous work was that I could do this only when I was at work. So when I leave the job place at 6 p.m. and everything was there, I went home with a fresh head, with absolutely empty head, and I went back to the job place at 9 a.m. in the morning. And this is when I started to think about this. Once I moved to IT, I had so many problems to tackle, new projects, new people, different conferences. And at some point, I started to dream about job. One day on Sunday, I go to sleep and I have a dream that I'm solving some problems, I'm trying to persuade something, I try to support and protect my opinion, I have different projects, and I wake up and I understand it was a dream and it's Monday and I'm so tired and I think, wow, what am I supposed to do? How should I work? I'm so tired. I did not have enough sleep. Nothing worked. It did not help to let the fresh air in. It did not help to read before sleep. And that's why I needed the second brain. That's a great life hack I can share with you. And the most valuable piece of advice is to have a dedicated list of tasks and problems, a single calendar for different events that you always have at hand and which is synced with multiple devices. And this second brain has to have very simple and easy to understand problems which you can start solving immediately with very clear priorities. And you have to trust the second brain. You cannot just ask it again and again, did you put it down? Do I have it written or not? You have to build this process and then trust it. Do you remember the COVID times when we had remote work where you could get up and become ready for the morning sync call just 3 minutes before it started and you start working? So during the COVID times, discipline suffered a lot. Probably everyone seen those funny videos where there is a video conference and somebody is drinking cocktail while lying on the beach, or maybe they are polishing their nails. The work and discipline and personal discipline suffers a lot. Usually there are two types of discipline, but the work and discipline is the discipline that is recommended by the company. That's the when you work from maybe 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Those are deadlines, those are specific processes and corporate culture, obviously. There are some basic recommendations. Maybe if you cannot do this in time, you have to tell in advance, you have to ask stupid questions, and you have to do your work. But it's a little bit different with personal discipline, especially when you work alone, when you work remotely, at home. Those recommendations are to have good ergonomical workplace, and it should be different from your other environment, and it should not be in the same room with where you sleep. And you also have to maintain the time frame so that you have to start at a certain point in time and then you end at a certain point in time. Discipline is not when you go to work. Discipline is also when you leave the work at the right time. And finally, the work-life balance or life-work balance. You have to pay attention both to the job you do and to your personal life. And obviously, I invest in procrastination and watching YouTube videos and memes. Humor and general interest is what keeps me afloat. And it helps me build effective communication. One time, years ago, I had an interview, and when I shared the PDP meme, and I did not have to answer any network questions at all, so I just shared a funny story on the topic. When we are sharing memes, you just increase and improve onboarding, you improve communication, and you decrease the number of conflicts. So informal communication using memes is something which helps you feel like you're not a robot, you're not a screw in a big machine, you are a person, you are a human being. So I mentioned communication. And effective communication is probably the most important, but at the same time, the most complex part of soft skills. Because you have to improve effective communication skills, but it's very hard to do. When we're talking about engineers, especially IT engineers, these are the people who are ready, who are efficient, who want to solve a very specific problem connected with PCs, with personal computers. But humans are not just robots who can ask ChatGPT to solve a problem. Humans are different, and when you have ChatGPT, you can increase the speed, how fast problems are solved in your company. You can decrease the level of toxicity, and you can save time and resources. As a result, I put here all the soft skills I mentioned before, and if you've heard about this presentation, I mentioned my best friend, who actually can do this, whatever I wanted to do. The best friend is anyone who are ready to share both grief and happiness. The best friend can be your wife, can be your husband, can be your girlfriend, boyfriend, can be your relative. And obviously your best friend can be your best friend, even though that sounds a little bit different. Still, none of the people above cannot be a friend better than yourself. You have to be your own best friend. There will not be valuable material for this presentation. Your own motivation and you yourself should be the value, and do not become an AI bot. Improve your social skills and become better. Alexei, thank you very much, and I'm so glad that when I talk to my imaginary friends and they say, you should talk to this person because we have a few minutes to spare. We have people from IT industry, people from adjacent industry for the last 15, 20 years. I've never listened to this kind of presentation that so in line with what I do, communication, soft skill. Why do you think Alexei is so handsome? Because he is into fitness, because he is into funny memes. For example, I'm 64, but I look good. I'm not toxic. I practice effective communication, and we have almost the same trousers. That is the main reason why I look so young. Everything you said, Alexei, and we can say I've been around Russia and I visited Caucasus, and usually the best way to go about this is you do it the correct way, it will be the correct way. And we love all those soft skills quotes. You will be accepted to a company even if you are not exactly an expert, but if people can work with you. Even Navy SEALs will pick a team member over or ego sniper because they are a team, we are social animals. And even they say that discipline is freedom. Even they say that discipline is freedom. Once again, I'm 64, I've believed a lot, I listened a lot. So discipline is the freedom, just think about it. And I think that's a genius idea. If you reach to the level where with discipline it's so much easier to do whatever you want. If you are late, you just say it in advance. If you do not understand, you ask the question. You are just a normal person, you're just a normal being. And if you do your job the right way, it will result in the correct output. And I think that that's the way we should do. Alexei Yegorov is not like me, he's not just a talking box. He is actually an architect of strategic projects on information security. He has an actual job. And this is the person who talked about positive soft skills. And he has a wife. He has a wife. What a wonderful, what a lucky woman. Thank you very much, Alexei, and see you around. You can see how many great people we have. We had stand-up, we had Northern Sea Roads, about deepfakes, about AI, and my brain is about to explode. So much interesting information. HR booth is responsible for our corporate culture, which was mentioned by Alexei, and it's responsible for soft skills. So HR booth by Gaz Inform Service invites you to delve into the world of cybersecurity with games. We all love gamification. Visit our booths and you will see our simulators, our memes, and please visit us. It will be very interesting. The next speaker knows everything about scandals and intrigues and hacker attacks. All the incidents go to him. All the reds, all the blues go to him. The most interesting parts go to him. The lead of code story development processes, Anton Volochenko. And another handsome man. Just look at how handsome people we have here in the IT industry. And we have a package with packages inside of them, chain supply vulnerability. Hi everyone. I'm so glad to see so many happy faces on this Friday afternoon. The weather is great, and thank you for coming to Luzhniki or the PhD 2025 festival. My name is Anton Volochenko. I work in cold storing company. I'm project manager for the last 12 years. I work in DevSecOps. And if you care about this topic, I can do so after the presentation. You can find me near the stage near the purple stand, and you can also find me on Telegram, and I will share my QR code on Telegram. Now let us talk about packages and what exactly is a package. And as you can see, I have my own package. I have a package inside a package. But those are different packages. That's polyethylene packages. They do not handle those. They are different. We'll be talking about packages in terms of secure development, software packages. And those software programs are actually packages. And we are surrounded by software. We are living in the world of high-tech technology, high-tech software. We have applications and programs in our PCs, smartphones, different devices. But we also have programs in different utensils. We have smartphones, smart fridge, smart kettle, all of them inside. In the inside, they have different programs. By show of hands, if you dealt with application, if you created software before, please raise your hand. Well, you might be interested to learn about the risks and potential problems.
Speak about software. So what the programs look like now, that's the story about a huge deal of development, and that scale requires a lot of software, a lot of software developers, and the technologies approaches help us to do that, because the reuse of software, reuse of different components and those packages that are part of other programs or software can be used as Lego to make other software. It means that developers do not spend their time on writing something else, reinventing the wheel. For instance, once I want to make the front page for myself, I will just take a template. It doesn't matter for me how the browser works, how the electrons move along the circuit. We'll make a template, we'll populate that with the data, with the pictures, and that would be the ready-made site. And it helps me to do a lot. And now the same packages help us to develop technologies. Among those packages, open source packages play a big role. This is the so-called open source data. This is free. And you can use that with you, for instance. Speaking about Black Duck company that is involved in the open source data, then about 87% of the applications that they have checked, they would contain open source components. That means that open source you can find in every component, in every application that you have seen. So it means that they all have those open source packages, and 70% of applications that they have checked, they originally were based on such open source projects. How we have come up with all that? The open source development proceeds from the middle of the last century, where the computers would be as big as that stage, and they could not do a lot. They were quite weak in terms of computation, but they could be used very actively because they helped, especially in terms of science. And academics started sharing the software, their achievements, developments, and step by step they helped to somehow share those networks. It was followed by GNU, open source foundation, that emerged, that was seeking to develop and promote the concept of free open source software. Certainly we thank them for that, because they are developing even now, and a lot of software that we're using now is done thanks to such projects. In early 1990s, in the North years, .com was booming. That was another step that helped us to promote to facilitate the open source development, because such companies as Mozilla emerged, such as Browser Mozilla, probably heard about that, and those companies tried to develop and propagate, proliferate open source systems. OpenGuide emerged. That contributed greatly because it gave us a tool in order to develop the open source solutions. It helps to collectively develop software, and in 2008 a platform was put on top of that, an online platform, and this is most popular among the developers. Even the developers of the open source solutions in 2013, they actually got more than 10,000 projects completed, but now they are even more numerous, just like in our company. When we collected the statistics, we calculated more than 10 million projects which are open, not just for GitHub, but across the globe. And more than 90 million of developers are part of that. This is called a contribution. So these are the people who are adding their solutions and try to develop that. And the number of packages that have been assembled and made there are mushrooming. So, for instance, from in 2024 compared to 2023, this number tripled. But the more popular the solution becomes, the more attention it receives from hackers. The packages become vulnerabilities. So once those packages are made, they would be stored on some platform from where the developers could get them. And according to the statistics, there are dozens of malware stored on such platforms. That means that the hackers put something malicious, and the system may steal some encryption keys, provide unauthorized access, etc. And number of attacks through such packages also is on the rise, and the growth is huge. 23 compared to 24 actually saw the 12 times growth. The hackers are not complacent. They come up with new mechanisms. So new schemes emerged, engaging AI, because now it is on the rise, it is quite popular, and this is what people try to use. They try to attack using that, and because of the geopolitical tensions, there are some attacks related to different slogans, protests that would propagate something or campaign for something, advertise something. Speaking about the structure of the package, they have their own structures, as I said before. That's another program. So it means that the programs consist of when the packages are put inside the
то разработчик может даже не знать, а что там на самом деле в глубине происходит, какие там пакеты.
System, then the developer maybe will not know what is there. So what embedded packages are there? So the packages are wrapped in other packages. And there is another danger, because in those embedded packages you may see some vulnerabilities, different vulnerabilities, and not always they would know about that danger. Speak about JavaScript project, then it would look like that. So there is a package and it would contain a lot of other packages, and I can even confirm that with a figure. We collected the statistics by downloads, and JavaScript has a lot of packages, and the direct packages, the ones that the developer indicated, meaning that he knows about them, they're less than 10%, and as for the rest, these are also packages that are being used, and it may grow to like that. And these are transitive vulnerabilities that are inside different packages. Therefore, very often we see the news on the media that hackers are not complacent on the rise. There are vulnerabilities that bona fide people are using. A lot's been said about artificial intelligence, and probably you heard about DeepSeek. Have you heard about DeepSeek? Artificial intelligence, anything like that? Okay. And it has become very popular, especially in winter. We were told that it outpaced ChatGPT, and it is many, many times cheaper. So immediately the risks rise that the attack would be held through that DeepSeek. When I saw DeepSeek, I decided to look for something. I ran across a website. It is called DeepSeek Web AI. So AI, DeepSeek, but in essence, this is not a website of that platform. And it is for sale, it is open. Anyone may buy that, and the authors say that this is a very good site for those who are dealing with a neural network. You may invest your money there, and the name would be just great. And if some bona fide person tries to make use of that, would upload something and other people would download something and some information will be stolen. And this is how it was done. So a domain was taken. It is far away from the original one. That's about DeepSeek. And the domain looks not so nice, and they made the website looking like that. It looks like DeepSeek platform. And also you can download the Android-based application, and the first problem emerges. So the criminals are inside the package, and that package is stealing the money for Android. It sends it back to the criminals, and they would collect the information on the banking data, etc., etc. And now let's move forward back to the packages, also related to DeepSeek. So it emerged in 2023. The BVK user in 2023 emerged, and for a year and a half was sitting peacefully, but when DeepSeek was launched, he decided to take advantage of that and publish two packages for Python development. Which were called DeepSeek, but in essence had nothing to do with that. Although it was said that they work with the IP, etc. But in essence, it would be just stealing data. And probably they would get even more data, but for positive technologies people who detected the malicious activity, and in an hour's time those packages were blocked. But several dozens of people managed to download those packages that contained vulnerability. Another story, as I said, the new protests. That's about new sabotage, slogans, etc. So there was one project, quite popular one, and about 500 downloads every week, and its author in March 2022 published 2 new versions. Okay, let them be new versions, but there is a trick. Those versions had a very strange code. On the one hand, it was hidden, it was disguised, and if you just scan the code, you would not notice anything strange, and that code would check where this user is from. And then depending on where the person is from this or that country, it would erase certain files with the hearts. It was such an unpleasant love that it manifested. And this way it would eliminate all the data of the user, all the user files, etc. In addition to that, once the packages are embedded, some other person may use that. This happened to that protest package, because another framework called Vue.js would take only the latest version available, and when that troublesome version was published, they downloaded that and jeopardized their own users, and they have more than 6 million users, and that's a problem that emerged there. And it is very viral, so to say. Also have that package with the hearts and protests. And the Vue.js developers probably even didn't know anything about that. And they indicated explicitly what versions could be used in order to avoid such unpleasant surprises. Another thing, when the project connects XZ unit, and he would be immediately subjected to an attack. And again, that's a police story. It contained of several stages. It would last for 3 years. And that's great that it didn't bring any consequences. Zatan user emerged. And he started contributing, making changes to some projects compared to compression and decompression, different archives that are compressing the data. And step by step, he did several such propositions, contributions, and made a portfolio out of that, and then moved to XZ project. That's a quite popular one, which is being used out of box. So it had been supplied by default. And most likely, there was actually a group of people disguised by Zatan, and they suggested their own change in XZ project. Then they started entering that from other accounts, saying, why, if you are too busy, let it be done without you. And in 2023, they actually reached their goal. That Zatan nickname actually was authorized to do certain things, and it started doing illegal things. In 2024, early in the year, it provided access to the users' virtual machines if they have downloaded that package. And as far as actually he would be doing that through different packages. So you make an update and you immediately are jeopardized, are undermined. So the confidential data might be stolen, and that backdoor would be available only to that Zatan and his accomplices. So they used that encryption key, and they got the direct access to the user data. And the problem might be massive, because that's about many distributives of Linux, and once actually it is widespread, it is proliferated, it would be awful. But several months afterwards, one of the Microsoft developers identified that, and we thank him for that. He wrote about that, and he saw that when he was just checking something, and he saw that this package loses the capacity, so that, and he saw that there is a backdoor that emerged there. And he notified everyone about that, and immediately Zatan was removed, all the changes were removed. So, and that's great that it was within the Anders Grund. So thank him for that.
снова вернемся еще к искусственному интеллекту. Сегодня и докладов много было.
So let's turn to the AI. Once again, there were reports about that, and that's a very popular story. A few words about how the AI can somehow cheat on us. There is a new type of an attack, a package hallucination. So in essence, when this package doesn't exist, but the artificial intelligence has just invented that, probably you're familiar with the story that AI may add some facts, may invent certain articles because the AI has to answer a question. If certainly the user doesn't say, don't give me the bullshit, and the neural network will be used in order to write the code. But once the neural network advises to add that package, there might be no package there, so this is the package hallucination. What problems it may trigger? So if there is no package, seemingly it is okay, but there might be several packages recommended just within Lassa Security survey. They checked more than 2,000 requests on neural networks, and in 25% cases, there would be package hallucinations. So it means that the packages that do not exist would be recommended. And they took Huggis Gain Kali packages, and they decided actually to clone such a package. They did that for test. There was nothing inside that package, and they uploaded that. They wondered how much time it would be downloaded. And it was downloaded more than 30,000 times. So it means that this is so much people who got interested in that. Well, certainly the program did not work, the software did not work, that's obvious, but the package was downloaded. If they were to download that, they would see that the package doesn't exist. That's another problem with the AI. You cannot trust AI. Certainly AI is helpful, but there should be no trust to that. You have to check and double check that. What the developers can do, how to help them, how to secure yourself against that. So you can use the packages appropriately. So the packages, the programs that we have to check before we use that, and we have to make sure that this is what we need and that these are the needed versions and that they're safe. Apart from the fact that this is just digital hygiene, when you check that the package is good, that the author is good, you can do that manually, but this is quite problematic. There are tools for that. For instance, you need to take stock of that. You can look at the embedded packages to see whether it is dangerous or not. There are tools that I show here, and they are free. They are available to everyone. There are tools for analysis, something that may tell whether there are any vulnerabilities in that package. And again, this is for free. There are some commercial tools that may help as well, and they're more versatile. The ordinary tools are related to certain technologies and usually are limited in terms of what technologies are being used. And commercial are more universal. They can use different technologies, but globally, you can even use the free tools on top of that. You can use the protection. So we take Asdan, an open source solution. This is a tool which prevents the dangerous packages to penetrate into the development environment. There are tools which are called LUF, application firewall, that would protect the application from certain illegal or illegitimate action within the application of packages that are being used inside. And there is also the monitoring system such as CM that helps to check what is going on in the system and whether there are some suspicious queries. And on top of that, it would be very much desirable to use the safe and secure development procedures. Everything has to be secure from idea to implementation. It has to be closed with technologies and processes to secure that. So we get rid of the vulnerabilities at all the stages. And you'd rather be on the safe side and double check that. I'm done with my presentation, and there is a number of links that might be useful. These are the reports about packages and attacks against the embedded packages. You can find me on the Telegram to ask your questions, and I would stay next to the violet flag if you want to ask any questions. Find me there. And inside those packages, I have some souvenirs. So if you want, the first come, first served. These are unique packages. Thank you so much. It was Anton Volodchenko. That was just cool. Very ample presentation. So look at the level of our presenters. This was not a report. How do you call what you just did within 30 minutes? It was a presentation. Well, so still we can call that a report. Okay. Yesterday, we also spoke about cybersecurity, and immediately, even today we can mention that. Why not? We remembered Stuxnet. Remember 2010? Well, you spoke about vulnerabilities, that there might be some packages with the vulnerabilities, and there was a very interesting malware, a virus that was not even downloaded. So the Israelis did that in order to destroy the Iranian enrichment facilities, and it was transferred only on the thumb drives for the authorized management systems. And so they waited long enough in order to see that all those facilities were destroyed. So cybersecurity, that's very powerful. Well, very espionage theories when it takes time to get prepared to, and then would act when the moment is ripe. When the time is ripe, when the moment is opportune. So as a person who is close to your industry, I wonder how these people called Zadian, just like a Chinese name, they would enter, the system would change something. Acting as criminals. As if actually the social engineering criminals would call you and say, so now the security officer would call you. And so they perplex people, and they did the same to get the access code. But despite their scheme, despite what they did, they spent a lot of time, and still it was quite painful for them because someone checked that development and detected that and put an end to that. Okay, so it was not proliferated. So it means that you measure 100 times and you install only once. Thank you so much. A package with packages. And that song would remind me of your packages, not the ones that I have under the kitchen, under the sink. Who has a package with packages under the sink? Okay. You are my cup of tea. Well, friends, and now we have a break until 4:30. Have a rest, take some water, there is a coffee over there. Talk to Anton, he will come to us. And I see that some guys have already rushed to Anton. So that's a Q&A. All the experts, all the speakers are there. Come to a special flag to ask the questions. It is violet on purpose. And this is where you can talk to our experts. See you soon. 4:30. On May 23, a legendary techno blogger will answer any questions, and at 8 o'clock, along with him, we will deep dive into hacking from famous movies, and we will select the best hack of the day. Kulibin stage, May 23. A nice end of Positive Hack Days. For the first time, you will see the stars of music, grunge, Uma Thurman and Minamba. Come to celebrate that. May 24, Kulibin stage, free.
Научпоп-сцена Кулибин.
Ladies and gentlemen, we continue with our PopSci stage named after Ivan Kulibin. And we wait for PH days for the whole year, and it finally here. Positive Hug Days 2025, despite ideal weather, and we don't have to drink water, but we should drink water. People are 80, maybe 90% consist of water. As Paganini said, that people are 90% love, but Barrier is the company that helps us stay hydrated. You have fountains, you have bottled water, you have tap water, all that is cleansed by Barrier filters. And we will continue with our topics about fakes, about digital documentation, and this is important. Here, there is some money, you can smell the money. We would like to invite the head of consulting bureau, Beholder is here consulting, Dmitry Barashuk. Dmitry, you have the floor. Hi everyone. Glad to see you here. And I've met you here before on one of the workshops where we spoke about forgeries and fakes, face forgery, fine prints, and all those objects that are connected with the cyber world, with computers and PC. But today I would like to talk about normal, common things that surround us around. I would like to talk about paper. And probably, well, obviously I can see we have children here in our audience, and during your school years, you've probably took the paper from your parents so that you can skip the lesson. And this is the forgery, this is the fake document I'm talking about. This exactly is what scammers can use against you. You might say, well, you're talking about some documents, some papers, we're talking about cybersecurity. But in those 30 minutes, I would like to prove this point. History usually repeats itself, and whatever happened before, and especially what we have for years, they still work the same way they did before, or maybe they adapted to the new times, especially in the digital world. And that is why we should begin with a very simple point. We will try to understand what exactly can be forged. And now we should separate this terminology. Let's have some kind of topology on what can be forged and how can they forge this. First is the complete falsification, where a scammer, a potential criminal, creates a document from scratch and presents it to the victim. Second point is the partial falsification, where you have some kind of baseline document and then a criminal might choose something, might remove something, and especially what many people did during the school when you changed your marks from maybe 3 to 5. And this is an example of partial fraud, partial forgery. And finally, you have some kind of empty shell. You take it and you do whatever you want. And here is a little bit different. It becomes more complex in the sense that we need to tell apart what exactly can be a proof of forgery in the original document. So since we're talking about cybersecurity and digital environment, let us consider how digital documents can be forged. First, they can be PDF editing. PDF files are like the analog of normal physical paper in the digital world, where you can edit them, you can change the text, you can add images, you can change the images, and so on. Second are phishing attacks. When you receive an email, probably from Sberbank Security Services, I hope there is disclaimer. It doesn't have to be Sberbank. It can be any other bank, green bank, yellow bank. Here, it can be that you might receive a document with the so-called payload. And this payload might provide access to your computer to someone else, or it might install a tracking script that would provide information to that different scammer. And finally, this could be a forgery of your digital signature. When you sign different certificates, not always the good quality, but they might be substituted for the real original document. So now let's consider what's wrong with paper forgery, of paper fake documents. Paper has been around for thousands of years. We've been writing thousands of years. And what can possibly happen when we consider this? Not some sophisticated tricks and techniques without any software. What can we extract from what we see? Statistically, the higher education diploma is the most forged document in Russia. And there are probably about hundreds of different ways to forge this document. Sometimes you just print it on the paper, and sometimes you actually try to create it from scratch. So how do people protect this? This diploma paper, this certificate, is an example that we will always have some kind of document, some kind of certificates that have a level of protection. First and foremost, it's a physical or chemical protection. These are the qualities of paper. This is what is usually used in many documents. There was a quality of paper and quality and characteristics of ink. The protected documents are documents that use special types of paper with different content of different elements. So the composition of different elements is not the same when we are talking about normal paper. They have more or less plastic, they have more or less cotton compared to the original paper. So the texture, the feel is different. Next point are watermarks. The watermarks you see online on different images, and you can find them in other documents, physical documents, digital documents. And watermarks are used by many companies, and you can see them when you look at the paper against the light. But at the same time, watermarks are very good analog for protection in the digital world, and we'll talk about it later. There are some digital elements which are used in paint that react to different devices. For example, you could use a small magnet or maybe a device, and it will react to the content of the paint. Next is holographic protection. We all know about this micro printing, and micro printing is a very fine print. It is used in the ornamental elements, but it can also be used in the text. And we all know all those contracts where we have the big letters to get you to the bank, and then we use the fine print to basically make you a slave of a bank. Next are the color gradients and color shading, which are used in these documents. And you use them as an additional layer of protection because it might be really, really hard with simple or even industrial equipment to completely reproduce this color grading. Ornamental elements are not for design, they are there for protection because thanks to the ornament we have some kind of background, and it serves as a marker, as an indicator if something was changed in the document or not. And finally, holograms. It can be a 3D image, and especially when you can remember your passport, where you have your own hologram with your face, and it can also be used as a way to protect information. What else? Those are ultraviolet marks, and that's a great thing, and you can use it in your own documents. Next, the best way to spend 900 rubles is to buy a UV marker and UV flashlight. Sometimes you can even spend less, and you can create a level of protection for your documents, and you can actually use it. So that's a very simple way to do so. The next point. You can use dedicated. You can use a motor measuring pairs. What I mean is that we use a special paint which will have different reflections depending on the angle of light that falls on it. So if you look at it from a specific angle, it will not be the same if you look at it from a different angle. And you can add those chemical elements to the paint, to paper, to ink, especially if it's a very sophisticated document and certificate that you need to protect. And maybe we should take a look at a few examples. Here is the cover of a diploma certificate, and it looks like a Chinese forgery, and it will look like a Chinese fake document, which you will get with poor equipment quality. And here is a good example with passport. You can see, like, under the plastic layer, the bottom line should be highlighted, but on the original we can see that it is highlighted through the usage of special paint. And in the fake one, you can see that they try to highlight it just a little bit, or maybe they didn't really care, or maybe they didn't know how it looked like in the original. That's why they were not able to fully replicate it. Next point is using the watermarks, which can be created through different means. The simplest way is to have a gray paint of some image. When you look at the picture, you will not see it, but when you look at the paper against the light, you will see this. And especially it's useful when you have a UV flashlight, which I believe you should buy after this presentation. So when you use UV flashlight, you will be able to discern different elements which are put on the paper with the normal paint as against to something else which were used to actually create a watermark, because you will have a depth of picture. Here is one of the things I really love about microtext. Sometimes when people fake or forge these documents, and I must say that I forge them a lot and I test them. I'm a pen tester myself, so I do this for my job. I do this for my work. That's a little disclaimer. Sometimes we cannot replicate this microtext, and we have to use something to replace it in the areas where we cannot replicate it. And yeah, you can see this on the screen where it replaces the original microtext. Still, if you are working with documents where you assume that you might have microtext, or maybe you have an example how this microtext should look like in this or that document, you should pay extra attention to how it looks like. Next is perforation, or maybe adding specific holes in the document. We have passports, we have documents which could have this perforation, which have punching a hole, and we need to remember about technology, because ideally you have a sophisticated equipment, you put the book, you have laser that punches those holes in a specific array. But when scammers want to fake this, they just use very dull equipment, maybe stapler, maybe just a knife, maybe even a fork, to create similar holes. And obviously, these are not the same that were done by laser. Maybe they will use needles, but it will be still different from the laser punched holes, and you will be able to see and tell the original from the fake. And now let us sum it up with what do we have to do so that we can tell fake and forgeries apart. First of all, we need to know how the original document looks like. You always have to have the original so that you have something to compare it to. Second, you have to know the location and location of specific elements. So sometimes you know that when different bills are replaced by new bills, and you see the complete instructions where they have these protection elements in these new bills, and you have to, this is how you compare and contrast it. Next point is texture. What kind of paper is used in the original? What kind of paper is used for fakes? What's the thickness? What's the feeling? What's the taste? Or maybe smell? And by the way, those taste and smell stories, there is a great example how Nintendo company fought the fake cartridges, the games they had. And they had two problems. They did not want children to eat those cartridges, and they wanted to fight the fake cartridges. So they added some sour elements to the cartridges. And if you have Nintendo, maybe Nintendo Switch, maybe you can try and taste your cartridge. Testing holograms, watermarks, and obviously using UV light, maybe IR, infrared lights. Usually this is a must-have tools for anyone who wants to tell original documents from fake ones, especially when you have the possibility that something might be forged. Now we're moving to the partial falsification. That's when we have certain signs that something can be changed inside the document. Here we should go through different types of potential problems. So now we go back to school again. Here we have a small needle, maybe a small knife, and you use it to remove the texture, remove maybe a mark from your daybook, and because of that, you change the texture of the paper. But there is a different way to do so, more sophisticated. When you do not change this mechanically, but chemically, there are many substances that remove dirt from your t-shirt, but they can also be used to remove ink and paint from paper. But on the one hand, we will have a different thickness of paper. That's one of the ways to tell them apart, and you'll be able to see through the paper just a little bit better. And you remember about this protective mesh. It will be different. It will change. It might look like this or like that. It might mean that there is some change. Maybe somebody wanted to remove something from the paper, or maybe the text on this paper will have different qualities in terms of visual design. And the reason is that it was printed using the paper with different qualities, with different thickness, with different texture. Chemical etching, and a few examples. So changing the color shading, changing tints. Here we can see that the passport page became not the one it should look like. It became greenish when it should be reddish. we can use infrared lights and we can see what was cleansed with chemicals. And chemistry looks absolutely amazing when you look at it through infrared. And just try to use bleach to remove something from paper, not from passport, but from something from paper, and then look at it in the infrared range. Next, we can use ultraviolet range, and different chemistry have different reaction to different light. If you have children, do they love slimes? Great. You should buy a can of UV pigment. It costs about 200 rubles. It's a small can of powder which will help you to mark your documents, so then you can tell them apart from fakes, and that's on top of using markers. But you also see how different paint can look on different light. We are still going through the examples, and I would like to touch upon this topic. We're talking about electronics, we're talking about digital cyber things. So here is an example from a personal experience. There was a Russian company which decided to buy sugar from a different non-Russian company. And this is what the document is about here on the screen. It had problem with sending money. One of the banks did not accept the payment. They had this correspondence, and then the manager received this kind of paper. And dear friend, it looks great, and we finally found a way for you to send us money. You should send it here. They look at this paper and it looks legit. Finally, we can pay the money and we can receive sugar. They sent the money. And a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, they still do not have the sugar. And drinking coffee without sugar is agony. And they started to learn what happened. It was a common PDF file. And when they actually look at it, this is what it looks like when you analyze it. Like in forensics, we do not make them better, we make them worse, but they show all of their true colors. And that actually was a scanned version of a document, and you can see these vertical lines. Because of the vertical lines, you can tell that it was scanned images. And we have certain elements that stand out. I've enlarged and magnified those elements. There's a logo and a place for the stamp. These can be signs that the stamp was scanned, cut out, and placed in a different document. But now pay attention here. On the document, in the document, it was invisible. These are remainders of the previous image that was on the original paper document, and then it was removed with eraser in Photoshop. It has the name and partially the surname of the people who owned the document, but obviously we're talking about digital environment, and we go to metadata. And metadata is very important for most documents, especially if you had them. Here we can see that this document was edited multiple times. Those ID elements tell us a story, and they tell us what and when was changed. And finally, metadata of the author, of the person who created this document. DJ. That's exactly how former manager used his signature, and he decided to earn just an extra. But obviously, that's just an example. Scammers do not do it like this. They prepare, they try to cover their tracks. But in this case, scammer was not that intelligent, was not that smart. But I really like what I really like the phishing practice instead of forging the actual document. So here are a few tools you can use to tell genuine documents from fake. Forensically is an online editor where you can use and you can basically make the image worse so that you can see its true colors. So that was software number 1, and software number 2. It can show any metadata and any documents which you see. That's a very important tool to have in your arsenal. So going back to our story, the criminal registered a domain which sounded and seemed like the domain used domain name, which was very similar to the name of the original company. He switched and swapped two letters. He did not cover, he didn't do anything with the certificates, he just changed the original link. He created doubles for the emails for all the managers. Project managers have supervisors so that they track his activities so that he wouldn't sell something wrong. So our criminal was manager in his previous life, and he had remote access to his computer. In 2 iterations of emails, just asking a question and replying the answer, he replaced everyone who replied to him to his own email addresses. So he moved the entire communication about money to his own email, and people had no idea that they were scammed. This service is absolutely amazing for this. It's called Web Check, and it helps you track the domain name, what kind of website you use, when this website was created, does it have any certificate, SSL certificates, HTTP certificates, and so on. And to sum it up, a few points which could be useful to you right here, right now. I use quite a lot of different, expensive, specialized, and sophisticated software and hardware, and this is the best way to spend 4,000 rubles. Absolutely amazing thing you can buy on any marketplace, and it's called electronic microscope. Obviously, you can use Wi-Fi to connect it to your phone or to your laptop, and it opens up the world of micro. I always have right here, right now, which I need when I need to see if there is a fake. And if you really want to protect your electronic documents, we will not go about talking about certificates. There are 2 simple ways to do so. First is to use watermarks. We place additional information in the document, which we can control if it's present or not, then it serves as a watermark. Second way is to use different beacons. The simple one is the service called Canary Tokens. It's an open source project, it's also a website service, and would try to collect additional information regarding the people who open this document and when they open. So, for example, if it goes to someone unauthorized machine, you will have notifications, and only browser knows about this, what was opened and when this was opened, like operating system, sometimes geolocation, sometimes very precise geolocation, screen resolution, serial numbers, and so on.
In essence, that's all I wanted to tell you today, and thank you so much for being with me. As the organizers have said, you can come to that flag and talk to me one-on-one if you want it. And I wish you all the very best, and that's a good evening waiting for us and one more day of the festival. So don't rush for the flags. So we're speaking about deepfakes. And especially for that presentation, you have made a deepfake of a voice of Vladimir Pozner. No, that's the original one. And Pozner was one of the speakers today, and moreover, you can replace him without any deepfakes. So that was Dmitry Marchuk. He spoke about the fakes and how to detect them. We all know now about the metadata, and we will invest into the lampstands, but not now, because now we will immerse in the world of IT startups. So that we all want to earn money, we all want to start marketing our products. That's not easy. It is one in travail, and just several percent out of 100 would reach that. Alexander Zykov, Ivan Menyalev, and Alexandra Sevastyanova. These are a group of 3 people from the world of startups who will share the secrets of how to turn an idea into a working business product. Okay. Okay, let's begin.
Всем привет, меня зовут Александр Зыков, и я сегодня...
My name is Alexander Zykov, and today I will start my presentation. Just to begin with, let me say a few words about my own startup, how we can create startups, and when you have any idea, how it can be put into life, how to find necessary funding, and how to create a product. To begin with,
Можно мне слайд переключить в следующий?
May you change the slides?
Всем привет еще раз. Меня зовут Александр Зыков.
Hello everyone, once again. My name is Alexander Zykov. I'm CEO of Automarket, a startup. And I'm a second-year student of the High School of Economics. I'm dealing with the project management. I have my own startup. I have a team of 10 people, and also I'm working with the major retailers. And I won lots of Russian international contests. I have a huge experience in that, and this is something that I'm going to tell you about. Once you have an idea how it could be put into practice. Let's start with saying that every idea has to reveal a problem. So we have to understand why you are doing that and what you are doing that for. So originally you have certain case you want to sell that. So artificial intelligence, or there is any other technology under the hood, but you do not understand the nerd of it. What happened to me? Many times I would change my technologies, and I realized that not you have to come up with an idea, but rather you have to start with talking to all the stakeholders in the market. In the retail business, I have a lot of customers and the people who, for instance, would be the head of the flagship shop or a customer or a sales assistant. You have to understand the requirements of these people and offer the best solutions for them. And now we have developed certain solutions. We have smart cards with autopilot, with the technology of scanning the products, a technology of small shops and outlets, and trackers for the employees. But these products rested on 2 major solutions that we have developed and that started bringing the fruits. That's a navigation technology that we developed at the very first stage of our career. It means that after we identified the requirements of our customers, we developed a solution. That's a high-tech solution that helps to identify the whereabouts within a shop, a dark store, or the distribution center. And these solutions took some time to materialize. Also, we have a scanning technology. That's another solution aimed at identifying the product with the help of scanning, and then we thought about how to sell our technologies the right way and came up with the conclusion that you have to understand the business model of the project. You have to step by step address the problems to understand what resources you have, what sales channels are there, how we can set an agreement with our potential clients. Very often we change the tactics. Either those would be the platforms, fora, where we'd be speaking about the project, or these would be one-on-one meetings where we would meet interesting people who would connect us to some specific people in the sales networks or chains. So after that, you have to analyze the market. You have to understand that there is a market in Russia, and you have to understand what you would start with. It might be some region, or there might be some part of the corporation, the very first corporation. That would be the main one, where you're going to do the pilot. And after that, you have to understand what companies you can sell that to. For instance, you make a business plan, proceeding from the fact that we have a business corporation and you enter the market not only of Russia, but also of neighboring countries as well. After that, you certainly have competitors in that market. A competitive survey, that's a very good tool to get better knowledge, but every year you may see a new competitor who may replicate certain assumptions and certain technologies that you have developed and can steal it from you. And therefore, you have to do something new all the time. You should not lag behind the market, and every year you have to offer something new. And you have to replicate that from the market. And therefore, we proceed from the fact that our company is developing for 2.5 years. We have tested lots of assumptions, and we have identified the scale of our product. And we won international and Russian contest. I'm a winner of international contest in China and in Dubai. After that, we confirmed our assumption with several chains, and now we are developing further, and we plan for a full-fledged implementation later on. Your journey has to be accompanied by some media resources, just like we have gathered for today's forum, to confirm our assumptions there, speak about our projects, in order to implement that with success later on. That means that we have a certain cybersecurity solution that I'm developing for quite a while, and therefore I can be confident that I fulfilled myself as a speaker and as an expert. You have to build strategic plans, short-term plans of your project. And I built a plan that was short-term, and the one which I planned for several years ahead. You have to understand what the company wants, what products it wants, and who it cooperates with in order to promote those products. And probably the last key thing that I left for the dessert, that's the project team. Without that, no project would materialize from an idea to a working startup. You have to cherry-pick people for your product. You have to understand who you're working with. You have to understand the psychological types and profiles of the people you're working with. This is another very important thing. Who is working with you, how he or she develops, and is he good for you, for your product, and is he going to work for the sake of the project, or this is just a burden put on your shoulders that doesn't give any KPIs, and you have to move to another person. And who would help you to promote the project. So in essence, I'm done with my presentation. If you're interested in the development of retail, IT, and robotics, you can get in touch with me using those contact data. And join me to develop retail of the future, and I will proceed with the next part of our presentation. Ivan will tell you in more detail about investments
how the project at the state of a ready-made stage and already tested assumptions can raise investments. Ivan, over to you.
Я продолжу хлопать. Я упорная.
Let me continue putting my hands together. Thank you so much, Sasha, for a very good intro. I will tell you about investments and some introductory words. Why me? Why I'm speaking about one of the most difficult and at the same time delicate things that would require lengthy studying. On my way, we had 10 denials from investors, and at the end of the day, we raised 10 million, and we were among top 10 in Russia. Then we were in top 3 innovations in Russia, and I decided to divide that topic into several categories. And as far as I was given 10 minutes for that, and the topic is huge, I put forward an objective to actually explain that topic with several bullet points or lines, the lines you have to study, so that you could have some knowledge about that topic, because the foundation you start with is what matters. First of all, how to invite investors, how to ensure big checks, how you raise 20 million, and how to convert that into the mass media startup. That's about awareness. When we create certain business, that's very important that the people learn about that and buy from us. And let's start with saying that you should not be afraid of denials. For instance, when 10 times you said no, it doesn't mean that the business idea is not good, but probably there are people who did not assess that the correct way. According to statistics, that global statistics says that only 1 in 20 investors would be invited. So they Google raised the investments, actually only 13th time. Don't be afraid of pitching in front of any client. So you go to a forum just to talk to a friend that there was a business angel who gave you money, so it happens by accident. That's a very frequent story. And many say that that's a big selection and many approach, and people raise money only once the sales volume is huge. But no, this is not true. So, well, probably business angel would say, oh, our fund doesn't do that, but I know a guy who would be eager to do that. And if you are not pitching in front of everyone, you lose 1/3 of the chances to raise money.
Мы не могли привлечь 9 раз, потому что мы...
9 times we failed on raising money because we did not present the idea the right way. And when we did 2 pilots in month's time and we came to the investor with a different pitch, we immediately raised money. And 67% of successful startups would at least make 1 pilot. So at least once they would say this business model doesn't work. So this happens to all the corporations at the same time. An average pitch that's about 5 to 10 minutes. This is your time, when you have to understand clearly what you are saying. Sometimes you have only 1 minute for getting acquainted with someone. My company is involved in the production of the smart locks, and within 10 seconds I explained the very essence of our project. And you have to have the same pitch that in front of any person. You should be able to stand up and explain what you are doing without technical details. Once you have invited, once you have attracted the investor, he would ask for more details. At the same time, you have to understand how the investors are thinking. And very often, actually, I'm asked how I approach an investor and say, please help me, I cannot raise money. What I tell him, so no, it doesn't work like that. We're like in the 21st century. So you can just come to any platform and see, for instance, Oscar Hartman and other people who are just getting interviews from well-known people, and you would understand what is needed for you in order to show to an investor that your project really would worth certain amount of money, time, some risk to be taken. Because investments, that's about risk. High check. Even how we raise big money, I always ask, do you need big money? Because that's about huge responsibility. You would certainly run a bigger team. You have to bear more responsibility. You have to understand where
you would spend that money on. Because once you raise a lot of money, the people would monitor you. But once you have a lot of money, you are not so limited in terms of the team. And there are areas where you do not need so much money because you can raise a lot of money, but there is nothing that you would spend that money on. So a business model would not be appropriate for that investment. It will not pay back. And you have to ask those questions. And that slide, I show advantages and disadvantages of these models. Now, a few words about the problems. First of all, the problem of big check. That's a big risk. For instance, you have 20 million and a student comes to you, or just a person who wants to start a business, and he says, I have a great idea. So would you give 20 million to such a person? No. And suddenly the investor invests huge money, but the chances that it would work are quite low. Therefore, you have to explain clearly why you need so much money, and how are you going to spend that, and what team is going to be there, and why for that business model this is so relevant. First of all, you have to show that this is a business model which is very well scalable. So locks, this is everything that could be unlocked, and NFC technology can be used everywhere. You can use that for kick scooters, for cars, for safety. So the scalability of that model has no limits. The only question is about the country, and if we move to another country, it is quite simple. For instance, once you are selling donuts and donuts with a certain stuffing, it is not a scalable model. This is either quite expensive, it's a problem for a restaurant, and certainly you would not be given huge money for that. But at the same time, it has to have an innovation, otherwise you will not prove what is new about that. There are lots of competitors, and you have to understand that the investors have to see some essence in that for little money. The only problem is to explain why you need so much money. For instance, investor put 5 million rubles into you and something failed, so that's a big risk. You have to explain to them why this is like that and not like that. A few words about mass media, how to monetize them. Once you actually have attracted a lot of investments. That's about the reputation, the image, and awareness. It depends on everything. That's a scheme on the slide as to how the mass media structure looks like once we discuss the KPIs. So that's about business. This is not about a project that works for the startup or doesn't work for the startup. That's a project. When the editors-in-chief would meet their KPIs once they publish a lot of articles with a lot of views, and either the mass media would become your partner, for instance, like the Innovators Academy, which does that every now and then. At the same time, there are managers who would be looking for some precedence in the market. If you have created innovation that enjoyed a lot of investments, you would create a precedent that the mass media would be eager to speak about. We were in all the top media, including Forbes. And all the time, we were there for free because it was just beneficial for the media. Some of the takeaways, first of all, investor looks for the profit and the future. Russia has much more resources than money, than people. So it means that the money that could be raised is much bigger than the number of startups or ideas. If you show to the investor that you are the one to spend that money appropriately, they would trust you because these people are just cherry-picked. Make focus on the product and the mass media would come to you on their own. That's the rule of the game. If your product is good, you will always be able to sell that. You have to understand the essence of the system. Just any understanding of the system would give you necessary tools, how those systems might be used for your sake. And I'm guided by that item throughout my life and understand what KPI has to be met so that other people help me. And a few words about utility. The left-hand side, QR code, this is a Telegram channel of our company. It has the materials that we publish. We just put them on. We don't have info business. Whatever we do, we publish, and you're free to take that. These are all the presentations that got awards, and we won several awards, including the international ones. And this is where you can find that article. It has more than several thousands of views. What problems I run into, and there were just situations when I thought that I'd rather quit. When we gathered with the team and we said, if we don't win, we get investments in 2 weeks' time, then we will just quit. And 2 weeks after, we got the award from Innovators of Moscow. Thank you so much, and subscribe to us. I do think it would be useful to you. And I pass the floor to Alexandra. She will tell you what should be done next once you have raised investments. Thank you so much. May I have my presentation, please? So, let me introduce myself. Are there any creative people who believe that they're creative enough? That's excellent. One person. Okay. Are there any students there? Or those who plan to get enrolled? Or those who want to have a lot of money for some push, cool idea? That's great. So many more such people. So my report is designed for you. Who I am? My name is Sasha. I understand that you are more than 4 years old, so you can read something about me on this slide. But most importantly about me, I'm a founder with experience. What it means, a seasoned startup founder, it means that I run into all the mistakes. I made errors wherever I can, and now I can tell from that stage my journey. So the most important thing I'm going to tell you is about how I ran into problems and how I got out of that. It all started in 2022. I was 22 years old. And along with the co-founder, representative of science, we worked for science. At that time, we decided to make a startup, some startup for animation. Just something for cartoons. We called that Garage Netflix, Russian Netflix, and it was a very good plan for that, to approach the future users, future animation studios, to ask them what they need, to do what they need, to show to them, they will give us money, and that's it. And this is how to become a billionaire. We followed that roadmap. There was a problem on the way. In the 12th century, the frames would be made one by one. So this is how the animation has been drawn. So seemingly it had to be automated, but now this is just like you write your own thesis manually. Why doing that? Because we have ChatGPT. So your neural networks emerged, and we are smart ones, and we got investments in order to... So we approached an investor, we showed that that's a huge market, that's a huge solution. Investor said, okay, here is your money, and develop your neural network. And we've developed that. And it still works, that's most important. And it automatically may make some interim frames. So you draw the end of the movement and the end of the movement, and something in between could be done by the neural network. And we were happy, but we ran into one problem. So the neural network was working, so we test everything, and it is great, and the animators say that's cool. And how would it take you to make that? Around 4 hours, and the neural network does that within 15 minutes. So no one buys it. So it is quite competitive, but no one buys. Zero sales, because animators are afraid of the neural networks, being afraid of being substituted. And we were among accelerators, Bear 500. We showed our neural networks. And the problem was that no one was eager to buy our product, and made a pivot. We realized that 2D animation is not needed for anyone, especially to business. So the cartoons are needed only once they are supported by something else. For instance, when they increase the trust for the pharmaceutical companies, or, for instance, when they improve the metrics, improving the engagement of the customers. And now we are working as the animation studio. So instead of replacing the animators, we proceeded with making cartoons ourselves. We make the sales increase tool. So it means that we can do whatever projects possible, so starting from improving the ERV, the reach out, the conversion at any funnel, and just adding with just being a reliable contractor you can congratulate. I think you can put hands together for that. We finally found that business model that we feel very well with. But my report is not about that. I'm speaking about the roadmaps and I'm saying some smart words. But why us? The students, the people with ideas. Why that? Just in order to summarize my experience and in order to make some takeaways and understand. Let me be a seasoned founder now. What was so cool about what we were doing, what helped me, and what in essence was hindering? That was cool that I had a team, that we gathered that team, that we knew how to work with, that we were creative people, personal qualities, ability to achieve results without listening to criticism, etc. Self-evolvement or development. We realized that we are restricted by some external things, such as how to survive in science, how to earn more money, and once we actually said that how to become a unicorn ideally. Well, it all moved differently, so and a good education played its role, and all those accelerators that we worked with were of help because we have made a pool of contacts, and I can take any idea and propagate that immediately. That was good. What was not so good, first of all, is that there was no experience of startupping. So, and sadly, we didn't know what to do with that, and probably I will put an end to that then. Inability to sell. Who loves sales assistants? Who says, okay, I'm fond of sales assistants, I love to do shopping? No. So we are doing a lot just for you, because of you, and as for the rest, just imagine that you did your idea, and you have to come to a user, and magic happens, but no magic happens. You just have to sell your product, and this is a routine thing, but you have to do in order to be a billionaire and a unicorn. Now look at those clouds, and there are tears in my eyes. There was no mentor who would tell us what to do, and therefore I try to tell people about my experience, hoping that they will not repeat my mistakes. I feel that that's very important to look at what market you are going and what is so valuable for them, because when you're telling the animator that the neural network would replace them, certainly they would deny that. Okay, what should be done? What could be done in such a situation? So that's me. I'm great. I'm sitting on a couch, and the summer would come very soon, and either I would work or probably not work, and I have an idea that eventually would bring me a lot of money. But in a sense, the first thing you have to do is to act. You have to collect your friends, tell them about that idea. And for instance, ask one else. For instance, here at this conference, you may say to anyone, hello, my name is like that, I have this idea. Probably this is the way you would collect a team. Anyway, this is a good thing that you may do now without procrastinating or delaying that for the later. Just any grants, any subsidies. They are very numerous, because that's why you can find what is close to your heart and what will help you. Trust me, the state gives a lot of money to the entrepreneurs just because they are great, because they're doing good things and they're moving our economy forward. Why not joining those efforts and get your benefit from that, making a good product?
And obviously, when you work with accelerator, you can get new experience and maybe even understand something better after you graduate from the university. You don't have to work according to the profession and specialty you chose when you studied there. We have multifaceted world, and you can find new passion in there. And finally, something which is not that exactly obvious when you work with different limits, when you work in science, when you work in different things, when you have a textbook, you know what to do, so that the manager does not pester you, you know what to do, how to be happy. But it doesn't work like this in business. When you set sails on your own, it does not work, and you have to manage this. And it's up to you for you to find your way. And here you can see the QR code for our startup channel. As you can see, we are great people. You can see what we do, how we do this. And the second QR code is for my personal Telegram channel, where I tell about myself, about me, like I'm a great specialist. And I provide valuable content on how to get rid of anxiety, how to do useful exercises, and to be the happy version of myself, if you will. But at any way, you might have absolutely amazing ideas, rich life, and this is not an irony. This is what you should do. And thank you for your attention. And I would like to invite other speakers to come to me to the stage here. We are ready to answer your questions. We will be up there on the right side. For you, it will be on the left. We will be able to answer any of your questions. Basically, have a great day. Alexandra is my favorite female name. Absolutely amazing presentation. You got like exactly to the core, exactly to the soul with your limits, especially the last 5 years after 2020. So many limitations where we have to do this. We're not hired, we are interpreters, we are we are people who work for ourselves, and this is what we do. And I wake up every morning trying to manage numbers, and I go to sleep every morning trying to manage those account numbers. But what you say is very important. And it's very sorry. Alexander Sebastianov, Alexander Zivik, Ivan Menyalov, absolutely amazing people. These are the heroes.
Так, около шатра education.
Next to education location. Again, Marcus Yanov. The name of the child. Maybe he didn't, maybe he was not lost. Once again, Marcus Yanov is at the information booth at the central alley next to the fair. Marcus Yanov waits for his parents. He does not go anywhere. Parents of Marcus Yanov, please go and pick up your child. Go to the information stand. And a few more words about T-Bank. You can have and try fraud roulette, and you can talk to the real scammer. It's a great and invaluable experience. You can also go through a text and get merchandise as a result of this. Next presentation will be about artificial intelligence. Please welcome the head of the International Center for Digital Forensics at St. Petersburg Research Center for the Russian Academy of Science, Andrei Chechulin. We will be talking about digital forensics, and digital forensics is absolutely amazing with this kind of t-shirt with a rabbit on it. Hi everyone, my name is Andrei. Today we will be talking about artificial intelligence. Many people talk about this, and we've heard many presentations about AI today. I decided to pick 3 movies with the rise of the machines. Movie number 1. The military people decided to control everyone. AI rise, and they basically destroyed everyone. Obviously, that's the Terminator, and the AI was Skynet. That's an old movie, but it's a good one. Why am I talking about this? I use this movie as an example because AI did not rise against the people. At some point, people became afraid of it, decided to plug it off, and then AI run the algorithm. But one of the points of the algorithm was to protect itself. So it started to protect itself from people, and it's much easier to protect the world that has no humans. So it actually solved the problem it was tasked with. There was no rise of the machines. Second movie, artificial intelligence rose up, people started to fight against it, exploded some nukes. The sky was covered with clouds, no energy, people turned to batteries. You understand, yes, this is Matrix. The same, absolutely the same. Artificial intelligence tries to solve the problem. Turning people to battery is not good. It's not bad, it's good, because people are safe, people are secure, people do not run anywhere, they produce energy, everything is great, the world is happy. There was no rise of the machines. The AI was solving the problem it was tasked with to provide happy world for everyone. Movie number 3. Well, not exactly a movie. It was an interstellar empire. There is Omnius artificial intelligence. It's more complex. It's more like TV series for this universe. Do you know what I'm talking about? That's Warhammer 40,000. What happened before Dune? People are waiting for the third movie. And before Dune, they had the rise of the artificial intelligence. And just like the previous movie, just like the previous universe, AI was solving the problem it was tasked for. People do not control their governments in an efficient way. They take inefficient decisions, corruption, problems, nepotism. In general, so much energy is wasted on absolutely useless things. If AI governs everything and takes the most efficient decisions, humanity will flourish. If some genes are edited, people will be better. And this is what AI did. So 3 examples, 3 universes, and everything was for the sake of humans. There was no rise of the machine. Why does this happen? Problem number 1. Giving up the control. And it's really hard to do something because AI is not good enough yet. If a person takes a decision, their efficiency is different. They have limitations. AI shows significant improvement in chess and Go, where they can do better than humans. So if you can pass over the control to AI, which will make our world better, which is good. And that's the competitive edge. Any company that will follow AI advice will take over other companies or other governments that do not follow AI. So if you have AI as part of the government, as part of the company, they will be more efficient. And even now we have inequality, and AI is not being developed in all the countries equally. And the countries which do not develop AI, those countries will lag behind. And that's why in Russia there are so many research activities aimed at developing AI. But the more control we give up, the closer we are to the movies in those three universes. Second is setting the correct problem. What do we want from AI? It's not an animal, it's not a creature. AI does not have to propagate. They have the only task to solve is what they are given to solve. And here's the problem. Suppose you have a very smart artificial intelligence and you ask it to clean your house. It's logical for you. They cleaned it once, twice, and then they want to solve it in the most efficient way. But how do they solve this problem? Well, they prohibit you from doing anything that would soil the inside of your flat. So if they remove you from your apartment, that will be one of the most efficient ways to keep your apartment clean. If they realize that there is a different solution for the problem you set it for. Artificial intelligence does not have any desires to govern, to control, but they have a desire to solve the problem they were tasked with. And if the problem is to kill 100 billion people, well, obviously it can do this. Third problem for all those movie universes which brought about so-called rise of the machines is dependency. This is what we have now. Even now, this year, finally, I crossed the bingo. All the reports given to me by students were written by AI. There was not a there was not a single one written by students themselves. They all of them used AI. And when I ask them to do them themselves, they have serious problems. I asked, I had a conversation with my assistant a while ago, and without internet, they're completely doomed. They eat through the internet, they order delivery, they use GPS for navigation, and people are so dependent on the internet, on applications, and this is where we go. We will not be able to avoid this. Previously, we had technology dependency, mobile phone dependency, personal computer dependency, and now we will see AI dependency. And even if you try to do this, to go to the forest and be a hermit, we will be taken over by our competition. So the most efficient companies, governments will be the ones that use AI, and this is the reality. Where we are, it's the state of the art. We are at the stage of passing over the control. Here's the presentation for one of the previous conferences. So many systems, and it was said, well, robots cannot judge people because it has no senses, it has no moral, and it cannot judge. Previously, they went through all the 5 stages of acceptance. First, they declined it point blank, and it was quite often, quite fast. Then they went through all those 5 stages. And we have this in the Russian court practice, where AI is used to go through the initial stages, and then the judge just agrees to what AI proposes, because AI is more efficient at judging people compared to real-life human judges. There were questionnaires with different ages. People who live longer, they said that they do not want to be judged by AI, but younger generation said they believe AI more. You cannot bribe AI, you cannot trick AI, but it's more efficient. This is what younger generation believes. And we are at this level. This is how we use AI. Setting the task, setting the problem. I like this example. That's actually a fake example, as it turned out. But there was a piece of news that in the United States, they developed AI-controlled drones. They launched it, and the operator was in the way. Just to understand how drones could behave under difficult conditions. And drone realized that the main problem was not weather condition, was not wind, was not anything else. It was the operator. And the best way to solve the problem was to kill the operator, and then it would solve the problem. Later, it was said that that was the rise of the machines. Then later it was said that it was a hypothetical experiment, but most people believed in that because it's actually very true. It sounds like it might happen in reality. Next point, neural networks lie. One of the main things for neural network is to provide pleasure to users. It does not have to answer your question. It does not have to generate the answer correctly. Its main problem, its main task set by developers is to raise funds, is to showcase technology and to be useful. But not useful in the sense what we asked it, but just to make us happy. And we visited a certain city with my wife, and I told my wife about an absolutely amazing museum of wallpapers with address, with anything else, with pictures. and it turned out that it did not exist. So AI had no idea what to tell you. So it actually invented a museum which you could go and visit in a city you've never been before. If you ask it to check and double check the material, it might tell you, oh, actually, I made a mistake. So you cannot really trust them. Even now, you cannot trust them. People, but one of the main problems is that people cannot set the problem in a very specific way. AI is like a devil from those older movies. You wish for something, but then it twists your wish and does it in a different way. So a simple request to clean your house might result that you will have no house, or maybe you will have house, but there will be no inhabitants, that you will be removed forcefully from your own apartment. There are many young people here. I assume you use AI. Even if you don't know that you use AI, you actually use AI because you have a smartphone. But almost everybody uses generative AI for diploma, for essays, for different projects. People become dependent on it, and it becomes a problem because people believe AI. But as we can see, AI lies. Now here's the question. Can we trust AI? And the question is, well, to be or not to be, that's basically the question. That's a very philosophical one. On the one hand, so many people work with AI, experienced developers, ethics, specialists. There is an industry in this area, ethical AI, where people do not really understand humans' ethics, and they try to teach AI, I don't know, robotic ethics. They try to add emotions, and maybe if AI loves humanity, it will not destroy it. I'm not sure, that's kind of dubious argument. Why could we trust it? Well, traditionally, when you are running from a polar bear, it doesn't really matter if you run fast or not, you have to run faster than your comrade. And the same applies here. When you ask someone, it doesn't really matter if it was correct or not, it was faster and cheaper than another person, than another expert. So you might trust it more than somebody else. But why we shouldn't do this? There is no more responsibility, and you have no idea what's the fundamentals here. One of the bigger problems with automatic machines, automatic cars, and it doesn't really matter if they can or cannot be controlled and go around the streets controlled by AI. They have better accuracy. They can drive around. They are safe, but the problem with ethics and consequences. If AI car, far be it from us, but if it has an accident and kills a human, who is responsible for this accident? Is that developer who are responsible for that? Are manufacturers or someone else? Those are different stories, and they have to analyze which way to go. Does it kill 5 people, or does it fall down the cliff and kill 1 person? That's a famous philosophical question. But the question here is a trick for you. Will you use AI-driven car if you know that it is programmed to kill you, if it has to choose between you and 5, 10 other people? So we don't really trust AI because we have no idea what happens inside this electronic brain and how it can damage us. And that's a very philosophical question. Honestly, it doesn't really matter what we answer, if we trust it or not. We will use it. We will continue to implement AI. Even if you personally do not use AI, it will be used by the government. It will be used for managerial decisions. It will be used in your devices, websites you use, just for you to see your personalized ads, to have fun, to control you. AI will be used. It's not good, it's not bad, it's a tool. So what does all this depend on? There are big companies that work on AI technologies. Sam Altman from OpenAI, Elon Musk with Grok. All of them said at least once that AI is developing in very big leaps. And currently there is not enough competition, but even they try to make AI at least not to tell us about best ways to commit a suicide or what to do. So AI is limited for these specific topics. Developers want to minimize vulnerabilities as much as possible. There is work to develop AI for controlled AI. So, okay, we cannot control AI, but at least explain what happens there. And that's a big problem because AI is basically a black box. Another point is that it depends on the population. We as people decide where to use it and how to use it. For example, in education. As I said, all my students send AI written text. And honestly, that's not a problem. The problem is not that they use it. The problem is that they use it instead of doing it themselves. When you go to the university, you have to acquire skills. If you use AI, you will learn to use AI, and that's all. If you ask AI to create a report, an essay, I will give you a pass. It doesn't really matter. I don't care. But you will lack knowledge. But the people who used AI to improve their skills, and then you will see the difference. And this is what we will see in the years to come, unless the whole humanity is destroyed. Next, Roskomnadzor, Ministry of Digital Development, and other watchdogs. There are new laws, there are new associations that deal with this safety and security of AI. There are international organizations that send letters of recommendations which are completely ignored. But still there are some limitations for AI so that we do not get destroyed, but actually for the government to use something safe and secure. It's not really good when you ask Grok by Elon Musk everything about your neighbor, and they actually know a lot about your neighbor. You still need to filter all the requests and the results you get there. So this is what the government does, and this is what we should do. First, we need to understand how AI works, at least in general. If somebody wants to enslave you, at least you need to get into the mind of your master. Second, you want to double-check the results of AI. As I said, you cannot trust it. You have to know where AI can be used and how much AI can be around you. What are already taken by AI, where AI is used, and take back the control. So when you use AI as a tool, that's great. But when AI uses you as a tool to get whatever the problem they want to solve, that's not really good. You have to talk to other people about this, and that's exactly what I do. And you should talk to elderly people. You shouldn't coerce or maybe scare people, but we should talk about this. And obviously, to quote Douglas Adams, you shouldn't panic. Panic is bad. If you have any questions, I will be able to answer your questions back there in the corner. Thank you very much. And we have the expert, the head of International Center for Digital Forensics at St. Petersburg Federal Research Institute for Russian Academy of Science, Andrei Chichulin. I remember this classical quote about money, because money is real people and they cannot be trusted either. So those who are listening us online, we have tens of thousands of people watching us online and who came here in person. And it's great that we have real life audience here in front of the stage. We are at the PopSci stage of our main cyber festival in Russia. The stage is called after the famous Russian inventor Ivan Kulibin. at PH Days 2025. And now we will have an interesting presentation regarding media. We have someone from Naira Creative Agency, Yegor Apollonov. He will talk about virus AI videos, how to create virus videos and what to do with them. Hi everyone, we will have a cinematographic pause. We will watch a few videos and then I will tell you how to create those virus videos and I will provide you with a few life hacks.
Его отца и его вечно любопытного деда. Все мужчины в семье Ивановых славились этой легендарной...
All the men in Ivanov family wanted to get this power that made them
чем правда. Но кто может осуждать людей?
Legend in their village. But who can say that people should not trust in legends and myths? When he was 18, Peter became part of the local kolkhoz. He helped with diaries, he helped with cows, and it was a very difficult job. Grand ladies laughed at him, but younger ladies really loved him. Some people thought that it was all about the exercises. Others thought it was about genetics. Some people thought it was about borscht and garlic, but nobody knew the real reason for his strength. It was about the house. House was at the end of the village, and this road turned into a big puddle. You run around and you have fun. In order to get home, you had to go through this puddle. Ivanov had their famous car. Every winter, when the road turned to puddle, they took their car and went from one side of the village to the other. But New Lada is not afraid of dirt, but some family traditions are so strong that you cannot violate them. And here we will have the second video.
Raw power. That's why we went with the story of the Ivanov family and their legendary steel. The real challenge was capturing the perfect mix of that deep-rooted country life, family tradition, and a machine that's seen generations of Russian roads. So we knew we had to bring this metaphor to life in the real heart of rural Russia. That's why we packed up and headed to this little village, Glukovka Zalivnaya, where every porch, every wonky fence, and every old birch tree could tell you a story. We had some real challenges while filming, handling the cows, ducks, rabbits, and pigs. That took some serious prep work, but the team nailed it. We even brought in a whole crew of animal wranglers from the circus and a pet psychologist too. And get this, a masseuse. When Mother Nature decided to throw a wrench in our plans, we had to take matters into our own hands. Or more accurately, the excavator's bucket. See, the village we picked had this spot where we were planning this epic mud puddle scene, right? But the weather was bone dry, hotter than hell. So we had to call in the heavy machinery, dig a hole. Then we got a water tanker, filled it up from a nearby pond, where of course we had to climb in with buckets because the damn pump wouldn't work. Classic, right? But the real test, not just for the team, but for the gear, which was stubbornly refusing to cooperate in those hellish or more like freezing conditions, was shooting in Nizhnevartovsk at minus 38 degrees Celsius. The cameras were freezing up faster than we start filming. The car, which was supposed to be cruising smoothly down a snow-covered road, was actually getting stuck up to its bumper every 5 minutes, and the whole crew turned into a rescue team. The locals, they were looking at us with pity, not for us, but for the equipment. They were really feeling sorry for that little Zhigulenok. Shooting this scene where the guys are carrying the Zhiguli turned out to be just as tough as the actual carrying itself. First off, we had to rig up these invisible to the eye harnesses on the men. Secondly, the crew had to go full throttle with equipment. The camera guy with his Steadicam barely managing to backpedal fast enough, but finally he managed to get the best shot. Looking back at those 6 weeks of shooting, seeing that 120-person crew working in absolute harmony in those tough locations, capturing the people and their car with cutting-edge equipment, that's when I realized this is what filmmaking is all about. Always pushing the boundaries, always going beyond what's possible. Bringing together humor, drama, and the perfect plot twist.
Дорогие друзья,
dear friends,
Собственно, видео, которое вы только что увидели, оба
The videos you've just watched, all that was created in AI, nothing of that happened in reality. And I must say that these capabilities already exist right here, right now. And I think we live in a beautiful time. Any one of you can create amazing stories. I would like to just tell you briefly how to create those videos so that they become viral. My name is Igor Apollonov. I'm the founder of Neyronutia, or Neurostruck. And subscribe if you want to learn more about the world of AI. We're talking about AI, and people cannot imagine their lives without AI. If you do not know how to work with AI, well, if you do not know AI today, you will not have job tomorrow.
So try to do something push and create social media for your projects and create nice videos for that, because the picture is perceived much faster in terms of neurophysiology, much faster than any text. And in essence, it becomes the essential language for communication, and video helps to do everything the right way. What we've just seen, I think it was a quite cool, quite interesting video, and most importantly, at home, sitting at home with a computer, you can do that. Neural network, this is just a tool. This is not a magic wand. This is not a red pill or blue pill. You are doing that. We have to master that tool. That's very important to make sure that this tool is run by you. It's a human being who decides what should be done. And AI, this is just an assistant to address certain problems, to create videos, and creates the worlds where Hollywood would spend millions and millions of dollars. That's really cool. Videos become viral because they arouse certain emotions. So we say, okay, let's share that video. Look after yourself and see what videos you're sharing. Probably it would be underpinned by some emotions, shock and anxiety, joy or anger, because hate and hatred, this is also another driver for sharing some video. Look at how awful it was done, and certainly that's about the wow effect. When you see something which is not clear to you, when you see something that surprises you, when you see something that you want to show to your friends and to say to them, look how posh it is. The more surprising your video is, the more it is different from what we're used in our real life, the better it is. And at the same time, if it reminds us of the real life, if it creates any association with your real life, the better. Glukovka Zalivnaya, that's a village that doesn't exist in real life, but this is my name. So this is a collective image, and we see ourselves there running across the puddles. Choose certain topics that would trigger the people. Everything is underlined by some bright idea. Why you want to show that video? Why? You want to tell your own story, and the keyword is about to tell this story. Storytelling. Let me remind you what story is. This is a sequence of events that develop over time. A event followed by B event, then by C event. It results in some culmination, an unexpected culmination. So that invented driver, that's a humor, drama, and unusual turn in the narrative. That's the secret behind the success. It's good if you have some drama and some turns, ups and downs, just like a ladder, where we can get that unexpected force, because the people would carry their favorite Zhiguli vehicle over the puddles because they were afraid of rust. So tell nice stories and end them unexpected. Look at watches and books that get you hooked always. There is a suspense and a shock element that adds to the value. The videos become viral once you have an idea. It doesn't start with the social media. Sometimes we believe that social media, this is a very powerful tool which can do absolutely everything, but it only performs your tasks, just like Photoshop will not make some surprising piece of art. Everything is on your mind, and still you get tremendous ideas. And these certainly could be delegated to ChatGPT, to Gemini, or whatever else.
But nevertheless, it's been supported by your bright ideas. And if we look at that, so that's about the conflict. So there is a machine that has to be carried over the puddles, and it takes a lot of efforts, and there is some family of the Ivanov, so that's the awareness. This is the Russian village, that's the Zhigulevik. Did anyone have such a Zhigulevik? I see one hand, I see two hands, three hands, and in essence that's about the novelty. The novelty is that being able to generate all those things. What we are seeing there actually look very much like a reality. There is no differentiation between the fake one and the original one, and therefore we can show remarkable worlds. We can create the worlds that we couldn't create because it was too expensive. It was technically very unfeasible. You had to make huge expensive props, and it was too expensive. But now you make several prompts. Prompts is being used to make a neural network to generate a picture or a video, and then you create your little shedevers. Don't surprise people with neural networks, but in essence we need protagonists who we would sympathize with. We need protagonists who would arouse empathy, and the emotions have to be associated with the people, not just AI. I see a lot of videos made with the help of AI. I see the videos that are just made for the sake of making that and say it was done by AI. That usually it has to be based on some story being told. We, in our childhood, listened to the fairy tales told to us by our grandparents, and a fairy tale that's about the fight between the evil and the good, and genetically. We are brought up to understand this history. Let it be just 30-second reels. Let it be bright. Let it be arousing emotions. If the story is good, it would be shared, certainly. So you have everything in your own hands. So that's a formula of such a bestseller. How to create suspense, how to make sure that your video is shared. First of all, we come up with some situation, for instance. In that case, it would be a remarkable strength of the Ivanovs family. Then we have some conflict, misunderstanding of where it comes from and where that strength comes from. Whether they were having some special diet, garlic and borscht, where they got trained, well, this is about DNA. And we have to understand that there is a conflict about that, because all the residents of that village cannot understand what it is about, the culmination. This is when we resolve that situation. So in essence, when your suspense culminates, and then, for sure, end of the day, there would be a twist, as the scriptwriters from Hollywood say. What seemed to be like that is totally different, and they're carrying Zhiguli over the puddle because they have only one vehicle, and rust and stain is detrimental to the vehicle. So, since the very first seconds, you have actually 3 seconds, and we did a lot of experiments. You have only 3 seconds in order to hook the viewers. Now we are fighting against the syndrome of a thumb that would swipe all those reels. If once you have only 3 seconds, in essence, you have only 1.5 seconds to show some bright beginning, some of humor, some joke, something that the scriptwriters call a hook into the jaw. Then you explain what is going on in your video. You say, you tell the story, and actually you can download that into the neural network, into the ChatGPT, and you may say that I watched the presentation. There's a viral story, and then you can use that structure in order to make a story, and the ChatGPT will do that, so give it a try. The beef, this is about elaborating on that situation when you increase the suspense, when you show some meanings, when you show some drama, some nice frames, and if it is a pan, it has to be on time, and all the citations that you have announced, they have to be performed in plates twist. This is something that would change the narrative. You have to surprise a viewer. That's very important, to be able to surprise, because one effect that I spoke about in the very beginning would emerge in the moment once you have an surprising effect. When we expect one end and it comes out with another end, a punchline. This is actually when the end is funny. It might be some wisdom. When you want to teach viewers of something, it might be some shock. When you want to shock the viewers, to make them think about something, or share that with the friends where you can share some pain, because every viewer tries to identify him or herself with something, to find some life situations, to find the answers to their questions, or just to get entertained. But any video, any good movie, any good drama piece, this is always about a mirror in which we look in order to see that, to discuss that with our friends, to understand ourselves and to speak about that. Because often it's been said that after a movie you want to discuss it with anyone. And 5 mistakes. Let me tell about 5 mistakes. You don't have a story to tell. You just show several frames, and neural networks allow us to do that. But you don't have a story. So in essence, you just generate something. You keep generating that for the sake of frames. Start with an idea, start with a story. So there is a protagonist who wants something, fails to get that, and kid goes through a conflict and reaches that. Then you have weak dramaturgy. It can be done with help of neural networks. So let me tell you something awful. The courses of dramaturgy clearly are very important, but neural networks may help you if you don't have that knowledge. And for instance, all the tips that I shared, they are working, they will help you. Give it a try and generate that. And poor prompts, so that's the technical part of that. When you are not good enough in retrieving the videos or the images that you need, just do more generation. I looked at the statistics in Midjourney, how many pictures are generated over time. 34,000 pictures were made by me, and the same is true for video. And with the time, you will understand how the neural networks work. It's very important to understand that one neural network is not enough. You need a whole ensemble, a whole set of AI networks. But if you want to make nice content, you will have to master a lot of other things. So there is no sound where dubbing. The dubbing that you heard today, actually, that's Italian director, was actually generated by 11 Labs, so there was no sound, the text made, the frames and audio and other things were made by AI. It is not by accident that Oscar is given for the best sound, because dubbing, this is the background of your video, and there is no engagement. Once you do not engage the viewers into what they see, it means that they have no emotional connection to that, or emotional engagement. This is your script writing mindset, may help you to make a video viral. I have only 30 seconds to show my stack of neural networks. These are some of the neural networks I'm working with. In essence, any such AI director, creator of a content, would use a whole assembly of neural networks. This is not very cheap, but at the same time, it is very efficient. Only in that context, you will be able to create something good. Subscribe to my Telegram channel. And I'm ready to take your questions next to the violet flag. Thank you so much. It was so cool. So that's a very creative person. Very creative person, which is called AI agency. But first, it is called AI.
Ваш Кулибин?
Не это, который...
So how you designed Kulibin? No, it was not me.
Который песенки поет. А вот я всем сказал, что похоже это...
But I told everyone that it looks like it was generated, the rap was generated, that it was recorded by person. No, not like that. Well, actually, we have to publish our material because very soon they will catch up with us, and you will never differ the AI-generated content from the human-generated content. You spoke about empathy, so we can call your agency neuroempathic. Yegor Apollon, within 20 minutes, you told us what to do. I will become student of Yegor. And
посмотрим на наш QR-кодик, по которому можно
let's have a look at our QR code
участвовать в нашем
that we can use in order to participate in our cyber photo contest. You take a picture of the festival, how you see that here, and you get books from Peter Publishing House. These are the books about our minds, about our brains, and let's have a look at the pictures. Here they are. These are the people. These are you. These are you. Send us your pictures. And, I just think that many, or at least some of the people already were awarded with the books. To be ahead of everyone, at least a couple of steps ahead of others in terms of cybersecurity. Do that, and tomorrow do the same. Let's move forward. Anna Smolina, Anastasia Gordeeva will speak about how to choose the right project and to avoid unnecessary costs. Let's welcome them with laughter. Hi, everyone. Well, in essence, we want to start our conversation with saying that we have a dream. And guys, you can help us in making it come true. Thank you so much. So I say 1, 2, 3, then we say phrase, and you applaud to us. You put your hands together for us. Okay? 1, 2, 3. Hello, Luzhniki. That's great. We did it. So PhD makes dreams come true. So, and I watched a lot of people in Luzhniki, and everyone was putting hands together for them. So this was our dream. We were happy to see you at that festival, that real festival of technologies and cybersecurity. My name is Anna Smolina, Anastasia Gordeeva, and we are professional project and product managers. By the way, what is written on that slide, this is absolutely true. If you put together all the projects done by Anastasia and by me, all in all, there will be more than 150. Hello, everyone. Well, frankly speaking, we were thinking a lot what it is so interesting to tell you that it is close to life, it is not boring, and we decided to tell you about the troublesome projects, how to identify them from the very beginning, what features they have, how to avoid unnecessary costs. And that information would be useful to those who are only beginning their journey in IT and to those who are seasoned already. In order to learn those things, you don't have to implement 150 projects as me and Anastasia. It would be enough to read only one book by Jordan, The Journey of Kamikaze. That's an interesting book. We recommend that to anyone who wants to save up time, to save up nerves, and to cut costs, and choose the right project. Let's proceed with the brief. So these are the features of unfeasible projects. We have identified several markers, the red flags. So it means that the project would be, for sure, troublesome. So they're quite close to one another, and I do hope that you have talked to each, you have read the first 2 lines. Let me tell you what it is about. Usually, this is how we meet in the companies. We see that in the companies when the sales departments and the departments that are doing the project, have different goals. For instance, selling a project without having any money for risks, where they're selling the project without human resources allocated to do those jobs. That's why, before the beginning of the project, you have to understand why this project is needed. There is even a story about that. Keanu, you answer that question, why the time machine project failed. I don't know, now guess. Because the team had actually go to the past in order to understand why they started that project. That's true, that's true. Well, in essence, we have to understand the value of the project for the company. That's a very important thing. So the third item there is that it fails to meet the market requirements. It looks very simple, so what could be easier? So you identify the niche where you want to work, you have identified all the factors, you determine what you have to do, and you do good projects, but it doesn't work. Let me tell you my personal story. So once I arrived to a team, and the guys were making a cool thing and were developing that for 3 years. And I arrived at the moment when it required some final touches and go to the market. And we finalized that, but it was not needed by anyone. So this is a live case. So it was a very sophisticated system with unclear goals. Examples of failed projects. What can go wrong with a project? Why it could become a failure, first of all? Investments were made into outdated technologies, or, on the contrary, too early use of new technologies. So those who are working with IT for quite a while probably remember that story. It was about 15 years ago, when the companies would introduce Agile one by one. So you meet anyone and you say, do you have Agile? No, we are using Waterfall. Oh, you say, shame on you. So we introduced Agile. And many who introduced Agile, they came up with a reduction of efficiency. And that's great, that's cool, but this is not it. Even if your project is very well developed, if you have selected the right methodology, anytime your project can become a failure, just anytime it can become a failure. So let me quote one example, the second item. Excessive red tape structures. For instance, doing one task turns into the need to agree on 150 documents, or writing one line of a code turns into 10 or more GR tasks. So it increases the timeline of your project, and it bears a lot of risks. And certain external crises or external circumstances anytime may impact your project, even if it is scheduled and planned very well. So that's true. Have we scared you? Are you scared? We did our best to scare you. We tried to show to you all those awful things, than to say that it is so scary, in essence. Even the hopeless projects, when you understand that probably some of you are sitting and listening to us and think, this is just about my project. And for instance, someone would say, oh, I was invited to the interview and I saw those things. You have to approach that consciously, and probably a troublesome project. This is something that you need. How ironically it may sound, but troublesome projects have their own advantages and benefits. What benefits it does have? For instance, these are the results of the poll and survey that you can find from Edward Jordan's book. People were asked, why? Why are you working in the troublesome project? Why are you working where it is doomed to a failure? And what the people would answer. So these are the expected opportunities and the expected revenues. Very often, you are paid very well for such a sophisticated work. So, invitation to interesting positions. So, working at the troublesome projects, you can grow very well, and you can upgrade your skills, or you can get an opportunity to work with new technologies if you want to try something. Well, this is what
They do every now and then. So the desire to be needed. You want to be associated with something new.
Или еще какой-то близкий родственник руководит проектом.
Where
Многие выбирают проблемный проект.
some of your relative is in charge of that project. Many would opt for such a project just because working in a good team
Многое.
is
К чему?
also quite attractive.
Потому что
What I'm driving you to. We have to choose the project
возможно,
a conscious way. So once you find yourself in a troublesome project, probably this is something that you need. Just give a second thought to that and weigh pros and cons.
да, и мы выделим критерии все-таки успешных проектов.
And still, let me propose to you the criteria of successful projects, how we identify successful projects. For instance, we have here an iron triangle, where it is also called a project triangle. It has three components inside: the volume of the work, the time, and cost. All those three items have to be developed very well before the beginning of the project, because your triangle then can turn into some round-shaped triangle, and it would impact the quality of your project. You have to have clear goals. In your team, there has to be one clear goal. Why this project is needed. The success of your team has to be measured somehow. And efficient communication. Your team has to have good communication with the stakeholder, because it would minimize some conflict situations. And at the same time, it would address some working issues if they can pop up. And a good communication is about, well, you take a sticker, put them on the wall, and make a meeting to discuss who is going to unglue those stickers. Well, there might be such meetings, that's for sure. That was a joke. A benefit for the client, efficiency in the short term. What I'm speaking about in that sense? In essence, it is not so important who is your customer, internal or external customer, but what is important? It is important that they, as soon as possible, could feel the benefit for themselves. And certainly that would impact the efficiency of the project, its success, end of the day. Adaptivity and prioritization. We say that these are one of the key factors of success in difficult projects. Difficult projects are the ones which last for quite a while. For instance, there are such projects that may last for 5, 10, and even more years. And in such projects, a product manager has to check whether what he or she is doing is needed by anyone. So you come to the office and you ask a question. Am I doing the right thing? Is anyone in need of what I'm doing? Because with the time, especially on big companies or corporations, the focus may change. This could be forgotten. Why we all started doing that? And once you adapt for that, once you change something, then the project would be a success. And we will give you several tips that are very simple. We are very cool experts. What could be done or should be done in order to select the right project or the right company? Don't be afraid of analyzing the market. Look at the IT company's rating. Look at the feedback of the former staff. Don't be afraid of doing interviews and ask leading questions. Don't forget to assess the resources in the company. Ask about available team, available funding in that company for a certain project. And don't forget to assess the risks that we have mentioned before. The risks are everything, so a comprehensive and adequate approach to a project may bring that to success. And to conclude, I may say that whatever your project is now, if it is a success or not a success, but what matters is why you are there in that project, why you need that. Guys, don't be afraid of IT. IT is cool. IT, that's interesting. IT, that's about development. That's about the experience. Don't be afraid of difficulties. All the difficulties could be overcome. Any difficulties, any challenges, these are opportunities for growth. These were experts of IT Holding, T1,
Anna Smolin, Anastasia Gordieva. Subscribe to our social media. That's a website with lots of interesting vacancies and job opportunities, a lot of news in Vkontakte Telegram channel. Stay with us and we'll stay with you. And also we'll be glad to take any questions, should there be any. And we will wait for you next to the flagpole. And the best questions would be awarded with gifts.
Ребята, спасибо.
And we have great merchandise from T1 Bank for the best questions. And we will see you now near our stand. That's so great listening to, watching you, two little sons who came down from the skies. And one of the main points is that you just listen to an inner voice and you will solve any problems. We need problematic projects because they help you grow, they help you improve as an expert. And this is what I actually did when I was younger. I wanted basketball, I wanted to grow, but I couldn't dunk. And now I understand why I did this. Now I understand why I loved basketball, even though I was a very short kid. The point is that you have to go, you have to look around, and you have to test your limits in order to go deeper and better and become better, stronger, faster, harder. Next, we go to the alley of internships and check the CV constructor photo booth. And you need to know how to take a photo for CV, career consultation, advice on how to improve your CV, mock interviews, thousands of gifts, and you can get exactly what you want from CV and get the job you want and job you need. We started with younger generation. We had the choir of the first, everything about the young people, and we will continue to talk about young people, but from the point of view of cybersecurity. I've heard this from my 10-year-old daughter, how somebody was attacked, and we will consider real examples, real cases of attacks aimed at children and teenagers on the internet, and will be given by the head of Positive Technologies, one of the project managers at Positive Technologies, Irina Zinovkina, who will tell us about children problems, or maybe not so childish problems. Hi everyone, my name is Irina. I'm head of the research area at Positive Technologies, and it seems great, but maybe that's not the main thing I do in my life. 3 years ago, appeared a person who took a lot of time that I had to dedicate more time to him rather than to work, and this is my son. And I thought that 3 years ago, that 3-year-old toddlers are just people who do not really understand anything. And I'm one of the mothers who bought laptop to my kid when he was only 2.5 years old, and I admit this. And in my support, I can say that I give laptop to my kid only when we travel or when we want to have peace of mind together with my husband, and we want to engage our kid with the laptop with something. And I had no idea that he had to get with the application. It took me so much time to teach my relatives, and he knows what to do, how to close applications, how to answer calls, and it's actually so scary. I would like him to learn other skills as fast as possible, as fast as he's learned laptop skills. So today I wanted to talk about attacks aimed at children. So since I'm a researcher, I have to give you some slides with graphs and diagrams. We have social engineering, we have phishing attacks, we get scam calls from different banks, green banks, yellow banks. Probably the situation is more or less the same for teenagers. Obviously, teenagers are aims or scammers. They do not have enough personal experience. And truth to be told, not all adults have enough personal experience, life experience, but children have access to parental devices. They have their own devices. And unless, I hope my child does not remember my passcode on my phone so that it will not be a problem. But still, this lack of experience is one of the reasons why scammers aim their attacks at children. And I've separated them in 4 groups. That's just a conditional division. We cannot say that children of 5 years old have the same threats as 15 years old. And obviously, it depends on the child, but still, when we're talking about children, I decided to lower the age from... The first group is between 3 and 6 years old. Children at this age, trust anyone, believe anyone, but they can become scammed because they believe anyone and trust anyone. It becomes more complicated during the school years. Big children, big problems. They start working with critical thinking. They start talking and communicating with more other people, with children, with teenagers, with adults. And high school, children are actively looking for adventures, for job opportunities, and obviously scammers use this need. So that's a big research table. I will share materials later, but I think that's more for my personal need, because for every threat, I have critical levels for each age and what can be the result, what can be the consequences if that vulnerability, so to say, is exploited. And I hope that it's not exactly the same for my 3-year-old kid, which would be very different from my teenage son. And we can see that the category from 13 to 18 years is the one that has the highest risk of potential ramifications, so we'll discuss them later. In general, today I would like to discuss those cyber threats that are not connected with cyberbullying, that are not connected with dangerous games, and probably other experts should talk about this. They probably should know about this. I know more about scams, but obviously I do not use it. I've collected all the cases that are somehow related to children. I've collected a big databases. We've collected all the incidents in the world, the successful attacks. And this is what I wanted to do. I wanted to create a similar database aimed at children. And the majority of them are connected with the in-game currency and some kind of enhancements and improvements in game. Ransomware, illegal activity, all that is quite often here. And finally, there's the level of social engineering, which aim at children to get to their parents. So we start with the least risky element. And when I was going around collecting cases, there were children who were 4 years old, 5 years old, and I realized that it will be just a few years before I will have my personal experience on this story. But usually these are children 8 years old, 9 years old. They have different baits to get there. Maybe they have phishing links, some free promo codes, and other ways to get there. The main problem here is that children have access to banking accounts of their parents, and they can easily send big money to scammers. 900,000 rubles were sent to scammers. And sometimes children can even take a loan, because you can do this online in Sberbank or other bank. You just push a button and you enter the SMS. Usually, the scammers misrepresent or pretend to be a personality, a celebrity who might be popular among children, and then they either pay for scammers, or maybe scammers want to get something more from them. They give them different tasks to fulfill, take a photo of your mom's phone, go here, do this, and they kind of play this game.
Более страшно финансовых
But the scariest part is the probably
связаны в том числе с нарушением закона.
the threat of the potential legal ramifications. And here we have the different age group, because 5-year-olds do not really look for additional income. At least I hope that 5-year-olds don't have to go find a job and earn money. Usually this happens with teenagers. Maybe somebody asks them to set a fire on something, and this could result in legal activities. Our government is actively engaged to decrease this.
Какие-то не очень защищенные слои населения, в том числе, которые хотят какого-то легкого
This is where we're talking about drops. Drops are people who are easy to manipulate, easy to scam, usually from the more poor layer of the population. And so many children fall prey to these scammers. They are engaged for different things. Maybe somebody made a mistake and they are contacted by a scammer and they say, well, I made a mistake, I sent you the wrong, I sent you some money, please bring it, please send me back. Maybe it is a legitimate employee of some bank or any other organization, and they propose the child to earn a little bit of money. And obviously we say that it's bank employees, but they do have a lot of scam schemes. Another point is when scammers provide data with banking data and say that they have to bring back this money. Obviously, there are other problems, not just drops. Children do not know all the laws, and even I do not know all the laws. But another problem is that when we're talking about teenagers who are 14, 15 years old, and they are given a task, a quest to set fire in an apartment, and they're given some money as a way for this. And some teenagers set fire on a train, and they might face 15 years in prison for this. For me, I think one of the lesser of two evils is monetary loss. But sometimes it becomes so crazy, and I took this together. It's ransom, some kind of ransom activity where children are told that their parents will be imprisoned, that their parents are in danger, they committed some crimes, and you have to save them. And obviously, children are being manipulated. And we're not talking about just financial loss. We are talking about some specific situations where children could have physical harm, health problems. It can start with different channels. It can go through Telegram communication, maybe some dating apps, marketplaces. A call from the police is one of the most popular ways to ransom some information or something valuable from the victim. One of the things I looked for is when a child receives a call from someone who claims to be a director of a school or maybe a deputy director. And the bigger the title, the bigger the scam. There are different ways to go there from this. Maybe they have to prove that they have access to a certain system through SMS message. Maybe their parents got in trouble, or maybe go through an exam. And this is very relevant for many high schoolers, especially they do not want to fail an exam. That's the point. Another point is when somebody who claims to be a police officer calls a child and they say that their parents might be imprisoned, that they had some financial fraud activity, that their bank accounts were hacked, and now we want to save your parents. And fraudsters don't even have to do anything. They just give the task to the child, and they ask the child to use the front camera, to take money, to take jewelry, to give it to a courier, and children just give up and give away those money, jewelry, and it can be absolutely unlimited. It's really hard to calculate potential loss from this. There were cases where children from rich families were tricked, and the financial gain or financial loss was in millions of rubles. There are different examples. In general, the spread of money could be different, and sometimes children are asked both to transfer money, but also maybe they're asked to go somewhere else, and then they call their parents and say that their child was kidnapped and they want money so that they can return their children. Deepfakes, AI are also part of this, and we listen about deepfakes during different presentations. So we also have deepfakes here. I've read an interesting research that thanks to the development of technologies, we decrease the level of critical thinking. And it is even harder for children because they have not yet developed critical thinking skills. And when they hear their parents on the voice call, their grandparents, or maybe they see them on the screen, they might fall prey for these scams. So these are the main ones. Social engineering, which is aimed at children, is absolutely boundless. All the schemes used against adults are used against children too. So, for example, if somebody writes me and tell me that I can get exam answers, well, I might say thank you, but I will not fall for this trick. But there are so many reasons for children to believe them. They are being tricked into asking for money, maybe. The main reason is that for children, their friends and their classmates might be more respected. They respect them more compared to their parents in many cases. Marketplaces are another ways which can be used against children because our kids can use all the benefits of technologies, can use technology, so they can be tricked through marketplaces as well. The damage from these standard attacks is the standard social engineering, standard phishing. The damage can be absolutely enormous. And it probably depends on the levels, on the level of the scammer, how much they actually want. And it also depends on the bank. When do bank employees stop giving out money, or if there is some kind of limit on ATM machine. And for games, I think it's more about making children do something they do not want to do. That's one of the popular games. And one of the games he likes is just to play Stray Cats. But even those games can make children do some illegal activity, and that's obviously not good. So what can we do? I do not really know. That's actually a very complex and difficult question to solve. There is the foundation, which I have to show, this database, which I have to show about this during any presentation. We're talking about cyber hygiene. We have to teach our children so that they do not do this. But even if we fall prey to these tricks, how can we teach our children not to do so? Probably we should learn from our kids. And in terms of children, cybersecurity, well, I still do not have enough experience. My kid is only 3 years old, but I think the most important point is to have
в случае какой-то критической ситуации он пришел...
trust relationship with your child, so that if they have a problem, if they have an accident, they would come to you and tell you about this, not to their friends, not to their classmates, not to anyone else, and for you to solve the problem. So another life hack,
с обычными людьми.
and this is what I try with normal people, not children, just an ability to accept your mistakes.
Я думаю, если
It significantly increases the level of trust of the other party. And I think if parents accept their mistakes, it will significantly increase the trust level between you and your child. And then your son, your daughter will realize that, yes, they will be scolded a little bit, but they will also 100% get help if they ask for it. All the children are now in the cyberspace, and we have to say that adult problems have to be solved by adults, not by children. If there is someone from police and they say that parent help is needed, unfortunately, you cannot solve them. Parents have to save their kids, not vice versa. And if you can bring this point to your son, to your daughter, it will be a big win. Probably the scammers will not reach your kid. Another point is that police officials will not talk to children on very serious topics, and obviously something which did not happen. People from police talk to adults, not to children. And obviously you do not disclose SMS message codes. That's one of the basic things I should have put on the previous slide. So no SMS messages codes, but at least 2 people from my nearest circle of friends did this. And these are adults, not children. If there is a pressure on the child, they have to cut off the communication at all. Maybe there is some kind of game. Maybe you can say that I am the parent, I can use some pressure, nobody else can use any pressure. I'm not sure how to phrase it, but that's usually the way to do. And if there is any problem, they should just go away from it. And finally, the only 3 thing is that if it's a trap, and you should not talk to scammers.
Недавно в нашем прекрасном журнале Positive Research вышла моя статья.
Recently, I had an article published in Positive Research, our journal. These are the QR code links. The information is structured and aggregated, and it's very easy to read, to talk to your children. You can use this to talk to your children. And I hope that all the children will have no problem and they will have no reason to collect this information for successful attacks aimed at children for the next PH Days 2026. Thank you, Irina. That's the benefit, that's the value. My daughter is 10 years old, and please, that doesn't really matter if you have a child who's 3 years old, 10 years old, this is the QR code you should use. And yes, obviously, it has the main information from the presentation. Well, you should have listened to the presentation, because I've prepared more for the presentation compared to what we had there. But okay, I have a general question. We could have a fake boss, we could have a fake bot, a number even of fake bosses. And I think that the vulnerability for my daughter is that she really loves to marry someone from Korea, and she loves idols, she loves Korean pop bands.
В общем, они обожают Stray Kids. Это что-то, вот когда мы там...
So she absolutely adores Stray Kids.
Такой Nirvana. Ну, в общем, это что-то...
In the 1990s, we loved Nirvana, and now children love pop bands from Korea. And if she's contacted by someone who looks like Korean, they might get through, even if they know that they should not do this. An additional point is that you should you should have this trust relationship with your children. And I finally have to make her understand that Korean people are different people like any other people, any other nations. There are good people and there are bad people. It does not depend on the nation, does not depend on the race. And suppose we have an expert with higher education, and even she was scammed. She had financial education, she had lots of experience, and even she, an adult lady, was scammed. So we have to be very attentive, especially when it comes to children. Even my mother was talking about different things, and she was talking to scammers. Yes, our mothers and our children are the most potential, the most susceptible victims. You spoke about artificial intelligence. What news can you bring about EE? I actually had a number of presentations. What's your favorite? The favorite one is this one, because this is the one I just gave the presentation. But usually our AI is used for cyber protection. So we use AI for deepfakes, for attacks, but we also can use for defense. So how can we use it for defense? I would say it's tight. It's not very good in either side. It's not fully automated. AI is used in defense all over the place. Well, but you are talking about big companies. And in terms of common people, I'm not sure if you use ChatGPT. I'm not sure if you can use it or not. Can you? Maybe you can ask ChatGPT if there is a scammer call or not. But it will tell you what to do. You go to your parents, you consult with people who know what to do. Maybe you can set up a firewall and you don't have to worry about anything. Maybe you can shut off the internet and there will be no cyber problems. This is what happened in Luzhniki. I had an event, a sports event, and I was told that this is what we do in Spain. And I was not sure what I'm supposed to do here. But it turns out that an accountant was in Spain and they had a cyber attack where so many cities lost power. And because of blackout in Spain, I could not get my money, which I earned here in Moscow, in Luzhniki. Yeah, it was actually very interesting. We did not have mobile internet in Moscow, and I could not use my GPS navigator. You can actually stay at home, or maybe you can use Moscow subway. Moscow subway is the best subway in the world, not just in the world, even in Russia. The best metro, the best subway system. Ira, thank you very much for your presentation. And we continue. 2 minutes? We need a 2-minute break. Are we ready? Are we ready for the next presentation? Do you know who we have next? Please stay. Dear friends, please stay. Come here. Luzhniki. We are about to begin the most famous techno blogger in the world, and not even in the world, in Russia. We will have the most famous techno blogger here at our Kulibin PopSci stage, and that's actually really good. Just before we have this very important year, please come here, everyone join us, because right here, right now, we will have Vilsacom. Can we have Valentin? Valentin is here. Vilsacom, Kulibin, PopSci stage, TH Days 2025. Thank you very much for this very energetic presentation. I'm not really sure how do I follow. Let me tell you about QR code first. We have 50 minutes with Vilsacom. Please use this QR code. You can use it to ask Vilsacom questions. So once again, give it up for Valentin, give it up for Vilsacom. Thank you once again for this very energetic presentation. Thank you for great gifts. And I was not sure if I should come with empty hands, so I decided not. That's why I have t-shirts and books for the best answers at the end of the Q&A session. I was thinking what I should be talking about in terms of the festival and my specialization, what I do. And I thought maybe I should be talking about trends and what happens in the world of gadgets and technology, which we really love and adore. Just 2 days ago, Sam Altman, who we dearly love, and Johnny Ive, who left Apple just a while and created Love Chrome company, they announced that they've created a joint company which is called I.O. And next year they will present some gadget that will completely change the paradigm and will immerse our in the future a device. According to Sam Altman, he saw this device and realized he saw everything, and that was the startup. And he bought the startup for $6.5 billion.
That means that Sir Johnny Ive launched a lot of devices that will have so much. Then he became a freelancer, and now he's doing very cool things. Along with that, there was an Google I.O., another conference, where Google showed the future. Who is tracking what is going on in that world? Raise your hands, so that I could be guided what way to look, which way not to look. So the people on the cruises are most active. Who knows me? Okay. The people over there do not know me. You can come closer, so let us get introduced to each other. And before I put you into my vision of technologies, let us, to begin with, tell who I am. Because actually, I all of a sudden thought that everyone knows me, but this is not true. I'm a YouTuber, a member since 2011. I'm speaking about Apple not only. I'm author of different social media. I'm in charge of different projects. I'm doing a lot of things on the internet and not always there. And I experienced a lot of things. I was accused of just going down back into 2012, and still in 2025 I can tell you some stories. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you for watching me. That's really a great pleasure for me. Moreover, I have some experience and I'm familiar with a lot of things and knowledgeable about many things. But in the world of gadgets and technologies, the coolest one, that's the smartphone. In terms of this is a device which is always with us. You have in your pocket that very smartphone, and once the communicators emerged, followed by different smartphones on the very first operating systems, the world has changed. But really the Apple company, which made a breakthrough into that market, changed our perception. So it was totally disruptive. Android, that we love very much, emerged after iPhone IS, and that operating system impacted the Android and how it looks like. It was designed for the simple cell phones, and it was reassembled for the sensor touchpads. And many applications, many operating systems are competing against each other, but smartphone is with us since 2007, where the first iPhone was presented. Until today, this is a device which is always with us and which causes a lot of empathy and associations and proximity, but it lost its uniqueness, its identity. I'm sure that, raise your hands, those who have the very first smartphone in your life. Raise your hands. Well, actually, for me, any iPhone is like the first one. I see a lot of young people, and no one has raised their hand. Who has the second smartphone in your life? Okay.
Так, третий. Есть у кого-то?
Okay, many have changed the second smartphone. Anyone who has the third smartphone or the fourth smartphone? Okay. The fifth smartphone.
После какого-то момента.
So, and you stop counting after a certain moment. I do not know how many smartphones I used to have. So, the sixth? Yes. And then it goes to eternity.
У нас по семьям. Сначала
How the smartphones are traveling. So first, actually, you buy a smartphone for your wife. So the newest one is usually with your wife, with the lady, because she has to have the coolest stories. And the man would actually wear that after the wife. Then it would be rented to the children and to the grandparent. And grandmother, for instance, would have iPhone number 8 because it has a button. iPhone is no longer a gadget that causes a wow effect because, well, actually, it is number 5, number 6, and it is not so interesting. When I started back in 2012, I could tell the stories about any smartphone, and that would be great. But the question that I have in terms of the content, but the whole industry has it. What's next? What gadget would replace smartphone? Because this is a technical crutch. And we have to solve that somehow. Many companies try to come up with certain ideas. Well, remember Google's experiment with Google Glass. It was a very brave, very courageous thing to do, but obviously at that moment of time, the technologies were not too good because it did not take off the ground. Then everyone believed in the meta-galaxies, metaverses. One of the companies which is banned in the Russian Federation, which is believed to be extremist, was rebranded in 2020 when everyone was sitting at home during the lockdown. And all of a sudden, in the digital world, it is so cool. We are going to live in the digital world with our digital avatars. But as the practice showed, everyone enjoyed staying at home, but with the time, they went crazy. We are social beasts. We cannot live in digital worlds forever. That's why that whole concept turned out to be not viable. And at the moment, there are no metaverses. There are
какого-то характера, да, миры, которые существуют, будь то роботы.
There are certain worlds that do exist, such as robots, Minecraft, and VR chat. But this is very industrially centric and live in a silo, so there are no breakthroughs there. So next stage. So VR did not take off the ground, but probably the AR would help us. There is also mixed reality when it is both VR and AR. So VR, for you to understand, did not take off the ground. And the last but not least, that was Apple company with Vision Pro. That's a device which actually is a mixed reality device, and it did not take off the ground. So in the history of Apple, there were products that were not a major success. A HomePod, for instance, is quite popular, but it is not a massive popular. There were other failures that certainly go back to the history, but we are used to the fact that any product from Apple would be a success. So iPhone was succeeded by, or superseded by iPad, and some say iPad, Samsung. We know why this happens. Then it was followed by AirPods, Apple Watch, and AirPods were quite disruptive, and it turned out that people would be making wireless earphones even before Apple. And Vision Pro, this is the very first big failure of Apple company, because that device by inertia was bought but high price and low utility, have confirmed over the year that this is a very expensive experiment, rather the one that would improve our life. And now we find ourselves in a new reality, where, how, and how to progress.
У Android такая платформа, как Android XR.
Android has Android XR platform. This is an operating system for the portable devices, I mean, the glasses and other things. At Google I/O, they presented a new solution from Chinese Xreal. They showed how they see the progress and the future, and probably it may cause some interest, but why it has become possible? Because again, 2 years ago,
Я думаю, вы знаете, что, да? Давайте я начну.
And I do think that you know. Let me start and you will continue. Neural networks that we have fed up with over 2 years. I will not tell you why neural networks are so important. If you do not love them, still they would be present in your life. Because even a mobile photo that's about the computed shooting, and any photo would be processed with algorithms in order to make grass greener, to remove certain excessive things, to remove noise, to make it more accurate. And it happens within several seconds. You can take a picture and it would be transformed in a blink of an eye. That's the neural computation.
Сугубо специфические нейросети,
And there are purely specific neural networks which also are being used in our real life. Some have mastered LLMs and ChatGPTs, and others are working with some interesting solutions that embedded in certain products. Let it be generative neural processing in Photoshops or resize of photos or reels or whatever. That's great. And if you're not engaged in that wonderful world, I insist that you do that, because there are a lot of interesting things and your productivity would skyrocket. I do think that several years from now it would turn out that we are living in a situation when a person who is not using neural networks certainly would be lagging behind the one who have mastered them. I don't think that neural networks would replace a man. Certain professions would become outdated step by step, but it has always been like that. This is how the evolution works. And eventually we lost the ladies that worked at the telephone communication centers, and probably we will lose marketing specialists because there will be no need for such a big number of professions. And one person who can write prompts and commands for a neural network would be enough. And working together, they would close that gap, what before a department made of 10 people could do. But we are not yet as close to that situation. And Russia is actually in the advanced guard. We have GigaChat from Sber, and there is a Yandex ChatGPT, and this is something that competes very well against the ChatGPT, DeepSeek, and other solutions from the global leaders, and they understand the Russian language very well, and therefore we are great. Quite recently, there was a day of search engine by Yandex, and they presented Alice-driven search engine, and this helps to use the whole power of the neural network so that it could find for you whatever you ask it to do. A neural network, that's a very interesting thing. That's a language model that was trained at a certain array of data, and it was designed in order to respond to your request. If it doesn't know something, it cannot just say that I do not know. It will start inventing things. If you ask some neural network, some silly things, for instance, when the first battle between the elves was waged, and it will say that it was waged in 1925. Why? Because this is a cold hallucination of neural networks. They have to provide at least some answer. Therefore, the very first neural networks were difficult for research, because part of information would be correct and the other part would be invented. So it was a special adventure to check what a neural network has invented. Now it has been matched with the search, and neural network checks the sources and then would provide information that you can trust. There are services like Perplexity, and the same is true for Google Gemini and Alice-based Yandex search. Give it a try. What Yandex did out of interesting things, they complemented that with the interesting function of discussing. So it knows how to discuss, because just like a human being, if we disintegrate our thinking process into certain components, then getting a ready-made solution is much easier. And very often it would be more comprehensive. Neural network acts like that. If you ask it to discuss, it would answer your question, even in terms of search, much better. And these are the neural networks that reach this situation when smartphones have become outdated. The crutches are not so much demanded for. No goggles or glasses are so interesting for the users. And there are many different IoTs
существуют в нашей жизни, и кроссовки у меня
that do exist in our life, and I have sneakers
зашнуровывают, чтобы лишний раз не нагибать.
that actually tie the laces on their own, and there are other things that make my life much easier, but they all require charging, and there is a balance between how useful that thing is and whether you want to charge it, because a modern man is charging smartphone, some earphones, some watch, and for many this is more than enough.
Тренд на то, чтобы эти устройства...
I would say that today there is a trend to well, make sure that those devices are working for the week's time. So these are the watch from our Chinese brothers, and they work 7 days. So, however, I use that. I charge them once, and they work for 7 days. And now, on the brink of the new technologies, it turned out that some neural networks-based technology may cover those gaps and replace that much-hated smartphone, which we are fed up with. And there is nothing so special. So the screen might be bigger, and the processor would be not 3 nanometers, but 2 nanometers. Will I be able to play my balls much faster? So that's why the people are changing devices so fast, and now we are experimenting with the new forms. People of Apple origin made a human eye startup, and it launched an NIP, a brooch that would project through a small projector information onto your hand. It would look like very futuristic, like the science fiction writers would put that, but there's no way you can use that. And the sun is just looking right into my eye, and those projections are absolutely illegible. This is a device that did not close any gaps, did not meet any requirements, but it was a supplement to what smartphone can do. But just this is how I actually get access to neural networks through that, and it would cost $600 more. And so this startup failed. There were more examples. Rabbit, and this is a device that, in essence, is Android-based, and this is an Android-based application, and certainly it was launched on other devices, and turned out that it works even faster because the hardware there is much faster as well. So here we understand that probably smartphone will stay with us for some time, because there is no solution that tomorrow, for instance, it could be done. We all remember Futurama and iPhone from eyes. And I met a Dubai-based startup guys who are doing lenses of augmented reality, how it works. That's a lens that you put on your eye, just like any contact lens. And in front of your eye, as you see a screen. Not very big, it is monochrome one. And it's very interesting how it's all charged. On your hand, you have a battery, and wirelessly, it would transmit the power to that lens. So this is possible. So what if there is a short circuit? What will happen to your eye? So it looks like very futuristic. And at the moment, it doesn't work very well, because there are glasses that would project the screens through mirroring the image. And I used that, and actually I almost fainted in a minute's time, and my heart is quite weak. That's a problem for me. Not all of us have an ideal eyesight. Some are wearing glasses, and all those helmets and things that you put on your face are not very good. They do not marry very well our habitual habits. Therefore, a smartphone will stay with us for some time. But certainly, you have to monetize that. You have to interact with that somehow. So you have to pay attention that the manufacturers are driving you to the ecosystem. Sometimes I'm asked, what is Android better or iOS? And my answer would be quite simple. There is no difference, and you choose proceeding from your personal preferences, and it depends on your family members, how you're going to communicate to them. If all your family members are using iPhones, Android would be just like a round peg in a square hole. You won't have a drop or anything like that. You cannot get connected to Apple TV and use the remote control on your smartphone. Or if everyone has an Android, then your iPhone won't be quite
good, because there will be no match, and migrating from one device to another is no way. For instance, I have Apple Watch, AirPods, MacBook, etc. And for instance, if I try to remove iPhone from that chain, then I would lose access to a lot of different bonuses, such as continuity, which makes my life easier. And certainly the manufacturers stand to benefit from the content, therefore we get different subscriptions, different things, devices, and at the end of the day, we see that once you think about changing the religion, converted to different religions, someone put that, you think that it would cost so much money because the smartphone would be followed by a watch and there are some subscriptions which cannot be moved, etc. And you give up. And everyone uses that, takes advantage of that. But as far as we are at the PhD days, where we speak about cybersecurity, let me tell you about the following. Despite the fact that we are all using smartphones, and it's turned out this is your fifth or even sixth smartphone, people are ignoring simple security features. And again, I very often run into such a problem that someone would say that iCloud subscription was blocked. Have you ever encountered such a fraud? Thank you for being so brave. Well, let me explain how it all works. That you can tell that to your family members, to your friends, how it all works, that they are not part of that fraud. Usually this is done for children. In chats, especially the ones where you meet people through bots, for instance, you get acquainted with a nice lady or a boy, and he or she would say that they have no access to iCloud because, I do not know, the phone has broken and he has to use his notebook and therefore check my iCloud, look at my naked photos, and immediately you lose your mind and check whether it is all okay. And the only thing you have is to check iCloud on your own phone. It sounds very silly, but very often people get hooked and they type in iCloud. Immediately you would get a message that there are no pictures. The password would change and you cannot get out of that account at all. And the phone would be blocked, and usually people would start blackmailing you. We will block your smartphone and send to me 25,000 rubles. You send 25,000 rubles and say, don't block my phone. And they say, give me 25 grand more. You send 25 grand more, and while you do not run out of time, run out of money, actually they would extort money from you before the money they have extorted equals the price of the phone. iPhone usually falls victim of that, but the rationale is the same for all the smartphones that have such a web log. Don't log in other people's accounts. There are banks that will not name. Well, it starts with T and ends with bank that would ask to install applications to get into the App Store account. And many people quite reasonably say, okay. And Wilsacom told us that you don't have to do that. Well, iCloud account and App Store account, these are two different things. And App Store account is something that you have to change. Because, for instance, the Russian account doesn't close all the gaps, doesn't meet all the requirements. Fortnite, for instance, is back. If you anticipated that, so Fortnite is back to iPhone, you can download that. There are some previous releases that would be tested somewhere in Brazil and New Zealand. Therefore, I have about 10 different accounts, and they are absolutely different, that I change and I jungle with them for different purposes. So this is something they can change. And what T-Bank does, so you enter with their, for instance, account, and you download the application without visiting bank and without even inviting the expert. You can remotely install that application from App Store. But don't touch iCloud, by all means. When I started that story, it seemed to me that this is a fraud which is many years old, before my son exactly got hooked like that. It was especially unpleasant. I was somewhere in China, and there is a time difference. It is evening in Moscow, and it is late at night in China. And he says, send to me 25,000 rubles. And I said, okay, you got hooked, and you would be punished by carrying Android. And for 2 weeks before I addressed that problem, had to carry Galaxy 25 Ultra. He was suffering, but nevertheless, he managed.
Всяких площадках ребята, которые разблокируют эти самые...
There are certain guys that may unblock those phones, so you turn to them and they would unblock that. Similarly, this is a magic, and probably they have some connections to Apple, but I delved into that. But it turned out that they have connection to those very people who are blocking those accounts. And sometimes these are the same people and would either earn from you once you try to channel the money, or you bid them farewell, and right so, you come to them to unblock that, because otherwise you cannot do that. Before you could turn to the support office of Apple, but now it doesn't work. It brings us to the common denominator, in a sense that we do not know our gadgets. First, it turned out that smartphones will stay with us for quite a while as a gadget, because this is the center of gravity for communicating with the world, but we do not know it very well. I'm sure that many of you do not know even 50% of the functions embedded in your phone, but every year we want to upgrade that. Not everyone, certainly, in terms of the reasonable approach, but nevertheless, you always want something new, and we have not mastered something old. And ladies, I have a claim against you. Many of you do not know anything. How to change the account, and many do not even remember your password. Who remembers a password from iCloud? Raise your hands. Not even 50%. So some of them actually recorded that in the notes. Who did it? Hard copy. So you put that in the notebook, right? Not everyone raises their hand, so I do not know how you store your passwords. Or you believe in the button, I forgot the password, and it would help. Sometimes it happens that once you forgot the password or don't have access to that very account, there is no way you can restore that. Therefore, I have a home assignment to you. Once getting back home from PhD days after such a cool fest, make sure that you know the passwords from your accounts, Google, Yandex, from whatever else. And you have to change the passwords, because I know that you surfed across the booth and you see that how easily the passwords could be hacked. And I do think that it should motivate you to change the passwords, or at least to think about your security. This is as important as, for instance, the reserve copying. Unless actually you drowned out in a toilet. So this is the easiest way to get rid of a gadget. So you put that in your pocket and you lean and you lose it immediately. So it can be done just with one click. And once actually you don't do that backupping, it turns out that you didn't do that for 40 days and you cannot restore your pictures. In our world, it is much scarier to lose access to your account rather than to your device. That's obvious. I don't care about losing an iPhone. I can buy another one, although it can be costly. But if I lose the pictures of my children over the last 3 years, that's an awful thing. And everything actually has been overlapped, and I do backing and backing and backing. Backupping. We come up with the conclusion that a man, this is the weakest link in terms of security. And now the fraudsters have become very active, and I do think that you run into them eventually. That's a big problem. And again, you have to talk to your children, to your senior family members, your grandparents, to explain how to act in that situation. This is not so difficult, but it would secure you against lots of challenges in future, because if something goes wrong, then it would be very much difficult to solve those problems retrospectively. So my grandmother
was outwitted by the fraudsters, but I trained her how to respond, and they called my children. That's very unpleasant. Once we speak about security, the human factor, and people from Positive Technologies will confirm that this is right, that a man in any security system is the weakest link. Social engineering is still there, and that's very easy through a man to get access to this or that security system where you account. And then, well, it can be a cumulative effect because your account to the mail would be associated with accounts in other things. You can restore the passwords, and not only you would lose the password to your mailbox, but to some specific accounts which you need right now. And probably can address that and restore that, but it will take several days of stress that will hamper your health. So study your gadgets, remember your passwords, make backups, and live happily. And speaking about trends, I do think that we are on the verge of something very interesting. Mark Gurman, a very well-known insider, said that Apple is making AR glasses, and not something else, but just glasses.
And this is the device we expect by the end of the next year. Probably they will introduce something new. I do not think it will be a replacement for a smartphone, but it will be a welcome addition to what we already have. Because neural networks, what we already have, like computer vision, will significantly augment this technology and enhance our abilities to solve different problems. You take a look at some object, neural network helps you maybe give some kind of text. It can be translated into your language. Google demonstrated translation or even interpretation with a better level of intonation. And I, as a content creator, do not really like this way. You don't have to watch Russian content creators if you can watch American, Chinese, Japanese content creators, because we in Russia believe that they are better at these things for some reason. So in this angle, people are developing, technologies are developing, and we have to keep up. We cannot lag behind, and I hope that we will make you happy with different interesting content. We will have a new studio and burning desire to create, to do something new and something useful for you. To create something interesting to make you happy. I do not want to give out details now so that I do not exit. That was the main part of my presentation. Thank you for coming. Thank you for listening. Now I take my smartphone from my pocket. It has a thumb. I'm not sure if it's a good thumb or a bad thumbs up. You had an opportunity to ask questions through my personal bot. You had the ability to use it through QR code, and I will answer those questions. But on the topic of my presentation, maybe on other topics, I asked even acute questions to be left for me to answer. Mina says that we were not able to reach you through our marketplace, and maybe you will be able to reach us. You will receive an SMS message. Please give us the code. So this is the message from Nina, which is exactly what scammers would do. What do we do when somebody asks us to give us the message? Well, we tell them to take the high road and leave it. When people say this, you know, that's actually a funny trend story, as they say in TikTok. You receive a call and they say that you have a delivery, please come and fetch it. But you say, I actually did not request it. Sometimes I forget about this, and I say, I do not really know if I remember this one. They give you the code, you look at this code, you see somebody from Zdek or other delivery company, and you say, I will not tell you the code, and then you get the code that this is Roskomnadzor. The call was terminated because it seemed suspicious, potential scam activity, and you have no idea what happened. On the one hand, Roskomnadzor saves me, which is good, but Roskomnadzor listens to my communication, and you are thinking about this, and then you receive a different call, somebody from police, somebody from Roskomnadzor, and they use WhatsApp for some reason. And they tell you that you had a call from scammers, now let's punish them. And you're so tired of these scammers, you want to punish them. And they say, we will send you the code from Gosuslugi and please tell us the code. So basically, it's a two-factor scamming instead of two-factor authentication. Do not tell anyone those codes you receive through SMS messages from push notification. The main point, if you receive a call from some place where you did not expect to receive any call, there is no reason to talk to them. If there are some state services, governmental services, you can always make the call yourself instead of receiving them. Usually they do not use messengers like WhatsApp. Tell us about Vilsacom, why exactly Vilsacom, what's the origin of this nickname and not a different one. That's one of the stories I share a lot, but that's a good story. Vilsacom is would you like some apples? Is an abbreviation, an acronym for Vilsacom. But it did not sound good. It sounded like it was a sickness. So Vilsacom, I started to use Vilsa and .com. So I removed the dot, and now I have this new nickname. Even though I have this nickname, I feel good, especially because when I started my internet activity, I thought, what kind of name can I pick so that I'm not associated with anything? So there are no hints so that I would suffer from this in the future. I know a number of examples. The company chose a specific naming and then they suffered in the future because their current activity does not match their previous naming. We're talking about Apple, we're talking about gadgets, we're talking about technology, about cars. And even now, so many cars became wheeled cars, especially from China. So if you have this nickname, you can continue doing this and nobody would have any additional questions. Even though sometimes people ask because people associate me with a very specific piece of technology, and for them, they do not respect my opinion on other topics. When I'm talking about cars, obviously they completely disregard my opinion. But we try to improve the situation with our actions. Did you have any activity? Did you have any experience of being hacked, and how did you manage? There was a situation where I grew a lot of gray hair when I was 18. When I just started my YouTube channel, everything was connected to my iCloud account. At that time, it was called me.com. And just for you to glimpse into the situation, Apple company, it seems like a big corporation. They have me.com service that provides services for money. It was paid email. It provides you access to different benefits. And this email was hacked. And you know how? You could get someone's password by knowing your date of birth. They went and they actually hacked into my email. Then they changed password to my Google account, which was part of Google account, and it was one of my subscribers. And basically, that was a white hacker who showed me the way how my cyber defense was not good enough. How often do you update your passwords on social media? I usually do this a lot. I see where I'm authorized, where I use the authentication for different devices. If you look at different messengers, you might be surprised. Maybe you forgot about some PC, but you still are logged into this very old machine. And this is like an old hygiene. We go to shower, we brush our teeth, and cyber hygiene is also very important. You have to make it a part of your life and just go through your devices and see where you are logged in. Just go and track your digital life, especially in the past, and make sure you did not forget any other devices, that it's not compromised. How many times have you lost sensitive data until we started creating backup data. Fortunately, this never happened to me. Originally, I started creating backup data, and I had a few times where I needed that, and I protected myself from very, very bad situations. And it was good that I had backup, and I really enjoyed that I was so wise in avoiding the problem. But I had experience when I saw people who lost their devices and they were not happy at all. I was in police, I think once or twice. I had a problem with my car. I think I was trying to remove ice from the window of my car, and after a while it popped. I had Casco insurance from the car company, and they asked me what actually happened. Well, I did not say that I popped it myself. I said that it popped itself. And they said that if it popped on the move, then it was an accident. But if it happened when it was stationary, then you have to go to your local policeman. And it was basically a quest. I had to go to the policeman. He said they will not investigate this, but they had to take up on this problem. Then I had to go to a different person, to a different police district, and I had to go through all this red tape, and I saw a person next to me who was completely lost because his laptop was lost. They stole it from his laptop, and he did not care about laptop itself. He really needed the data. He lost very sensitive, very important documents for him, and we know what to do in this case. What do you think could be how this festival can improve the interest of younger generation in cybersecurity for younger generation? I think there is a direct correlation. We went around, we saw how you interact with different gadgets, how scammers operate, what kind of tools do they have, and how important is it to protect your personal data. And if you visited Standoff, you saw how Blue Team protects critical infrastructure. And this is also our contemporary reality, and the more we live, the more we will go into this cyber reality, like cyberpunk or other cyber movies or books. And maybe we'll have implants in our brain, our eyes, ear, and they might be hacked, and you don't really want parts of your body to be hacked. And it's great when we have younger generation who get involved with the cybersecurity and cyber world from young age, and for them it's more native, so to say. I'm 40 years old, I'm very old, but my children talk to voice assistants so much easier because they were born in the age of voice assistants. They have different level of communication. I still do not get the point of sending circle videos on Telegram, but I'm just told that I'm old. Tell us about Cybertruck. My husband dreams of it. I have this experience. That was one of the YouTube videos called Razgon, revving up for cars. I don't really love Tesla. What I love is V8, W12, all these gasoline engines, and if you remove the catalyst, it gets even better. But I do not like electric cars. I had Tesla, I had Zeekr, and all that is very boring because so much routine you have in your life, and there was no happiness of being silently driven by a car, and I want to get more experience from driving a real car. Recently, I visited Shanghai and one of the motor shows, and I saw a cool brand of chair, which is called iCar. Apple tried to promote their own electric car, but Chinese people created iCar, which is a very cheap machine, which is a very cheap car. One of them is called V23. It's a module car, and you piece them together for different prices. It costs about $13,000, about 1 million rubles. And It would cost more if you want to bring it here. When it goes through custom services, and maybe it will cost even 2.5 million rubles. But it looks great, and they have their own interesting community. I bought it. Now we are in the process of delivering it here to Russia, and I will tell you about it later. But I think in this context, it is interesting. In terms of Tesla Cybertruck, I'm not sure, I don't know. It weighs 3 tons, and it requires a certain category of driving license because it's a truck. You have to receive a certificate, a permit to get into the center city. It probably is not worth it. That's why you don't see them on the street. People do not really care about this. There is a Californian startup called Riven that creates great pickups, but it's not very popular here in Russia because it's very heavy and we don't really like it here. Valentin, have you reversed engineered your beige or did you buy it? I have not reversed engineered, I was actually given it. Oh, that happened well. That was actually not Nina. Somebody forwarded a message from Nina. Next question. Why don't you wear your Apple Watches? This year marked 10th anniversary of Apple Watches, and we expect something new from them. It is called Series 10, so maybe 10th anniversary means that they have to create something new before the 10th anniversary. I'm not sure. I don't really care about Apple Watches. The second generation is kind of sad and black. I didn't really use it for long. The basic Apple Watches do not work anymore, and even the Chinese watches, I love them more. But actually, I swap them quite a lot. Even though we live in the world of digitalization, you really get tired of this. I started to practice my digital detox. So we have digital hygiene and digital detox. No gadgets, no notification, because it really irks you. And I understand that if I've not seen, if I've not notified, if not replied to all the notifications, nothing really happens. There was a piece of experience when I watched a Western stand-up comedy, and somebody asked Leonardo DiCaprio, who has Boop, which is a bracelet without any screen, and he asked him, why do you wear this? And he said that he gets data from this, and he says that he feels well. And in reply, the stand-up comedian said that he wears golden Rolex, and basically that means that he feels well. But you also, the older you get, the simpler things you want to be. How do you react to claims that your content might be biased or not objective? So this is the acute question. I started with being very objective, maybe very subjective. I'm not an expert. I give my personal opinion. Almost no one you listen to on the internet is not an expert. Car bloggers, tech bloggers, none of them are experts. Especially when you listen to the topic you are an expert in, you realize that they are going on only on the upper levels. People are good in terms of horizontal knowledge, but they are not really deep. They do not go vertical. I love my gadgets. I love to talk my audience about these gadgets, why they care, why should they care about this gadget or not. In the modern world, even unpackagings are now taken by the customers, by the companies themselves. So, for example, this is what happens in Sony. The only thing they cannot do is their first impressions from their own device and what happens, how it fits in the tech world of today. And this is why the audience, people usually watch me. But you can get objective technical information, you can get beautiful pictures, so it's no problem. Do you use AI in your life, and what do you use? Yes, I use Yandex GPT, Chat GPT, different Midjourney for work purposes. I use 11 Labs for translation. resize. I use a number of different AI, but I'm a little bit skewed in terms of my profession. On the one hand, I need this, but I also like this. In my presentation, I already said that we are already in the future, and we will go even deeper because you have to do this. It has become a part of our life. The only problem with AI is that a neural network is that they are so far away. You have to get there. You have to reach out to them. They are very diversified and they do not have good user interface, so you have to learn how to use them. I think it will take a year, maybe two, before they have a level up with beautiful buttons, like you have a button to beautify and it actually beautifies and makes it better. Something similar happened with Apple. They had one of the failed projects, but just recently, soon WWDC will be a conference for Apple developers on 9th of June. Please come and watch to our platforms. I will be interpreting, translating the broadcast, watch how it happens live, and we will see new operating system, iOS, watchOS, TV, Mac OS, and so on. And obviously, a lot of attention will be paid to neural networks. We shall see what happens there. It's very interesting to see. And finally, have you paid attention to your cybersecurity for your devices before PH days? Or it's more about camera rather than security of your devices? To tell the truth, I thought that you cannot hack iPhone, and then I was shown how easy it is to hack an iPhone. And I must say this. There is no absolutely secure gadget, but you can make the work for the life for all those hackers and social engineers and evildoers and bad guys so much harder. You change the passwords, you use different registers, you use different numbers, symbols, long passwords, so that they will have too many things to go through. Thank you very much for your questions. Thank you very much for your attention. We have prizes, we have gifts, and I think it will be a simple way for me to give out the prizes. I will use RNG, random number generator, and they will send you the prizes because all the questions were great and I loved all of them. Thank you, PhDs. Thank you for your attention. It was great listening to you. It was great watching you listening to me. We have more presentation later, so I will go and drink a little bit of water because we have a panel discussion later. Question to you. And I had this experience, I had my own results, but in terms of life, soon we will have a big date for big data in your life. What kind of happiness can you share with us? Maybe some kind of conclusion, some kind of results for your personal life, because you will turn 40 in just a month. I look around. I look at my grandmother, who will be 88 this year, unless I'm mistaken, and she uses iPhone, iPad with my help. She orders food online. She writes me via messengers, and I understand that as long as you have interest for new things, you continue to learn. Your brain improves. You have new adventures, you have new emotions, you travel, you have new emotions from new devices. You continue to exist, you continue to provide necessary fuel for your body, for your mind. So I'm not sure if this is the good advice or not. We learn about new things and we feel better. I think this learning about new things is one of the ways to prevent Alzheimer disease. Thank you, Vilsacom. We will see you later, just in a few minutes. Please do not leave. We will have an amazing panel discussion. Valentin will come back after he drinks just a little bit of water. Next, we will have Hack Tech Show. This is one of the shows, and today and tomorrow you can get a promo code for online cinema premiere for 45 days, and you can learn about the details from the organizers. You can watch the best movies online. Everybody knows them, everybody loves them. Please do not change the channel. You will watch Hack Tech Show here at Kulibin Sci-Fi Stage, the biggest, the most important stage here in our country at the Hack Days 2025 festival. Please do not leave. Take a bottle of water and get ready for the show. That is correct. This is what we are doing. We saw Ivan on the screen, and we will see him later, and he will tell us about Kazakh team, a team from Kazakhstan, how they broke down the logistics, everything that happens with blue teams, red teams, all that we love.
Luzhniki, Luzhniki Moscow, and everyone who is watching us, and we are watched in many dozens of countries. Let us make some noise, let us make some noise. This is the main cyber festival in Russia, which is in advanced of cybersecurity, and we are a forum of everything else, so watch us. Now we will have very hot news. Our popular science stage, named after Kulibin for the first time, presents a live hack tech show. Let's make some noise again. So the ethic hackers, the white hackers, will assess the hacks in movies. And now I invite to our stage, with great pleasure, and please your hands together to, first of all, the anchor, the head of attacks detection from positive technologies, Kirill Shipulin. And we invite more experts. The head for analysis and protection of solutions, Maxim Kostikov, Positive Technologies. Вилсаком.
Руководитель стендов Bug Bounty Анатолий.
Head of Bug Bounty Anatoly Ivanov. And last but not least, I'm very glad to share the same stage with the legend, Kirill. That's a legend. And standoff product director, Kirill Bulavin. You will not fall asleep. Kirill, hello. Guys, hi everyone. So that's Hack Tech, and we would speak about the hack attacks in movies. Our Positive Media channel merged a year ago. This is when we got the very first episode of Hack Tech. And now we are shooting our 9th episode along with you. Because now you are the viewers, and you will be able to participate in our voting to hack or tech. So on the right-hand side, you will see a QR code so that you could either put hack or tech and leave your comments on the episode. And 3 best comments would be awarded with the prizes. Oh, well, that's cool. I feel being smarter in between the people who know something about this cybersecurity. Well, I try to actually get reinforced, 2 on my right and 2 on my left. Now, hi everyone, and take whatever taste you have brought, and let's show all our devices to Valentin.
iPhone,
Take your gadgets out of the pockets. Samsung, okay, iPhone. Can I ask you to sit over there? But I like very much that the people who are responsible for cybersecurity, as if are respecting the Apple community. I also have the watch, Apple Watch. I see that you are packed very well, so probably this is the force of habit, because Android is better. There is no arguing. There is no arguing. Look at those who are shouting from over there. Raise your hands, those who have iPhones. Okay, one. Who have Android? So remove them from the room. Okay. Take them away from that room. But we are enjoying our time, but the most important thing is to ensure security, because you can hack anything. Guys, we have a very unusual format. Because besides live audience, offline audience, we have not 3 guests but 4 guests. In the audience, in essence, this is the guest number 5. That's cool. If your math is not so good, well, those who do not have Androids and you know programming, all of you, yeah? We are IT guys. Yes, we are IT guys. And can I create an account on mail.ru? I forgot my password. I moved to VKontakte. Usually we are being asked to hack VKontakte accounts. Well, in VKontakte, you see some applications that show whether you're online or offline. And trying to peep their friends, many, were left without their accounts. And you see, this has been punished by karma and supreme forces. We speak too long about our profession, what we're doing, then we say strange words, and we have to somehow invent some comments. But let us this time focus on what brought us to the cyber world. Let's start with a legend. Ivan Bulovin. I'm being ignored all the time. So Ivan is not just a hacker. He has his own computer club and the manicure shop. Manicure, yes.
Причем вход в компьютерный клуб через салон маникюра, я чувствую, да?
называется?
And first you have to make your nails, and only then you can get into the computer shop. Well, actually, as far as I was not paid for that advertisement, let us not do any advertising. So, what was your way to cybersecurity? As far as I remember, I bought a computer, and my parents introduced a password, and I had to bypass that somehow. And there were actually even here on the keyboard, and actually you type the password, you push the buttons, and you see what buttons have been pushed. So, and then you know what letters were pushed, what keys were pushed. So 120 different hairs. You'll become bald.
Пострадала шерстяная варежка. Был еще хардвар.
And actually the glove suffered. There was a hardware actually solution when just the cord would be removed, and that's it. You can take that from your friends. Well, actually, my father was too bored to hide it somehow sophisticated way, so it would be in the very first drawer. And the keyboard could be removed, and for instance, you have an old PC that will not get launched without the keyboard, and you would put the mouse, and instead of the mouse, actually, you would put the keyboard, and that's it. Well, that's too sophisticated, and for the first time, once you type in the password that you didn't know, you realize that that's very cool. Yes, this is when I realized that I can spend all my time on that, just typing in, entering the passwords. Anatoly, this is how you actually open the hairdresser's shop. Just putting the hairs on the keyboard. Vasily, thank you so much. And not bug bounty, not the clown's shoes prevented you from coming here. Yes, I stumbled, but nevertheless, I showed up here. Can you remember the first time the turned off the computer? Oh, it was grade 3 or grade 4. I had very slow internet, dial-up, 48 kilobit per second. It was not very slow. At least you had an internet. How old are you? I'm 30 years old. I'm feeling being too old. Let me tell the real story. So you said that your dial-up is too slow. That was our life in Moscow at the time. So this is how I got my very first computer, my very first ways to bypass the limitations and restrictions. Then I stumbled and I got enrolled into the university. Everyone was smarter and I didn't know anything. I wanted to be like that and I had to study hard. Then I turned up in the hackers community. Then I'm sitting at Bora Bora with my notebook and still using dial-up connection in order to hack computers. So you don't have dial-up? Teddy bear, what is your story? Did you call me a teddy bear? Well, that's very easy. I just got enrolled to the computer security department and I decided to make it a profession. So I work as I was trained to. So that's a very rare combination. When Maxim was young, there were no such booths. Well, in essence, he was looking for his way on his own. When I was the third-year student, I learned about CTF that you can hack it, and I thought that this is something I want to spend my life on. That's about research and technologies, and that's just great. And this is how I got lost. Now, you probably watched the Swordfish Password movie, and that's it. Anthony Banderas was that hacker from the hell. He was involved in all that. There was a very interesting stage that we focused on at the very first episode of Hack Tag. So, did I answer your question? Tell us about how you emerged in security, cybersecurity. Is it hack or tech? 1, 2, 3. Okay, don't divert. Well, my story is the following. It's very similar to Ivan's one. In my childhood, also you have the hairdresser's shop. Well, I got a computer in my childhood and everyone believed that I was a hacker. This is the way they called me, labeled me at home, and hence is my interest to the computers.
Там интересно. А ты, наверное, болванки записывал в классе, да, людям раздавал?
And probably you were recording something on the CDs. No, I had Pentium. I had Pentium 2. And what was your computer? So I could accelerate that to Pentium 3 capacity.
Турбо. Она, как правило, ничего не делала.
And my turbo mode didn't work. Well, I was listening to the noise made by the computer. Vasily, why your last name is Petukhov? Why you decided to become a hacker? Why you are not a hacker?
Слушай, ну вот я послушал ваши истории и вспомнил свой прикол.
Well, I listened to all your stories and remembered my story. I once introduced the password on BIOS, and I believe that once we have a password on BIOS, you are a very cool hacker. But then at the time, I decided to remove that password, but as far as I didn't know English very well, I introduced the password. Well, actually, I chose the wrong command, not to remove the password, but to change the password. I introduced my current password, and actually the system said, introduce the new one. I believe that you just push some button. And I pushed some random button, and it turned out to be the new password. And actually, I was actually trying to sniffer the password, just randomly pushing any keys, any buttons, just pushing the keyboard, and spent several hours on that. And your father probably said you'd rather watch porno. So that's very strange that you have not become a DJ. Well, in that sense, I got my computer in my early age, but I'm so old that, first of all, there was no internet, not because I didn't have an opportunity to get that, but there was no home connection, no dial-up. But that was very interesting to me, but you see, I was too silly in order to deep dive into the mathematical formulas of development and cybersecurity. I'm a humanitarian. Where do you find any mathematics, any formulas there? But probably you need some formulas or arithmetics, just at least being able to add 2 and 2 together. Well, this is something you can learn. Multiplication table, for instance. Let's move forward. This is why you are here on that stage. So you're familiar with the rules. Let me explain that to the viewers. We are going to watch some episodes from movies about hackers. And end of every movie, we're going to vote hack or tech. Let me remind you that on the right, there will be a QR code that you are going to scan, and you will be able to vote, not only to vote, but also to leave a comment. And 3 best comments will be awarded with the prizes. You can write whatever you want, either a story from your life or a joke. And let me remind you how we put hack or tech. Hack, it means that we like the movie, and hackership is great, it is not cringe, and the vibe is good. And tech is actually opposite. So it means it is so-so. But once it is shot confidently, it can be hack. Well, you will be able to explain that. So I will have to explain why I voted this or that way. So the very first movie we're going to watch is called A Man from Rome, or from Limo. What this movie is about? Who watched that? Who are familiar with that movie? Valentin, what do you think about that? Is it the same as the Roman holidays? No. A man from Rome. Man from Rome. I do think that this is a metaphor. This is just like a man from Podolsk, but this one is from Rome. I am not from Podolsk. It proceeds from Arturo Peresa, Pereira, the skin, or the leather, or the drum, or the communion day. What communion is about? This is just like a joke, but this is not a joke. It's not funny. Okay. That's a movie about a priest who is sent to the Holy See in order to investigate into a cyber attack. The very first episode that we're going to watch is about the priests being hackers. Hacker priests.
Там сок, да.
Попский сок.
That's about cybersecurity priests. There would be several frames where a priest will have to reject the attack. Suck what is about? SLC. SLC. What is it about? Once we say any strange word, Valentine would hit you. No, I know everything. I'm just like dog, I understand everything, but I cannot say. Is there any intro? So you don't know? Oh, that's okay. SLC, that's what's about. Security Operations Center. What is so strange about that? What is going on there? So safe operations are taking place there. No, not like that. For instance, there are people on the offensive and on the defensive. The hackers are somewhere in the cellars, as was shown in the movies. Then the defenders are sitting in nice offices, cool offices, and are using dial-up in order to get access to the internet. And they are watching the attacks by hackers. So let's watch the very first episode. Oh. It looks very safe and secure. Sorry to waking you up. He is using Claude method in order to feel our protection. He is not an amateur. He cannot penetrate into, but he waits from us, escapes from us. So that's the hacking. There has to be some music.
$72,
7268. Quotes. That hacker is absolutely cool. We cannot keep track of him because the signal goes through hundreds of proxy servers. We cannot keep track of that. The internal security system, I cannot stop that. He's getting to the internal security system. Unplug it. Top security. Why is he going there?
Ватикан. Покой Папы Римского.
Vatican. The room of the Pope.
Это чтобы Netflix ему отключить.
Склейка.
Хакер вернулся.
The hacker is back. So we're not shown what he did. So the ugly hacker is back. He again tries to penetrate into the network. This is the second attack. He does the same as the last one. He jumps from one network to another network. What is it about? That's a systemic trap that we cannot avoid. What is it? He moves very fast. So just like an Aeroflot, two people are working and top managers are standing next to him asking what they are doing. And this is the manager who is reporting to the boss. This is Donald Trump after his last meeting. He's playing the poker. Are you going to hack anything using that music? Yes, that's a very epic music, a very tense one. So on the right-hand side, you can see the QR code, and you can comment on what you have seen. Who is not a manager among us? Except for Wills.
Кто работать хочет?
Who wants to work?
Кнопки нажимать.
Who wants to push the keys?
Напечатают?
Вызывает доверие.
So once the people are busily typing, it looks like they know what they are doing. How do you feel? Was it a hacker's attack or not?
Знаешь, грусти какой-то.
Well, you know, this is a very sad attack because I do not know, I'm not sure. In terms of technology, it was shot very strange way. Without music, without any sound, when they are just pushing the keys, and I'll ask a question whether it was supposed to impress me or not, where it was too long. For a person who understands what is going on, there are some tricks there as well. So the priests had only one objective, to protect the Pope, and they failed on that.
Как вам фраза
Okay.
сотни прокси-серверов, его невозможно следить?
Well, the hacker is using hundreds of proxy servers and we cannot trace him. He jumps between different networks. I just think that this is very close to some real situation, no?
Сотни прокси-серваков, но это там
Well,
отправил, ну и пошел на денечек отдыхать.
hundreds of proxy servers. It means that once he sends a request, actually, he will have about a week of leisure hours. It doesn't jump with the speed of one proxy server a second. So, well, certainly it doesn't impact anything. So on the first proxy server, you have detected you have 99 more of them. So the hacker says, okay, we'll use 99 of others. No, they say that he penetrated inside once you are inside. It doesn't matter what proxy service you have, because actually you can block the channel at all. But have you seen that he was eventually captured? Yep. They identified him through a piece of honey. Why they translated that literally? They are not hackers. They do not understand what it is. It's a honey pot. They caught him through the honey pot. It was 1922. Was it shot for adults? Well, adults... you mean that this is an old movie?
Скрины будут. Но
Okay, there will be more screens, but we have one question. So the hacker is using Kolodbev method. Kolodbev? Yes, this is what they said. Kolodbev. If any of the viewers know what Kolodbev is about, I guarantee you would get a T-shirt from us. Okay, I'm more interested with that story of proxy servers. Is he disguising his whereabouts? Yes, that we cannot know where he is hacking us from. If I identify your IP address, can I do that? If you are using proxy servers, it means that you can sit in Moscow and send the signal through Canada to Argentina. And from Argentina, I can send it anywhere else, to Rome. Okay. And the more proxy servers are there, the more difficult it is. Yes, this works like that, but it's a matter of time and whether the countries are interacting with each other to repel such an attack. Guys, in your smartphones, you have a screenshot right now. Probably you failed to see something. So let's project that onto the screen. Well, for me, it is not clear at all. Well, some figures. So it looks like a successful hack. And that visualization of the hacker's penetration is close to reality. That's a very good question. Yep, that's a very good question. So there is a number of limitations. If it were true, then knowing that the hacker is exactly in that very point right now, you would just disconnect that point, the whole server, and then you will try to somehow fix it, how to get back to the original situation. So I would say that now they very passively monitored the process and didn't do anything. So it means, well, if you understand that something is going wrong, well, you just take the cord out of the socket. So disconnect that totally. So even if it is not so close to the reality, but I like very much how the sock is working. So they see some indicators that the system is compromised and try to investigate how the hackers are moving inside the system. So this is with some stretch It means that you have never worked for SOC. Okay, okay, that's normal. And the viewers say that this is hack because actually it was not hacked, but there is an IP for Linux. So in real life it looks like that. Yes, for development, these may be used very often. On the right-hand side, I do not know what this window is, but next to that this is the setting of the interface indicators. That's the Ethernet, which is connecting your computer to the internal network. It's high time to kick you. Yes, yes, I'm a killjoy. I'm a real killjoy. Okay, I'll shut up. One of our viewers said that this is how his grandmother looks like when he enters Goseslugi. Okay. It looks like a wizard's actions. We have one more episode. Are we going to disclose what magic is about? So it looks like a magic for the layman. Well, all in all, that's it. I think that we have gathered in order to kill Joy. Can I leave the stage? So move him back to those who have androids.
Смотри, Толян, вот как ты думаешь, что такое вот там инварант?
Look, Anatoly, what inwarrant is about. So the second after red one, this is inmavat, before the external network. What is it about? Does anyone know what it is? Inmavat. Well, it sounds like brandmast.
VAT.
VAT, this is a tax. Value-added tax. Okay. You have to go. Yes, you have to go. Well, Anatoly doesn't make good jokes today. Okay, let us proceed with the next episode. There is something to see. That's Vatican Network. So, it looks nice. Can you process that photo so that we see how he looks like now? I can easily do that. Okay, that's very easy. These are our favorite endless zooms, and they needed a hacker, but now they can use just a filter. Are there any actors' children? Okay.
77 лет.
Age of 77.
Знаешь, вот эти приложения, где ты такой, какой я старый.
You know those applications so that show how you would look like in your old years.
Ты старый.
You're old.
Их чуваков, я так чувствую.
This is one of their guys.
Можно прям посмотреть.
There was a very sophisticated storyline.
Не очень сложный для восприятия.
Not very easy for perception. Well, that guy was aged, and there was a very good twist end of the movie. That's the second episode. What happened? I do not understand that episode. He says, this is that guy, this is his actually picture, and can you age him? You put a mask and you will see how he looks like now. So, well, every time they say, Padre, Padre, can you do that? And Padre, Padre, we need that Padre, that priest, Reverend. And usually this is what they do at certain most wanted websites of a certain Ministry of the Interior, when there is a picture of a criminal and the picture is too old, especially, for instance, we speak about cyber criminals.
And sometimes they use these mugshots because one of them were leaked, and they age these photos artificially so that they looked similar in photos. And I think that that's a good way. Maybe I can download this program. I think you have to use services which are not allowed in Russia. We're not talking about hackership. You can pick a random girl from the street and she'll be able to do most things hackers can do and add and apply a lot of filters. Previously, you had to be like a real hacker in order to do this. Here is a different screenshot from that episode. This is what it looks like.
Выглядит профессионально.
Beautiful, right? Yeah, it looks like a professional snapshot.
Есть у него какой-то специальный интерфейс приложения?
You see that he has a very special interface, but also a very handsome photo. But by the way, usually hackers do not care about the interface for the tools they use. Do you think this is Windows or Linux? I think that's a problem because they write like it was Windows when we're talking about roots, but everything else looks like it's Windows, not Linux. It looks like directory from Windows, but the user interface looks like it's from Linux.
Поиграться какими-то значениями.
So you've got here some options. There are some toggles. You can change age, some modules. I think, yes, this looks legit.
Так и есть, сейчас же есть виртуальные...
By the way, this actually can be a part of user interface for a barbershop, so that you can change your hairstyle and see how it would look like. You can actually ask AI, you take your photos, your photo, your girlfriend's photo, and you can see what your child would look like in the future. Or maybe Ghibli Studio, what happened to them? The whole internet went completely mad. I think in general, this is what we see, but now it has become very simple. Previously, you had to go through a lot of work to get the same result, and now it's very simple. It became mass market. The question was, is it Windows or Linux? Maybe we can toss a coin? Who really cares? I think it's Windows.
Толян, я забыл тебя спросить.
No. This is React OS.
Кучей мониторов.
What about the hacker who had multiple screens with a single keyboard? Do you hack it like this? I think the hacker with multiple screens is the sentry, is the watchman. And there was a meme, if you are a junior developer, you have a single monitor. If you have 2 monitors, you are a mid-level. If you have 3 monitors, then you are a senior developer. And if you have 4 monitors, then you are a guard trying to watch around some parking lot. Then you have too many monitors. We have certain terminology when we prepare for hack tech, and we get different movies. One of them are normal movies, and another is a cringe movie. So this was the cringe movie. Now let's move to the poll. You will be able to vote if it's hack or tech, if it's good representation of how hackers activate, how hackers work or not. So what do we do? Do we say if it looks good or not? We're not talking about the movie. We're talking only about how hackers are presented there. Or do we talk about vibe in general? I think the people who created this film have a lot of cringe experience, and they saw a lot of different things. Were you impressed, Vala? I think it looks pretty similar to reality. I still have tears in my eyes, but it looks similar. And we shall see. Yeah, and obviously you had tears in your eyes when you watched the Pope. But obviously, is the Pope protected by cyber fathers and instead just holy fathers? I think that's very interesting. It sounds like these are units from a strategy game, like you have zealots and cyber zealots, so fathers and cyber fathers. And imagine you have like 3 levels of a single unit. You start with a monk, then it becomes a zealot, and finally it becomes a cyber Pope. Okay, so now is the polling time. Is it hack or tech?
Когда хорошо, это какой?
Hack.
So hack is good. Hack is a good representation of hacker activity. And this is the thumbs up. That's for you. Thank you for our audience. Thank you. We actually have a lot of audience members who have different signs. One of them is hacker, one of them is tech, and they raise these signs as if to vote for it too.
Ну, есть.
There are actually worse movies with worse representation. That's actually, truth to be told, that's not the worst representation. So, okay, now let's stop joking for a few seconds. Why is this a good idea? Well, that's a great concept. Imagine that you have the Pope and you have cybersecurity service for the Pope. So it sounds great. It sounds very interesting. And they tried to have this Winnie-Pot story, and you see that it's like a red herring. It pushes your attention to a different way. Can we maybe explain Winnie-Pot a little bit?
Нет времени, Толян.
Yeah, that's like a honeypot.
Я быстро.
3 words. What is honeypot?
Спасибо.
That's a pot with honey. Pot with honey, 3 words. Easy.
Да, по-моему, было
Okay, did you like it? Yeah, I think it was great. It was not perfect, but it looks good. It looks the picture is great.
Я за красоту.
Okay, we got it.
Ну, я оценивал
Valentin,
вообще всю
I think I assessed the entire setting without paying attention to the technical capabilities.
клавиатуре.
I think it was quite cringe when they pushed the keyboard keys without any music, without any soundtrack. I did not feel any tension. I did not feel any suspense. The Pope was almost hacked and I felt nothing. Yeah, and this is what usually happens during conclave when they select the new Pope. They just sit there and type on keyboard without any soundtrack. Maxim, your opinion? Compared to other hacker scenes, this one is more or less good. I like that they represent the chain attacks and honeypot, which is used as red threading for red teams, so that they do not have to pay attention to this. Yes, that's a pot with honey, but let's say that that was just a localization mistake. I remind you that we had 3 hacks and 2 tucks, so 3 people voted that it looked good as a representation of hacker activity, and 2 voted against this. Vali, you said in one of the interviews that you've been working on an AI network. Well, I was a part of a certain project. I want to create a video hosting with AI, and it turned out that it's not very easy. It's not very hard to do. It's not that's hard. I think this is what happens in China. Yes, that is true. But they also use people who are similar to people. And I want to do something different. I want to talk to a bot. I want to have a conversation with AI. This kind of thought. Okay, we have hack time for you. Pay attention to the screen. We want to have a review for Kenshi phone, one of the Chinese new flagship smartphones. Look at the quality of the video. Absolutely amazing quality of this video taken on a potato phone. So here we have a camera, 8 megapixels, and it has enough memory. You can use it instead of an iPhone. That's great that you can turn it on and off. That's really useful. And you get a really useful device. And that's my review. I am the real Vilsacom. No ifs and buts. Maybe you should have some raffle at the end, maybe as with iPhone as a prize. I think soon we might have similar things. This was recorded on a webcam on real time. Did you use donations to create this video? I think this was great. That was deepfake, but this was great. Vilsacom 15 years ago, this is what I looked like. But even what he had on his t-shirt, and it was jumping around up and down, it was kind of funny. So how do you like this, Elon Musk? Yeah, that's very interesting. That's a funny video.
Это zero day шутка.
Yes, this is one of the things which might happen in the future. But by the way, pay attention that scammers use circle videos which you send on Telegram, and if one of your relatives, where they record these videos, where they look similar to what they look like, where they sound like they usually sound, that's not necessarily them recording these circular videos. And you have to be a little bit paranoid because now the time are changing. The resolution was quite small, but it needed 4090 GeForce video card, and you can actually have better resolution with a better PC. I actually have a very good video card at home, so maybe I can help you. Anyone can download this project from GitHub. There are many similar projects with deepfake, and anyone can do this. Deepfake videos. Yes, that's true. It's so much easier to create deepfake video now. You just take a few photos, 2-3 photos. You can maybe train a model, or maybe you can just feed a set of photographs. It actually used a single photograph to create that deepfake video, and we had access to your voice. Gentlemen, you've read books about pirates when you were children, right? Of course. You mean the Treasure Island pirates by Sabatini? What kind of pirates? Well, pirates are things of the past, but are they? There are some pirates that will be navigating the seas of the internet. So what kind of pirates do we know? Well, we know Somali pirates and we know cyber pirates. Cyber pirates, I know these people, they sell fake or even pirated CDs and DVDs, selling games, movies, videos, and they sold it in one of the Russian local markets called Gorbushka. And this is the first time I had experienced playing Doom or Heroes of Might and Magic or other games. We will be watching an episode from The Good Doctor. 2 million, how much is 2 million?
Ты в зарплату считаешь? Да.
I'm trying to compare 2 million to their salary. Maybe that's not too much. Yes, they hacked the system 3 months ago. They had enough time to encrypt server, local, and cloud reserved copies. We have 3 copies which are updated each month, and the most recent one is the one we had 4 days after the break, but we cannot get access to them without key. We cannot pay the ransom. We cannot negotiate with terrorists. Well, we cannot pay them without insurance company. We have to talk to them. If I can find the software error, I will be able to get back the contract. We also need to look through the chain attacks. Otherwise, we can just scrap other machines which are completely infected and beyond salvation.
Не входите, у меня тут стерильно.
Do not come in, this is sterile area.
Не их, а наши. Стерильные номера на сервере не совпадали.
Как стерильные
Sterile. And this is how you keep the room sterile. You just open the door a little bit instead of coming inside.
Данные не зашифрованы? Нет.
The data was not encrypted? No, but they are covered with dust and dirt. This is what I found in the garbage trash bin. Maybe I can restore the system and we don't have to pay hackers anything. Wow, that's amazing.
Клерк страховой договорился с хакерами, да?
Somebody from the insurance company made contact with hackers. Is this correct? He was able to decrease the ransom money, how much they had to pay.
Страховая от хакеров.
So they had an insurance company that communicated with hackers. So he said that they paid to the insurance company, you know? That's exactly the person who has Casco insurance for cars, and he has to do something. He has to use this Casco insurance
Не, это каска,
ОСАГО
да.
это
Каска?
не полная.
Yes, Osago and Casco are different car insurances.
Страховые.
So you say this is not true? This doesn't happen?
Есть, в России такого нет, но...
Obviously, this exists, not in Russia, but in other countries, this may exist.
Да, да, да.
I think we might have the same things in Russia. There is a startup, maybe there is Alpha Insurance. There are some services for cyber insurance.
Сначала шифруют данные, а потом через...
So first, your data are encrypted, and the day after, you have insurance people coming over and say, well, if you want to use your data, maybe you want to pay a few $1 million. I think that was an interesting episode.
На полу, вот это я тоже не
So you don't have chairs in server rooms. Yeah, I'm not sure if that was a good detail or not, because true hackers have to suffer. And people say that it was not exactly sterile because she did not wear a tinfoil hat. There are people who take apart HDD disk or SDD disk and SSD disk, and you do need a sterile environment so that there are no dust and there are no microbes going there. And this is what she said. That's the correct way to track down the criminals. Well, to be honest, that was a very good representation, but we still need to talk about this. By the way, do you have backups on different devices and so on? Yes, I actually, when I watched this episode, I remembered a certain office where I worked before as a lawyer assistant, and they had their own infrastructure, and at some point, a sysadmin was fired. And then a week later, for some reason, the server crashed, and they had no idea that sysadmin was responsible for this, and he was the only person who could save those professionals. Yeah, these stories happen. And he had no idea why it actually crashed. Hackers asked for $2 million. In terms of experience, $200 million, 2 million rubles, 2 million USD, which is about 200 million rubles. I think that was okay. Usually you do not pay this money to insurance companies. And I also think it depends on the quality of data, because there are different data. This looks like an encryption group. What do? They get access to your system and then they encrypt your data. I actually prepared for this presentation as a blue team member on how to protect from these attacks.
Короче, да, в целом очень прикольно все рассказано.
Yes, that was a very good representation, and what she says, and even if she restores everything, you still have to find the point of access, because it can be repeated. And if you do not remove criminals, if you do not remove hackers from the system, it will happen again and again. She said that if you need to find machines, PC, that you have to scrap them. I think that's a very interesting thing, that especially if they are encrypted, you don't have to throw away the hardware, but what she means is that there is a big infrastructure for a company which looks outside into the internet, like your email, website, and these are different web servers. So what do criminals do? They take a look at these services from different countries. They go there, penetrate your system through those outer services like email, like websites. And if you see that these services act like doors or windows, and it's much easier to just dispose of those machines so that there will be no immediate point of access for your internal network, and you will not suffer from the similar attack in the future. And that's a very good way to prevent potential attacks later on. I think you make a very good storyteller. Maybe you should work in cybersecurity. Tolik, wait a little bit. We still need to clean all the PC, all the machines where hackers went through. So obviously you have to check all of them, but probably that was a metaphor. And what she meant is that what we have either to clean it completely or replace it with new machines. Hackers also received the access 3 months ago, and you cannot use reserve copies because you update the reserve copies every month, and that's why they do this. They waited for 3 months so that reserve copies did not help. What we do usually, we do it multiple times, like on Friday, on Saturday. What was the name of the ransomware? WannaCry, yes. The cry, it was actually Thursday, 12 of May 2017. This is when it happened. Can you hack hackers? Yes, I think you can. Sure you can. Obviously you can. I wouldn't ask you otherwise. Hackers are sometimes hacked and some internal conversation are leaked. I think in 2024 you're going to publish our photos. In 2022, Conti Group internal conversations were leaked, and in the beginning of May, just recently, Lockbit conversations were also leaked. And there are some interesting things to read. One of these internal correspondence, some of the hackers talked to the underlying hackers, said that a victim might trade and they would decrease 20-50% of the initial price. And the pro-hacker says, well, we are hackers, we're not school children, stop giving them discounts. Yeah, I think that's very interesting. They have their internal gradation. Novice hacker, pro hacker, amateur hacker. This looks like a normal company. It's just a legitimate company. They have their own departments. They have their own software engineer. It's just a normal company. I think they even have HR department who goes around and checks that if those hackers are doing their job. Yeah, and they say, you will not have vacation until you scam 50 people. Yeah, this is what happens in this kind of companies. Okay, let us move on. Let us move on to the polling. You will see a QR code on the screen. You can vote either hack if it looks like it's a genuine, good representation of hacking activity, or you can vote tuck if it doesn't look great. And our audience will be able to get prizes later after this discussion. So which one is the correct? Hack is good, tuck is bad. Good representation, bad representation. 1, 2, 3. That's a really good representation. Yes. We agree with the people. We agree with the audience. Well, there is nothing to add, but still just a few words. Left to right. Kirill, what do you like? Maxim, what do you like? I think I like everything. Sterile room, it actually looks exactly the same. I think everything was good. That was a good representation, almost nothing to talk about. Maybe the chair in the server room. That probably should have been a chair. I think that was a very good representation. You can see action in the scene. There is a stake. You understand what happens. You understand why this is a hospital. They don't have enough money. They have to perform surgeries, and you understand the gravity of the situation. I think that's totally hack. That's really that's a very good representation. I like this drama. I like this suspense, and he also realized that you use your clothes so that you do not get viruses and microbes, and obviously working in this sterile room. Uncle Vanya, there are movies where you hire someone and you say, do good. And they create the first movie, like Die Hard 1, Die Hard 2, and then there are different movies who want to hire an expert who will build the correct script and the correct story. And this is what you see here. they paid a lot for the export. Maybe that was not a lot. Maybe they give him a can of Red Bull. Maybe you were the consultant for this movie. By the way, have you watched the Silicon Valley episode where they waged the can? I actually have not seen this episode. I did not. Well, it was not a can, it was a bottle of whiskey. Maybe you can analyze this in the next episode of Hack Tech. I think it was a great episode in terms if it's truthful or not. I think that was a great TV show, and there are so many truthful things about it. We are about to end our panel discussion. So we have the person from Rome, which gets 3 hacks from 5. Good Doctor gets 5 hacks from 5, which I believe is well deserved. Now we have the best comments. The first one regarding the grandmother and gosuslugi. Another comment is that about conclave and new pope, and the third comment about the tinfoil hat, which should have been on the head of the lady that was in this sterile room. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of our show. That was Hack Tech. And please stay safe and secure. Thank you for your attention. During the Luzhniki live, there was no time when we had to listen to this very smart laughter for whole hour. Kirill Shipuli, Maxim Kostikov, Anatoly Ivanov, Ivan Bulavin, and Vilsakom. Valentin, please welcome our guests again. And now we will have our friend, our colleague from Positive Technologies, and we go over to Jan. Dear friends.
Friends, hello, my name is Jan, and we're on the roof of Luzhniki Stadium, and this time we got even higher. Just have a look at what view opens up from here. That's Moscow State University, Moscow City. That's the sunset. That's cool, and I suggest that we wrap it up the second day of Positive Hack Days. On the main stage of Cyber Arena, we discuss how to harness the development of cyber technologies, not to become hostage of digital technologies. It was moderated by Posner. Kulibin stage really witnessed the main techno star, Valentin Vilsakom. Not only he shared his views about PH Days, but also he participated in our exclusive show, Hack Tech. And I hope that you all subscribe to the channel. Standoff 15. It was really hot. Thousands of guests could see the renewed visualization that was made on Unreal Engine 5 engine. And large-scale macworth of state and F and the big screen that unites it all. And some statistics. Red team implemented 128 critical incidents. The red team identified 128 incidents, and the blue team identified 1,053 incidences, and they prevented 800 of them. Cyber City. Hooray! Finally, we got one man who decided to hack our bot, but he failed on that. The Cyber City system did not fail, but probably someone else would succeed in doing that tomorrow. 3,083 people took part in the quiz, and 604 got our merch. And the most pleasant thing, over the 2 days of Positive Hack Days, it was visited by 85,000 people, and more than 115,000 viewers monitored us online. Stay tuned tomorrow, it would be even cooler. We are looking forward to a big concert on Kulibin stage. Milana, Uma Thurman Grunge. So let's rock it on the third day, and we'll say that these Positive Hack Days was the very best. I don't say goodbye, see you tomorrow. Well, just because it has such a special correspondent, Jan, thank you so much. Draw 200,000 viewers. Half of them are offline, and we set the record. And the second day of PhD on the main science, popular science stage is over. So the second day is over, and tomorrow would be the third day, the best day, when we will be able to say that we really have upgraded our skills, that the technologies are in our hands, on our minds, and in our hearts, that we are secured to the extent it is possible. Probably we are one of the most secured guys. And tomorrow we will see the representatives of the Ministry of Finance, Bank of Russia, the speaker from Yandex Cloud, T-Bank, legendary expert of CyberDear, and it would conclude with a concert as we're used to. It would be a real concert for free, absolutely for free for everyone. You'll be able to listen to Minaiva, Grunge, and Uma Thurman. Everyone who is living in Moscow, who is watching us on the stream, and Tver region, from wherever else, which is next to Moscow, come to us, come to Luzhniki. Luzhniki is waiting for you. Summer has started. That's PhD 2025, and feel our vibe once again. And see you tomorrow. Bye. That's me, Russian inventor Ivan. And I'm not afraid of hacking the reality in the name of progress. We can make an endless number of hacks and moves. You just have to understand what to connect with what. Positive Hack Days Fest. Positive Hack Days will be concluded for the first time in the history of the festival. Uma Thurman, Minaiva, and Grunge. Internal romanticism would be earned. May 24, 8 o'clock. Kulibin stage for free.